Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here, and welcome back to another live stream. How is everyone doing out there? Hello, hello, hello. We've got some business to take care of before we get into season 8. Lots of stuff to talk about. And the first thing is actually my microphone. I had to get a new mixer because my old mixer was having issues. So you guys should let me know. How do I sound? Do I sound okay? I got a fancy one. It's a Wave XLR from Elgato, which is the company that makes the Stream Deck that I also use. I think it's been pretty good so far, but there's tons and tons of settings I could adjust. So if I sound good, I sound amazing, great. All right, that is wonderful. And wait, are you guys ready for this? I got something fun. Okay. This episode is a
SpongeBob.
Did that work? Did everyone like that? Did I do good? Oh, goodness. Hello, hello, hello. Can't tell the difference? That's honestly kind of good, to be honest. Oh, yeah, you guys like the filter. Horrifying? Okay, good. Good, good. That was cute. Okay. All right. Yep, voice mod. There it is. I said the thing. Okay. Wow. All right. All right. All right. All right. So that's business number one. It sounds like everything's going good. And if I wanted to do more of that type of stuff, the weird voice filters or sound effects or something, like I can now do that a lot more easier with the new XLR. So thank you to you guys for helping me afford this expensive XLR. What do I have here? Oh, I can. Oh, okay. Start a Q&A, start a poll, members only live stream. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. YouTube popped up a little notification near my like engage with your audience button, and I'm like, what does this mean? Could I say good episode with the filter? No, that's illegal. That's illegal. Never. I couldn't. I can't do that. That's not how we say good episode around here. Wait, how much do you pitch it down? Is it the same as you did in the reviews? I don't know. I have no, I have no idea how much I pitched it down. I think I kind of did it differently every time. This was just the easiest thing. This was like a weird voice filter. I don't have the same settings as I do in my audio editing software, so I don't really know. It was just the first deep voice that I found. Okay. Hello, hello, everyone. But thank you, Bailey, for that super chat. Thank you, Pranavra. Thoughts on Super Mario Sunshine? It's a good but very flawed game. I have a lot of nostalgic feelings for it, but it's got its issues. I wish they would release like an enhanced version of it that fixed a few things. For sure. Not just a re-release that doesn't do anything. Hello, DDD. Hello, Pie Guy. Wait until you hear this. There's a recently announced upcoming episode where the old shriveled up lady from Chocolate with Nuts, Baby Prunes, explains why she hates chocolate. Oh my goodness. So this is where we're at. We're gonna dissect. We're gonna make whole episodes out of like one line from an episode from 20 years ago. Goodness, goodness. Okay, sure. Okay, so that's piece of business number 2. I created channel memberships. Hooray! This is something that I think I talked about like before I went away. Just the idea that during these streams, we could actually have people in the chat using PyCons as emojis. And that dream has finally come true. So, if you would like to use emojis in the PyCon emojis in the chat here, as well as I believe you can use them in comments on my channel. We have a membership tier for that. I have pinned a message in the chat here. If you would like to join the channel, you can click on that. I think there should also be something, if you scroll down, if you're watching this right now, in the YouTube description or something that lets you join memberships. And basically the way it works is that, and I will get to the super chat in a second, but the way it works is that if you join either tier, you get access to these PyCons, these 3 PyCons plus the SpongeBob S. Feel free to share those. Everyone that is currently a member, feel free to just like showcase what those look like. I had to really crop them in order to get them to like look like anything, because the pixel size is like 48 by 48. It's very, very small. But yes, if you join either membership, you get access to those. as well as you will get your name in the credits of all new videos, except for shorts, I guess, because there's no credits for shorts. There's no way to do that. They're too short. Can't have credits. But yes, you'll get your name in the credits for all the future new uploads. And if you are so enterprising, you could join the upper crust. Shout outs to CDCB for naming that. But you could join the upper crust tier, which is a secondary tier where you still get the PyCons, you still get your name in the credits, but you also get to see videos a week early. I don't know how many videos are going to come out yearly. Like, hopefully it's a handful. I can't promise anything. But anytime that happens, again, excluding the shorts, you will get to see it a week early. YouTube will automatically handle that for us. It should just show up in your subscription feed as a members-only video. And then a week after that, it'll be out for everyone. This would actually be very helpful because I believe you're able to comment too. So if I make dumb mistakes in the video, you can comment and then I can take the video down after a week and upload a better version for the public. So yes, of course, all of this is super optional. Don't feel like you have to do this. I tried to have a pretty low amount for the PyCons. I don't remember exactly what I settled on. I think it's let me see. $1.99 basically to use the emoji and get the name in the credits, and the week early video is $9.99. So just a fair warning on that. I'll get to be completely honest, I'm probably not going to put a lot of extra features on top of that going forward. That's probably it. You also get a little star next to your name. You can see it in the green text in the chat here. But I'm probably not going to do a whole lot else with it. It just kind of is what it is. So if you think that's a good value and worth it, go for it. If you don't, then that's totally understandable. Yes. There was also something YouTube had said. Maybe you guys can help me out with this. There's something about like if you're a channel member, you get a free like super chat every stream. I don't entirely know what that means or how that works, but I think it's one free super chat. I don't know. If you guys know what that means, let me know. Okay. But anyway, and one more thing. If enough people are channel members, we get more emojis, right? I would love to be able to put more PyCons out there, and I'll let you guys also, I'll let the members vote, either on live streams or maybe in the community tab. You guys can vote on which PyCons we add. Or if there's anything else for my channel you want. I don't know. I figured the SpongeBob S was pretty good. I would have loved to have put SpongeBob in its full or you know, even just scum. But again, 48 by 48 pixels, I'm very limited in what we can do. So anyway, that's the spiel on that. So, oh my goodness, super chats. Okay. And then I have one other bit of business before we get to season 8, but let's do some super chats. Thank you, Asher. I just watched without speaking, but just wanted to gift you and become a member as you got me into being a fan of SpongeBob and reviews in general. Hope you're having a good time back on YouTube. Well, thank you, Asher. Wait, hang on. How did I get you into being a fan of SpongeBob? Genuinely, you didn't watch SpongeBob before my videos? That's amazing. I mean, like, I believe it. I'm not calling you a liar. That's just really interesting. I'm happy to hear it. I'd love to hear more about that. That's really interesting. And I'm glad you enjoy it, and thank you so much. Oh, if anyone also has any ideas so the way the memberships work is that you get a little icon next to your name in comments and in chat. It's a little blue star, and it changes as time goes on. Like if you've been a member for 5 months or 10 months or 2 years or whatever, like it changes. YouTube has it as this default thing of just a circle with a star inside of it. If anyone has any better idea of like what those could be that pertains to my channel, let me know. Because again, the pixel size is very, very small. I can't really, there's not a whole lot I can do with that, but I don't know if anyone had any good ideas for that. Somehow like a pie slice or something. I don't know. Let me know and maybe we'll change it. Thank you, Princess Daisy. So the lower tier is called Pie Pals and the higher tier is called the Upper Crust. So thank you to Daisy for being a Pie Pal. And thank you for a CDCB2. I wanted to be the first person to give you a super chat with the SpongeBob S. The funny thing about that S being an emoji now is the fact that when we're talking about what tier I should put things in, if you send me that S, I'm gonna assume you're talking about SpongeBob. I am not gonna assume you're talking about actual S tier. It's confusing, but if you want to be clearer with it, you can use that S and then actually, yeah, just spell out the rest of scum. I won't tell you what letters those are, for reasons, but thank you for the super chat, Summer Valerians. How much money would you take to review every episode of the Patrick Star Show? I'll I'll be honest. I just don't think I'm gonna do anything with the SpongeBob spin-offs. I just don't think I can do it. I don't personally want to, and also there's baggage with things that have transpired in the past. So I don't think I want to touch Camp Coral or the Patrick Star Show. But thank you. Maybe I'll change my mind at some point. But no, it's not a money thing. Thank you for the welcome to the Upper Crust, Sinnoh. Eventually, I would like to get Streamlabs working and do the thing that other streamers do, where it's like a weird sound effect or something, and it displays it on the screen, right? Like that would be kind of fun. I don't know what it would be. Just throw the SpongeBob transition on the screen. Actually, that would be kind of funny. Oh my goodness, that's kind of a funny idea, huh? All right, maybe for next week's stream, I'll have that up and running, and every every time one of you donates to me, or maybe not donates, maybe whenever someone joins, we'll have a SpongeBob transition pop on the screen, or I don't know, maybe the opposite of a SpongeBob transition. Maybe I can come up with a good episode transition. I don't know. The problem is SpongeBob is my brand, but I'm not calling you guys SpongeBob, obviously. Thank you, Azrath, for the super chat. Thank you, Jack. Welcome to Pie's Pals. And thank you and welcome to everyone else, by the way. Everyone that joined before I even announced it. You guys, I don't know, somehow saw this on my channel and zoned in on it before I even announced or talked about what this is. But thank you, Terraria, Sammy, Jelly Breath, Noxier, basically Bailey, Shattuck, Jemmy, CDCB, RD Raccoon Reviews, I Love DDD, anyone else, and then everyone else that I've already thanked through the stream. Thank you, Noxier. Say what you want about season 8. At least it's the season with the most amount of really good specials. Interesting. I don't remember a lot about season 8, both the video and the actual season. I don't remember a whole lot. Thank you, Dorothy, for the super chat. Reminder, you're competing with Fox's animation domination block again, having new episodes of shows like Family Guy. Well, you guys know how I feel about Family Guy. Apparently, past Pie Guy, it was really disdainful of it. Now I'm kind of indifferent. I don't really like it, but I don't really care about it, It can be funny in a vacuum. But yeah, that's good to know. Thank you for that. It's hard to find times to stream where I can stream for hours at a time. I have a little child, so I have to find times where that child can be watched. So, thank you, Bailey, for the super chat. Is there still potential for a watch party Discord for members in the future? Maybe. I will say maybe. I do like the idea, but at the same time, like, I don't know that I really want to moderate a Discord server, to be completely honest. We'll see. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. Correction, I watched SpongeBob previously, but didn't become a true fan of the show and binge it until I found a channel. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. Thank you for the correction. Maybe a pie with a star inside. But the problem is that, like, I can't make it look like a circular pie because it already looks like a circle with a star in it. Like, the crust, I could try to put the crust, but I don't know. You're very limited with 48 pixels, all right? 48 by 48 pixels. Thank you, DDD. It's nice to be a paid member of a membership. I couldn't buy a Patreon membership during your Patreon years because I was a teenager and had no credit card. Now I can finally join a membership. Yep. Thank you for the super chat, Sukanzu. Stars equal more pie slices for longer subs. That makes a lot of sense. I should do that. Okay. Thank you, Sukanzu. You are awesome. Fantastic work as always. Also, are you the one that named the PyCons? I seem to recall it being you, but I could be wrong. Okay, let me write that down. I gotta make a note of this because I'll forget it. Let's see, more pie slices longer membership. And then I guess it'll just be a circle at one point, and it'll maybe change colors for the ridiculous ones, because you can go up to like 10 years with this. Who knows if I'll even be alive in 10 years? Wow, that got dark. There's no reason why I wouldn't be alive in 10 years, but just, you know, life can be crazy. Oh gosh. Okay, pie slices. Alrighty. Boom. A pie tin that gets more slices. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, that do like a silver background, and then I have like a pie that's split up into maybe like 8 pieces or something, and I don't exactly know what length of time I'll do it for, but maybe just over the course of a year it fills up. Okay, okay. Thank you for joining Pies Pals, Pranavra. I am not surprised. All right, yeah, please enjoy those PyCons, and thank you, Party Nick 25. All right, does anyone think the SpongeBob S looks like a dollar sign out of context? A little bit, a little bit. Okay, so the last bit of news, the last bit of thing we have to talk about is last stream. Basically, I had a brain fart and kind of forgot that Mr. Enter shows footage in his reviews. Like, I don't know how I forgot that. Like, we were just in the middle of the stream, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be a funny idea to watch that review. And then that led to me showing some SpongeBob clips and audio, which could be a problem for my channel. You guys know I don't use footage generally, mostly to avoid those copyright things. But after the stream was over, I decided to just clip that out of the stream. And what that meant was, I didn't know this at the time, but when you trim it, apparently you lose the chat. So chat is gone for last stream. I know I could just like embed the chat into the stream itself, like have it on screen here. I could do that, and I might do that, but I actually like having it in its own separate thing on YouTube, that you could like turn it on or off if you want it on or off. If anything specifically like horrible happened in chat or whatever, I could always just turn it off on YouTube. Or someone else could just like turn it off if they don't want to see it, as opposed to if it's baked in the video, I'd have to like edit the video or something if I wanted to get that out of there. It's a lot more of a pain in the neck. But anyway, I didn't know that trimming the video, getting rid of that last bit, got rid of chat, and so that stinks. I also know that it did get rid of the episodes. We watched Ink Lemonade and Choir Boys. And sorry for that. People have re-uploaded it. It is on the internet. If you search for either of those things, you will find them, and that's totally fine. That's good that people have done that. I apologize that it just kind of ended up that way. I just got a little panicky. Like, imagine if I got a mark on my channel, like I got demonetized or something because we watched a Mr. Enter video. That would be rough. But yeah, so anyway, I apologize for the way that went down. And also, I feel like by the time we got to that point in the stream, my brain had melted. I was feeling really nauseous. I had Korean barbecue hot pot the night before, and I think all of those meats were getting to me. So I was just like out of it. So I'm like, you know what? This isn't my best content. Let me clip it out. So going forward, okay, if we do donation goals, which we might still do another one. If we do it, what we're going to do is it's going to be for a bonus stream. It'll be a separate stream on a separate day. That way I can refresh myself and, you know, feel awake and alive and not having a stream that's like a million years long. So, so yeah. So what I was thinking for today, and I guess I could set this up whenever, is that we will have the goal be for me to stream one of the 2 new-ish SpongeBob games that have come out in the time that I've been gone. I'll stream it on this main channel, because if I stream it on the second channel, you guys can't use the awesome channel membership perks that I just instated, and that would be really, really cruddy of me to do that. So we'll stream it on the main channel if we get enough donations today. And I'll let chat pick whether you want it to be Titans of the Tide or the Cosmic Shake. But that'll be a separate day, probably in this upcoming week. We won't stream the whole game at once. It'll just be the first part. But that'll probably be in this upcoming week because Sunday is Mother's Day, so we're not streaming Sunday. So maybe we'll stream on like a Friday or Saturday or perhaps even Monday of the next week. I don't know, um, but yeah. So going forward, any of those things will be for future streams. So okay, thank you, Pokemaniac, for joining Pies Pals, and thank you, Epic Gamer, for the super chat. Wow, for a big super chat. Thank you. I watched the stream when you watched Truth or Square last week. Fun fact, I met the guy who plays Triumph and asked him how it was to be in the episode. He said he loved SpongeBob but didn't remember anything about it. I explained to him the scene. That honestly is not surprising at all. It does feel like a lot of those scenes were filmed like really quickly without much of a plan. You know, if you were to just tell me like, you know, hey, film yourself saying like, you know, ooh, your breath stinks. Yeah, I love SpongeBob. And, you know, oh, should you be sitting in that office chair, Patchy? Just like film those 3 lines and then send it to Nickelodeon. And I was some sort of big shot actor that did that stuff all the time. I don't think I'd remember it either. I mean, clearly I don't remember all these videos that I made. I don't remember half the stuff in them. So yeah, that's understandable. And I don't mean to insult Triumph. I don't mean to insult the insult comic dog. I know I have in the past. It's not so much that I think there's anything wrong with him. It's just that it's a very, very random cameo to be in SpongeBob. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy with these super chats and channel memberships. All right, so I tell you what. Here's what we're gonna do. Before I read any more, what we're gonna do is we'll do a similar thing. We'll do 50 super chats at $2 or higher. Okay, we'll just set the timer for 3 hours, and if we get that much, I'll stream Cosmic Shake or Titans of the Tide this upcoming week. Boom. We'll do the first part, and then we won't require any more donations to keep playing the game. We'll just keep playing it as the weeks go on. I don't know. We will probably stream it in this upcoming week, then not stream it the next 2 weeks as we cover seasons 9 and 10, and then after the season reviews are done, we'll go back and continue playing that game on a weekly basis. That would be the guess. Boom. So let's start that goal. Okay. And don't feel the need to donate right away. I want to get to things today. Because for the next 3 hours, this will count towards that. But thank you for the super chat, Crash Neon. Hey, Pie Guy, if I remember correctly, when you uploaded this video, season 9 was still going. I believe that. I think for a lot of the every episode review series, season 9 was the most current season. Thank you for the super chat, Bailey. 12-hour stream. Let's go. And thank you, Dorothy, for the super chat. Is Ink Lemonade or Choir Boys worse? Choir Boys. I think Choir Boys still, to be completely honest. Thank you for the super chat, Cranky. I have a good feeling you're going to give free samples a SpongeBob review. I rewatched the season 8 video and it seemed to be lacking comparatively. Interesting. I don't remember the episode or the review. Thank you, Madeline, with the lovely Fiona picture, for joining the upper crust. By the way, I've been making really big strides with the Fiona and Cake video. It's coming along. I got really, really intense in one of my recordings today. We're getting there. The slides are the slide layout's all done. I just have to put in some fun facts and highlights and quotes. The episode reviews are all done and edited up to episode 9 of 10, and several of the storyline reviews are done at this point as well. I'm expecting to get it out before the end of next month, hopefully in like 3 weeks, but we'll see. Okay, let's keep going. Thank you, Bonbay, for the super chat. Thank you, Pernevrow. Let's just start the episode reviews already. Fair enough. Thank you, Trav, for joining Pies Pals. And thank you, Cam, for the super chat. What do we get for 50 super chats? You get, I will play one of the 2 SpongeBob games that came out. I will stream them. I don't know anything about the games, but here, thank you, Jarf. Okay, so actually, one more thing before we get to season 8. Because I removed the thing that everyone hype trained for last time, okay? As an apology to you, before we watch season 8, I will watch any Spongy Bits right now for you guys. Okay? Tell me in the chat which Spongy Bits you want me to review and react to, and then we'll get to season 8. Okay? We got one of them. You get one. This is the only time I'm doing this for Spongy Bits, so choose wisely. Okay? Patchy says DDD season 7 bottom 5. Oh, I guess that would be fitting. Patchy and Potty, the first Spongy Bits. I don't know which one the first one is. Season 7 bottom 5, season 7 bottom 5. Okay, sounds like you guys want the season 7 bottom 5 one. Infamous 83. Infamous 83. Did I get your fan art? Oh gosh, I need to check I should probably check my email. Not right now, but I will check the email after the stream. 83 trilogy. All right, here we go. We'll poll it. Let's go to the polls. Do 83, Patchy, or season 7 bottom. Start poll. Make your choice now. Goodness. You guys are fun today. I mean, you guys are fun every day, to be honest, but I'm already enjoying the stream. We haven't done anything yet. I got my Liquid Death. I'm a big Liquid Death person. I don't drink alcohol. Or I don't drink soda either. I just drink sparkling water and stuff. But yes. Thank you for the super chat. Bailey, Patchy, include the Truth or Square review. Thank you, Pernavrow. Finalized season 7, bottom 5, 83 trilogy, Atlantis Square Panis. Can't do all of them. Thank you, Ethan. Watch the season 7, bottom 5. Thank you, Cosmikami, for joining Pie's Pals. I'm not sure what your profile picture is, Cos, but it looks like Jake the Dog to me from this distance. Okay. Everyone wants most people want the season 7 bottom, so let's do it and get on with this. I'm glad you guys picked a short one, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see. Let me find it in my files. There it is. Boom. Hey guys, All right, here we go. 10 minutes. Good. Thank you guys for not picking one that's like 30. I don't know if there are any that are 30 minutes, but I assume there are. So let me know how the audio is balanced. Oh, it's Pikachu? Is it? Hang on, let me look. I got really bad eyes. You know this. Oh, it is Pikachu. Okay, to be fair, the profile pictures are like tiny to me. I'm just gonna continue to think it's Jake the Dog. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Bonbay. Must watch middle season episodes, good and bad. Nope, we picked it. So let me know how the audio sounds. Hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here. That's probably too quiet. Back to a very special episode of Spongy Bits. In my every episode of SpongeBob season 7 video, I said that my opinions were not final. Oh, actually, hang on. It's 5 and that they would cropped a little. What have we done? Why is it cropped? It's tough to be a streamer, everyone. It's so tough. This is years of work. No matter how much you, I was joking, obviously, but no matter how much work you do put into it, because it is work, it does require a lot of work. No matter how much you set up and how much you do, there's always just like something you forget, you know, audio or cropping something or forgetting to check your email, you know, those sorts of things. It's quiet. It's quiet. Too quiet. All right. Let's up the volume a little bit and get on with it. At a later time. That is what is happening right now in this video. These are my finalized opinions on the worst 5 episodes of season 7, at least for the foreseeable future. Of course, opinions can always change, but this is what I'm going with right now. You might be wondering why I didn't just have this at the end of the season 7 video, and the honest truth is that the last thing I worked on for that video was the bottom 5. I had a deadline set, and I'd been working so hard on everything that by the time I got to the point where I was doing the bottom 5, I didn't have that much time, and I was exhausted. So I watched a couple of what I considered to be the worst episodes and really tried to put forth what my gut feeling felt was the worst 5. Hey, where's the PyCons, old pie guy? Come on. Come on, past guy. I don't want to be looking at just a one
Episodes
screen.
of the season, and decided to just put a little addendum on that and say that yes, this will be touched up at this point. So, without further ado, here is my real bottom 5 for
Oh boy.
SpongeBob Season 7. Number 5, Hide and Then What Happens. From the really long routine of Patrick not knowing what hide and go seek is at the beginning that is such an abysmal attempt at comedy, to Squidward being terrified of SpongeBob, to that obnoxious gag with Mrs. Puff,
There's
so
the
much
puns.
of this episode is frustrating. But what takes the cake is how pointless it all is. We know where Patrick is, so all this just feels, well, pointless. The only thing SpongeBob accomplishes is annoying Squidward and Mrs. Puff to the point that bad things happen to them, and wrecking Sandy's tree dome. Also, the lesson has very little to do with what comes before it. Yes, SpongeBob is trying really hard to find Patrick, but at no point does he really go too far.
Are these new reviews, by the way, or is this just a clip and I can skip past it? I don't remember. Thank you for joining Pie's Pals Trinity, and thank you for the super chat. Infinity, favorite / least favorite music genre? I like alt rock, kind of punk rocky type stuff from the 2000s. My least favorite is probably, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna say my least favorite. I feel like that's mean. It isn't. These are new. Oh, cool. All right, new.
Far as to make himself miserable or indicate he's being overly competitive. The moral itself of enjoying games even if you lose is fine, but just doesn't fit with the episode and feels like a cheap way to resolve things. I may like Patrick Nutstar, but not anywhere near enough to redeem this piece of crap. It's really frustrating, not funny, and just feels like a waste of time. Number 4,
that's a
You
solid
Don't
review.
Know Sponge. This is simply a slow, frustrating episode. The whole bit of answering questions just takes forever. We get it. SpongeBob can easily answer questions about Patrick, and Patrick knows nothing about SpongeBob. It's just dragged out for so long here when it's so unnecessary. Watching an idiot slowly answering the obvious questions wrong is just mind-numbing. We know the punchline of him getting it wrong. Heck, Squidward even points out how slow and tedious this process is. Even SpongeBob answering the questions correctly takes forever. This is literally half the episode, and it's all in one location. SpongeBob and Patrick hardly even move, so the sequence isn't even visually interesting. Even the music they keep playing gets on my nerves. I hate this sequence so much. And the rest of the episode isn't much better. This confirms and cements that in some of these episodes, Patrick is a horrible person. He knows nothing about his best friend, and he really doesn't care. He doesn't attempt to learn, he just buys back the friendship. And SpongeBob just cries and cries about it instead of actually trying to confront Patrick or anything.
I think these might be better than the original reviews, to be honest. But I mean, in fairness, again, I had more time to work on this. I don't know when this came out, but like, I wasn't under, trying to get out the season video because it's been months since the last one. I feel like I took my time a little more with these. Thank you, Trav, for the super chat. I think Past Guy has been toast with too much obnoxygen by seasons 5 through 7. Fair. Thank you, Bailey. We should have you watching your 2008 SpongeBob rants as a stream goal. No. I don't want to turn it into a reaction channel. Like, this has been a fun trip through memory lane, but like, it's just gonna be this one Spongy Bits and then the rest of the season, SpongeBob season reviews, and that's it. I don't want to go too far with this, It's fun to be nostalgic and look back, but too much looking back can be kind of just like obnoxious.
Episode really feels like it's trying to make SpongeBob and Patrick into a couple hitting a rough patch in their relationship, and not in a funny way like in Rockabye Bye Valve. Was this intentional? Maybe, but it wasn't handled well. Patrick comes off as really uncaring and insensitive, and SpongeBob comes off as a total mess who can't even articulate what's wrong to Patrick. Seriously, he doesn't actually tell him. It's like watching a really terrible couple have a really ugly fight and then reconcile over material objects. I get that Patrick knowing SpongeBob would like the gift is a step in the right direction, but after all this, he really needed to try harder, and SpongeBob should have been more upfront with Patrick. And God, is it all just so lacking in comedy that a story like this needs? Because without the comedy to back it up, this just comes off as ugly and not very fun, thanks to both sides acting like idiot jerks. Number 3, One Course Meal.
Oh boy, what else could I say about One Course Meal?
Yes, it's on here. I still don't think the suicide thing is that big a deal in this episode. It's a relatively short thing, and it's not too brutal, at least not as brutal as everyone makes it out to be. Though yes, it is a bad thing, but it really is a symptom of a bigger issue. The episode is not clear on anything, and the story is insanely sloppy. The fact that people can't agree on exactly what happened in the episode is proof of that. How bad was what Plankton did?
Hey, let's do something fun. I'm gonna put my new PyCon over the old one, and we're gonna see if I can change it to the tune of the old video.
At the start of the episode in the context of the story. How much did Krabs actually torture Plankton, and how much of it was in Plankton's head? Is Mr. Krabs really afraid of mimes, or was that just a setup for Plankton? How much of Krabs' actions were based on protecting the formula, and how much were they based on just having fun hurting Plankton? The time skip makes the extent of the torment just unclear. Mr. Krabs only briefly glosses over the fact that he's doing this to protect the formula, which Plankton now knows exactly where to look for. Yeah, everyone misunderstands that part, and I can't blame them because it's only very lightly referenced. And Krabs laughs when he learns of Plankton lying in the road, and I think it's supposed to be more of a Krabs laughing at Plankton being a crybaby that has been ruined in the same way he's always trying to ruin Krabs, but it comes off as Krabs laughing at a suicide attempt. Again, I don't think this is the worst episode of the show, because frankly, I like the opening bit, whereas with 1 and 2 on this list, I hate those episodes from pretty much start to finish. But yes, after really thinking long and hard about it and having a few conversations online with you guys, I have to concede that this deserves to be seen as one of the worst episodes, thanks in part to how sloppy the story is, how overall nasty it feels, and how many things the writers didn't mean to do, but come across anyway due to just how poorly this was constructed. I don't think it would scratch the bottom 5 for the series as a whole, but it does for season 7.
There's definitely like a tone change for this video. Like the fact that I have to talk about the worst episodes, and I'd probably watch them again too. You can just kind of hear my frustration and anger building all throughout, as opposed to like a season review where, you know, there's some good episodes generally mixed in with these episodes, or at least meh episodes. So I'm not just like angry the whole time.
Overhated? Yeah, a little bit. But honestly, it does deserve a lot of what it gets. Number 2, Back to the Past. So this one hasn't changed position, and I think I thoroughly explain why I hate it in the Season 7 video. The tone is confused, the jokes in the story are mostly about Patrick doing beyond stupid things for little reason. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's deaths were so random and needlessly dark and add nothing. We don't get to see the dictator Man Ray in the present. The ending is stupid, and I've seen this story done way better on The Simpsons, Kim Possible, and Danny Phantom. I give it credit for trying something different, but this came out so poorly, it makes me think they can't tell a more serious story at all, due to simply bad storytelling and a terrible job of mixing the jokes in. Also, it's extra length, making it extra bad. I know a lot of people love this, but I think it's trash. And
that was honestly great. That was all we needed after how much I tore into it in the season video. This is actually a really good Spongy Bits. I see why you guys wanted me to watch this one. Thank you, Pernafrau, for the super chat. We should watch Bottom of the Bakery and Bizarro Bakery after these SpongeBob reviews. No, no, guys, no more reacting, all right?
My least favorite episode in SpongeBob Season 7 is still that sinking feeling. Now,
I bet you all thought I was going to change my number 1, because, I did kind of concede on the one-course meal thing, but, no, let's hear me tear into this.
Shocked a lot of you, and to be honest, it kind of surprised me too. The reason this episode is my least favorite in all of Season 7 is because from start to finish, I was annoyed. SpongeBob and Patrick are nothing more than giggling, brain-dead annoyances. I'm not even talking about how they treat Squidward, I'm talking about how they treat me, the audience member. There is so much of that freaking mindless giggling that it drives me up a tree. There is not an ounce of charm in SpongeBob's and Patrick's actions. They are idiots who don't even think to go around Squid's border in the back. SpongeBob's voice has that obnoxious tone to it that he sometimes gets when acting really stupid. Every single scene and joke goes on for way longer than it needs to, like Patrick choosing which yard to go to, the extended digging sequences, and Squidward looking for SpongeBob and Pat when we know they're underground. Even the background music annoys me with how frequent it is in this episode. episode. And on top of all of that, the episode has no identity of its own. Back to the Past actually tried something different. I will give it credit for that much. But this episode is so creatively dead. We've seen SpongeBob and Patrick run around and annoy Squidward a lot. And the only gimmick to it is the underground, which, as I've already said, we had in Chum Caverns. And there is no other interesting twist to it beyond the fact that they are digging. Some might argue that how forgettable it is would make it better than other episodes on the list, but that's the thing. Even though I forget about what happens in the episode because of how samey and slow it all is, the irritation sticks with me.
I do not. Yeah, I don't remember this episode.
Can't give it an ounce of credit for originality or effort. The story is slow and nothing remotely new, and the gags get drowned out in the giggling and obnoxiousness. I hate this episode a lot, and I actually feel like Squidward when watching this, and that is not a good thing. That's why it's number 1. So there you go. Please refer to this as my official bottom 5 from now on. And now let me explain to you why some episodes are not on this list. First of all, The Monster Who Came to Bikini Bottom. Yes, this is a terrible episode, and even the French narrator is sick of Patrick's antics here. There's also animation mistakes, where there really haven't been many in any of the rest of the season. It doesn't have a clear conflict or trajectory. They just introduce stupid minor problems like the monster not having a name. But, to its credit, there are some borderline funny moments and lines. Like Patrick saying the monster's not a freak of nature. I'm not saying these jokes are good enough to make the episode anything better than a SpongeBob. It is definitely a terrible episode, but I do think these jokes and the fact that it's not as frustrating as some of the other episodes on this list is what keeps it out of the bottom 5. Next up, Stuck in the Ringer.
I do like that I did this. This is kind of cool, you know, to try to add to the video so it's not just like a 3-minute video. Or like a 5-minute video, I guess, to try to give it some value and explain why the other ones don't quite work as well.
Fair to this episode, it doesn't really get bad until Patrick re-enters the story. When SpongeBob is at the Krusty Krab, there is some okay slapstick going on, and the beginning part really isn't that bad. Yes, Patrick uses the glue on SpongeBob, but if the ending had actually been a lot better, this could have been redeemed. Still a bad episode, but not quite bad all the way through. And similarly, this is why A Pal for Gary isn't on the list. Because honestly, I feel like A Pal for Gary only has the one big problem and a slightly smaller problem. The big problem being, of course, that SpongeBob is just beyond ignorant here, and the smaller problem being that it's not very funny. But at least the episode has some action and a really awesome character design for the monster, and the first half is really more dull than anything else. Certainly bad, but not bottom 5 material, in my opinion. So there you go.
Okay.
I hope you really appreciate and understand why these things are my bottom 5, even if you don't necessarily agree. And also, I do truly apologize that this list wasn't at the end of the Season 7 video. PIEGUYRULZ, out.
Well, all right.
Hey guys.
Oh gosh. Oh, we're not watching it again. Okay, that was pretty good. Yeah, I see why you guys wanted me to watch that. I know that sinking feeling is maybe it's like up there with Have You Seen the Snail in terms of like things that people disagree with me on. And honestly, I think that's great. I think it's really great that I can have this opinion that's just like completely unique. If you guys want me to just regurgitate your own opinions back to you, then I wouldn't be doing my job as a critic. You know, like I can't just do that. I have to be true to how I feel and what I see, and that's what I saw at the time. And before anyone asks if I still hate it, I don't remember a thing from it. So I probably still think it's just the most forgettable, boring nothing of an episode. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Trav. Pie Guy watching his past given to his anger and hatred the day before Star Wars Day. Thank you, Bailey, for the super chat. What if you rewatch all these ranking streams and rank them on the tier list too? Thank you, Asher. I thought that singing feeling was okay, but what's considered annoying and boring is very subjective. True, true. And thank you, DDD. You make a top and bottom 5 for season 9 separate videos as well. How I did, but don't I? Do I add them to the combined list though? Right? When I make the combined season 9 video, I'm pretty sure I added that in, right? Because that's the one we're going to be watching, guys. Get ready. Not next week, obviously, because Mother's Day, but the week after, prepare yourselves, because we're watching the 3-hour video. Stream idea. Stream thumbnail idea. Pie Guy releasing Obnoxygen. Thank you, Trav. I feel like obnoxious was the thing I said a lot in season 7. Thank you, Live and Let Luz. Hey, Pie Guy, does Finding Nemo hit different for you now that you're a dad? I've always adored Finding Nemo. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I have not seen it since becoming a dad, but I can only imagine, like, I'm gonna think even higher of it. I'm sure it'll probably cause a little bit of anxiety, although maybe not because obviously I know how the movie goes. But yeah, no, it's a fantastic film, and I'm sure I will feel a little bit differently watching it as a dad. Thank you, Hyperdrive. Welcome to Pie's Pals. All right, let's get into season 8. Let me get that video up.
Are you ready?
I gotta make it smaller. Let's do. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, Rune Dylan. Oh my gosh, you guys are chat is going wild today. Man, it's thank you guys for being here. It's wonderful. Season 9's top and bottom 5 were edited into the full video. Yes, awesome. Good to know. Thank you, thank you. We're at 19 out of 50 on me playing Cosmic Shake or ooh, what's the other one? Titans of the Tide. When we hit it, if we hit it, I will do a poll in the chat and leave the poll up for a good amount of time and let you guys pick which one of those I'll play. I will probably maybe play the other one at some point as well, but this is what we'll play first. So thank you to that guy who makes random stuff. I'm pumped for the 8-hour live stream for season 9. In fairness, for season 9, I think we'll probably start streaming at an earlier time in the night because I don't want this to go for a million years, but we'll have to see. Thank you, GD Syndrome. 6-7. There you go. I said it. Was your child's first word SpongeBob? Yeah, it's like on The Simpsons when Maggie was possessed. SpongeBob. And thank you, Blue Nation. I do agree with the pal for Gary, where it's only extremely bad at the climax, but the whole pet cliche thing has been done several times in other shows. So the concept isn't original or fresh. Yeah, that's very fair. Thank you, Bailey. Trivia question. Season 1 wasn't actually when you invented the term SpongeBob. It was a reference to an older video. What video was it? Oh, was that the 10-year anniversary video where I'm like, SpongeBob isn't SpongeBob anymore. It's ScumBob. That might be it. All right, let's get on with this. Boom.
Kids, hey guys, PIEGUYRULZ here, and welcome to every episode of SpongeBob
Let me know if
Season
the audio
8
needs to be
reviewed.
changed.
Season 6 and 7 were rough. They were very, very rough. One could say that they were even coarse. But I have heard better things about Season 8, although I've heard a lot of varying opinions on Season 8. To an extent, every season gets mixed reviews, but Season 8 is very mixed. A lot of people really like it, a lot of people really don't like it. Some people think it's just okay, some people think it's an improvement over 7, some people think it's worse. I've heard a lot of things and I'm quite curious. I've seen about 4 or 5 episodes from this season before, but most of them were a long time ago. Everything outside of It's a SpongeBob Christmas has been at least a year, so I'm coming into this almost completely fresh. But before we begin, there's a few things I've got to say.
Oh, get on with it,
Firstly,
Pass
just so
Guy.
you know, I'll be spoiling pretty much everything about every episode.
It's kind of dumb that I put this spoiler tag, right? No one watches a SpongeBob video and expects you to hold back on what happens in the episode. I don't know. I don't think I need to do that for SpongeBob. For like Fiona and Cake, I guess maybe. But if you're watching like a comprehensive every episode review thing, presumably you've seen it, or at least you don't care if I describe in detail what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony. I decided to become a member because you changed my life. Wow, that's amazing. Also, who's your favorite male and female voice actor? Ooh, that's an amazing question. I'd probably say Mark Hamill is up there. Of course, you guys know I love my Will Arnett. And like to be completely honest, it's probably got to be Tom Kenny, right? There are voice actors like Mark Hamill that have given really, really nuanced performances or whatever, but just in sheer amount of how many characters that I care about that Tom Kenny voices. It's just like innumerable, you know, like it's crazy from like the mayor of Townsville to Simon Petrikov to SpongeBob SquarePants. Like it's just up there. As far as female voice actor, that's a really good question. Um, I'm trying to think. None specifically are springing to mind. Of course, Greg Griffin is really good at what she does. Um, Azula and Mandy are both very highly iconic characters. And then I mean, you gotta give it up to like, gosh, Christine Cavanaugh for Chucky and Dexter. Rest in peace. Like, pretty amazing stuff. Anyway, oh my gosh, guys, calm down with the super chats. We got to get on with this. I'm like, please make the streams shorter. I can't do bonuses at the end of streams. I have a life. I have a child. I have to get back to it. And you guys are like, no, super chats. But I love it. I love it. We need Anti-Pie Guy to review Choir Boys so we can have good episode. I really love this episode. So much about this impresses me. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. Thank you, Mechanical. As a kid, OCM SpongeBob reminded of Crabs Kills Pearls. Oh, one course meal SpongeBob. Yeah. A lot of people say it's kind of like creepypasta-ish. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Wait, hang on. We're gonna watch a little more, and then I'll get to the next
episode in the season. Secondly, if you want to hear me talk about more specific topics in SpongeBob, check out my Square Theory series. In particular, these videos right here I'm very proud of. You'll see a few of these images pop up during this video if I've already done a video on something relevant to what I'm talking about. And they'll be annotated, so feel free to click on them and watch that if you
no
so
more
desire.
annotations.
Similarly, there's a series called Spongy Bits where I review episodes that I've already reviewed in the Every Episode series here, except because they're their own videos, I'm able to go a lot more in depth there. I recommend these few, but there's a lot more to check out, so if you're more interested in longer reviews of individual episodes, please visit these videos. And with that, let us begin our 47 episode plunge into SpongeBob Season 8. Episode 153A, Accidents Will Happen.
Alright. Thank you for the super chat, Nani Moose. Hey, Pie Guy, happy to see you again. 2 questions. How do you choose if a dull episode is SpongeBob and not a meh? And would you ever do a retrospective on Spongehenge? It creeped me out, yet fascinated me how tonally different it is. The truth, it's just how I feel. It's just like, did I enjoy an episode I walked away from? You know, or like, how much enjoyment did I get? If I got maybe like a little enjoyment, even if it's forgettable, then it's meh. If I walk away and I'm like, I just got nothing at all out of this episode, then it's a SpongeBob. That's the long and short of it, but it's feelings and opinions, and it's not exactly an exact science. Would I do a retrospective on Spongehenge? I mean, it would be kind of interesting to dive in and figure out like what the deal is with that, like why it's so different and weird. But I don't know, probably not. This channel's probably just gonna be every episode reviews from here on out. Although I do have a second channel if I ever want to do a project like that. Thank you for the super chat, DDD. I'm gonna guess you're gonna be busy all Mother's Day, but on the off chance you somehow get some time, you could do season 9A and then 9B the following Sunday, but that's not gonna happen. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. I know we could split up season 9 if we had to, but I think what we'll do is we'll plan to stream all of season 9, and if not next week, the week after Mother's Day, if somehow we spend a million years on just 9A, then we'll split it on the fly and do the rest the week after. But I want to try to aim to do it all in 1 week. Oh yeah, Tara Strong's a good one. I guess I probably should have mentioned her. Nancy Cartwright. All right, that's fair. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you, Extreme 2 Swagger. I used to watch your videos a lot. Your SpongeBob reviews were what I used to get ready for. Do you think channels like Nickelodeon will die due to streaming? I mean, I think all channels will die if given enough time, really. Streaming is the way it is, I guess. I'm not sure, though, because, to be honest, if nothing else, having something that parents could just plop kids down in front of and not have to worry about what they're picking, there is, I guess, a use for that. I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Bailey. Pie Guy right now is Mrs. Puff waiting to go on a date while Mr. Krabs buys her another 5 fancy hats. Okay, let's go. Here we go.
Squidward suffers from an accident and abuses Mr. Krabs' fear of compensation. I like the premise of this episode, I really do. The thought of Squidward being lazy and sleeping on the job and getting hurt and then trying to milk that for all it's worth, and Mr. Krabs being too afraid of having to actually pay any money to actually bring in the inspector, and so he'll do all of Squidward's bidding. It all makes sense for the characters, and it all seems like a very natural story. With that said though, the execution unfortunately is a bit lacking. It's not a very funny episode. I'm not going to say that it's humorless, because there are things like Squidward's pathetic little whine for help, and the whole bit about Squidward apparently having ankles, and there's a cool little reference to Doodle Bob when Patrick says Finland after being injured, and Patrick himself
Little did I know that we'd, or at least I'd be a little tired of Doodle Bob at this point with the fact that they brought him back full on more than once, I think.
doesn't actually cause any problems whatsoever in this episode, which is a nice refreshing change. But unfortunately, it's just not that interesting of an episode. Yes, the idea behind it is a good one, but how it
Do I mean Frankendoodle instead of Doodle Bob? Doesn't matter. You know what I meant. You know what whatever. I'm just gonna start calling him Steve, just to upset you guys. If I say Steve, I'm talking about Frankendoodle, Doodle Bob. Oh gosh. Thank you, gosh, your name always trips me up. Cosmikami, Cosmic, whatever. You know who you are. Have I considered redoing pre-movie reviews? No comment.
plays out is just, well, not very interesting. I thought it was pretty obvious that Squidward was faking from the start, so the mystery element really did nothing for me. And it's another episode that takes place at the Krusty Krab, meaning that there isn't anything unique about the locations. I guess it's kind of cool to see the Krusty Krab back room. I don't know how many times we've really seen that.
Ooh, the back rooms. Also, how do you guys feel about the PyCon facing that direction? I don't know. Like it doesn't look bad. It just feels a little wrong. It feels a little dirty. I don't know. It feels like a dirty bubble, you know? But I guess that's just kind of where I could fit it on the slide layout. To be honest, I love these slides. I think that they are like really nicely designed. The Mermaid Man belt at the top and the rings and all the different objects, the Orb of Confusion, Murmuring. Sometimes with the slide layouts, I would just get inspiration. Like I'd be like, oh, obviously we're gonna just do that for that character. And then other times I'd be like, oh, what am I gonna do for this character? And I feel like I guess I've kind of made each slide layout be based upon a character specifically. But in this Fiona and Cake Season 2 video I'm working on, it's actually not themed around a character. I themed it around a location instead.
But it is still just another room.
Every episode of Danny Phantom reviewed. Thank you, Pernevrow. Probably not that.
In the Krusty Krab. And the guy that comes to inspect the accident doesn't really have much of a personality or a great character design or anything. He's just kind of there. Plus, the episode also has elements that I've seen done way better in something like Krusty Towers or Plankton vs. Krabs. All of that, to me, just screams that this is a meh episode. It's not meh because there's anything really bad in it so much as there is just a lack of good things in it. Episode 153B.
That was a good review. I like that. I think I'd give that an A. I think we're starting out really strong here. What do you guys think? Boop. Every episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender reviewed. Pernavow. Honestly, that might be interesting, but it also might be really boring because I don't know that I don't know that I can list anything lower than a meh. And to be honest, I feel like maybe there's like 2 mehs in the entire series. A, B tier. Yeah, I think A. Let's go with A.
The other Patty. Plankton and Mr. Krabs.
Is the stream laggy for anyone? Let me know. Let me know. Sometimes it's just one person and you just refresh your stream and it works. Sometimes there's an actual issue. If there is an issue, let me know and I can lower the bit rate. But it looks like things are fine on my end.
Must team up to
C tier. Why do you say that? No. A tier.
Steal a new competitor's secret recipe. So this episode is Another kind of bland one. There's very few jokes I liked, although I did enjoy the part where Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob were hiding behind a fish, and Plankton's line about the recipe sounds like cannibalism, but the rest of it is just not very funny in my opinion. And the pacing of this episode is kinda slow too, in that the characters stop and talk to SpongeBob about their plans, and just in general their plans don't seem to be very fast-paced. Now, all that alone would probably make a meh episode. Unfortunately for the other Patty, there's two big problems here that drive it into SpongeBob territory. Problem number one, the story doesn't make any sense. Why is the other
I want to see that SpongeBob transition again.
The other Patty? There's two big problems here that drive it into SpongeBob territory.
Okay, so it's like a spinning spiral. There's like sparkles coming
Problem
out
number
from the
one,
center.
the story doesn't make any.
And then it's like a heavily gradiented border SpongeBob frame. Oh, and I like that it turns into the tickle belt. That's a nice touch, Pie Guy. Past guy. However, I don't know what this is referencing. I would assume I would have either done something based around the specials for the season or maybe the road trip. I don't actually know. I have no idea. A bit laggy. Sorry. Trying to keep up with all the different conversations we're having with chat here. Thank you, Loon. Have I seen any of Braden and Sane's videos inspired by what you did for SpongeBob seasons for the Fairly Odd Parents? I have not, but I've heard plenty about it, and I'm happy that it's a format that's worked for other people. Okay.
Sense.
It's not the Disney Channel ribbon. How do you handle listening to your own voice? It's impressive. I mean, I don't love my voice, but I've done this for so long. I've had to listen to myself in editing so much that I just don't care anymore, you know? I don't think I have a good voice, but it is what it is. The season layout is probably my favorite, but it's hard to say because I think they get better with each season reviewed. Well, thank you, Asher. I kind of agree with that. I do feel like season 7's maybe was better than this. The snail, like the snail trail and stuff. Like I really like that touch. But this one's cool. I think the tickle belt, the mermaid's belt into the tickle belt's smart for the SpongeBob.
Why is the other Patty shack already open when SpongeBob is still talking to Plankton about how he wishes there was a way for Plankton and Krabs to become friends? Now, of course, it's possible that he opened up the shack before he had that little discussion where he was like, hey, you guys should be friends. But that doesn't really seem likely, as that seems to be the jumping off point for SpongeBob's idea. And even if he created the shack beforehand, who's running it when SpongeBob is with Plankton and Mr. Krabs? I guess it's possible that, like, Patrick or someone was running it, but still, it just seems like a weird inconsistency that they never address. I get that SpongeBob is goofy and weird and illogical sometimes, but it wasn't made into a joke. There's no reference to it at all. It's just this thing we're supposed to believe because herder twist ending. But onto the more pressing issue, the fact that this episode is a very direct copy of Best Frenemies from season 4. Now, I doubt the intention of the writers was to rip something off from a previous episode, but intentional or not, this episode is nearly identical to Best Frenemies.
It's kind of crazy, too, that it was only like 4 years difference in airing. I don't know when the production of these episodes were, but this isn't something where it's like, you know, they have an episode idea and then 15 years later they do something that's kind of similar. Like, it's only a few years at that point. Thank you for the super chat, Prenavrow. It was based off the jerkification sequences in It's a SpongeBob Christmas, the SpongeBob transition. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense what I would have based it on. Yeah.
Except Best Frenemies is way better. In that episode, the schemes for getting the new recipe were a lot more fast-paced and interesting. And we didn't have SpongeBob along, meaning we got to actually see a lot more of Plankton and Mr. Krabs interacting. They could have easily done something about Mr. Krabs and Plankton bonding and SpongeBob trying to get them together as friends without it having to be almost identical to an episode that I've already seen years ago. It's not the worst SpongeBob in the world. It really isn't, but I can't overlook the fact that everything this episode does has already been done way better. And the other Patty, unfortunately, doesn't bring much new or interesting to the table. Episode 150.
I don't love that review. I don't know. There's something about it that was a little wordy, maybe. I think I'd maybe throw it in C tier. I think I explained myself just fine, but I don't know. Honestly, just being like it's a poor man's version of frenemies. Just saying that might have been might have been enough. I seem a little maybe too angry at it. I don't know. Let's see. We're putting thank you, Printervrow. Love the fun fact for this slide, by the way. You mean drive through or the other patty? Let's see what the other patty's fun fact was. This episode is very similar to Best Frenemies. Oof. Okay, yeah, that's not a good one. Bye guy. I am trying. Listen, with the Fiona and Cake season 2, I am trying to genuinely put actually interesting facts from behind the scenes info. I've been scouring the production blog for Adventure Time, as well as several interviews that the head writer, producer, lead person at Amudo has been did around the time of the release and before it. I love the picture of the drive-thru is interesting. A tier, C tier, B or D, C. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of mixes on that, so I think C tier is probably right for the other patty. Favorite season of The Simpsons? Thank you, Rebecca. Probably season 6. Thank you, DDD. The Krusty Bucket back in season 12 does this plot better. It has Plankton create a Mr. Krabs Plankton hybrid using their DNAs, and it takes over the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab and combines them. That's certainly a plot. I don't know how I feel about the gene splicing. I mean, I guess that's a staple on this show at this point, but someone, an entity taking over both the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab and combining them is a cool idea. I think they should probably do more episodes where the Krusty Krab and the Chum Bucket are like in different environments. Like you could do an episode where they're both like at an airport food court or something. I don't know. Just be like, yeah, they're opening up new stands here, or they're opening up like a, I don't know, they're opening up in a school cafeteria or something. Just who cares? Who cares why that's happening? Just put some dumb excuse and say like, we're branching out, we're doing that. Yeah, I know that probably devalues the Krusty Krab 2 in the movie, but whatever. I think that would be fun. Thank you for the super chat, Jake Blake. Would I ever review season 11 or at least share a brief overall opinion on it? I mean, there's a world in which that happens. Okay.
Look, the fact that every drive-thru. The Krusty Krab opens a disastrous drive-thru. This is one of those rare episodes that I started out really disliking, and then as I watched it again and again, I actually started to grow an appreciation for it. It's an odd episode for sure, because there's a lot of different conflicts going on, and there isn't really a central one. Mr. Krabs opens up the drive-thru, and then it's just a bunch of stories of bad things that happen in relation to the drive-thru. My point being is that the episode is a little bit all over the place. There's a lot of different things going on. There's the drive-thru being really popular. There's Mr. Krabs with his sledgehammer busting through everything. We get to see the mayor again. Plankton has 2 appearances. Larry gets a cameo. And there's quiet comments from Squidward that are actually pretty funny when you pay more attention to them. It's all the little details in this episode that, to me, make it a good episode. I like SpongeBob and Squidward having to work together to deal with the insanity of the drive-thru when it's busy. I like the gags with Plankton getting run over. And I guess part of the reason why I wasn't crazy about it at first is that the episode does kind of feel very long. Because there's not really an obvious point A to point B for the story to progress in, it can kind of feel like it drags on if you're not digging the episode. But if you warm up to it and start liking it, then you'll be happy with just how long it feels. It is another episode at the Krusty Krab, but I feel like this one has a lot more of an identity because of the new drive-thru location and because of how the Krusty Krab gets progressively more wrecked as the episode goes on. I should also point out that for some reason in this episode, the walls to the Krusty Krab are not made of glass and are instead made of wood. I guess the thought is that if the walls were made of glass, the sledgehammer would just bust the whole wall, but I really don't know how much that was needed. Episode 154B.
I don't think that was a good review. If I'm being completely honest, it gets a D for drive-thru. Yeah, no, I don't know. You guys like that review? I just feel like that was a list a bunch of things I liked, and then also I don't really know what I'm on about with this whole like, oh, I warmed up to it, and I mean, I like that's true. I can. Like there are times where like I rewatch it and I'm like, actually I kind of dig the vibe. Like I'm in the right headspace to enjoy this, but I don't think I explain that very well. And I don't know, yeah, and the episode feels really long, but if you like the episode, a long episode's cool. C is past Pie Guy falling off. He might be. We'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe see, everyone's like season 6 and 7 are your peak, so maybe it's all downhill. No, I know people really like the season 9 video. People seem mixed about the review. Fair. I think I'm gonna put it in D just because that's how I feel, and no one else can come to a consensus. So D for drive through.
Shot. A raceboat driver's son enrolls in SpongeBob's boating school class. I think what I like the most about this episode is Tony Fast.
No, my peak is not 6'7". What are you? No, stop. Hang on, wait. Let me. There we go. Boom. By the way, I think we've gotten enough members that I can add some more PyCons. So, yeah, I'll have to get opinions from you guys of which ones we should add. Okay. Anyway.
Jr.'s character and how he helps SpongeBob. I like the fact that SpongeBob is able to actually achieve some manner of success in driving. And I like that it's consistent that SpongeBob's main problem is that he's overexcited, overeager, and too nervous, and if he were to just calm down, he can drive like a pro. But back to Tony Jr.'s character, what I really like about him is that he's, well, different. You'd think he's like the stereotypical cool kid, and at times he is, but he's also kind of nice to SpongeBob. They have this, like, unconventional friendship between a
9B is peak. Okay, so my best reviews are 6'9", and I'd like to see you guys make a joke out of that. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. We should have a laughing PyCon so we can laugh with you. Okay, fair enough. Let me see if I wonder if I could add them during the stream. That would be kind of crazy, right? While we're watching an episode, I just do a quick Photoshop job. I might be able to. Let's see. Emoji. Add another emoji. Oh, sweet. I can add. Oh my. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more emojis. That's crazy. Okay, anyway.
dork and a cool kid. And Tony Jr. is both a good influence on SpongeBob and a bad influence. He's good because he's helping SpongeBob drive, and he's being an okay friend to SpongeBob, but he's a bad influence because at the same time, he's encouraging him to do some bad stuff. Tony Jr. isn't a good guy or a bad guy. He's a character that's actually layered, and that's not something you see too often on SpongeBob. Not to say he's incredibly complex or anything, but it's nice that they didn't just go with stereotypical, jerky, cool character. He stays the cool guy, but he also has a believable and kind of charming friendship with SpongeBob. And that's really the crux of the episode, Tony Jr. and his friendship with SpongeBob. And for that reason, I'm going to say it is a good episode. I like the friendship between the two of them. I like how it features a cool race
solid
boat,
review, I
and it's
think.
got an almost 50s greaser style theme to it. It's an episode that definitely stands out and has its own identity. There's not too many jokes, but the ones that are there work, like the implication that the girl was gonna ask Tony Jr. to sign her boobs, Larry getting a tan, and the subtle joke at the end of Mrs. Puff saying that Tony Jr.
Very weird hearing my past self say boobs. Also, I clearly wasn't that comfortable saying it for the recording because I say it really awkwardly.
isn't with us anymore. That light sprinkling of jokes and the enjoyable friendship between the two characters make this an episode that's just cool. 155.
I kind of think that might be an S tier review. I think I want to make like a short out of that one. If I'm being honest. What do you guys think? Tony Jr. is now a recurring character. Thank you, Billy. I don't believe you. No, that one you're joking at. That one, thank you, Trav, for the super chat. If you ever talk about The Simpsons, you better do an off-the-cuff Marge impression at some point. Oh, that was bad. Oh, homie. Homie. Gosh, S tier, yeah, let's do it. You know what? I feel really good about that one. T for Tony Jr. Boom, S tier. But you know, I like that I kind of point out how fun it is to play with like a more neutral character on SpongeBob that, you know, not a villain or a good guy purely. You can add CUMBO. Thank you, Bailey. I don't know what you mean, but that's okay. Oh, for the... I see. For I can add the letters. Well, the problem is if I give you those letters, there's a naughty thing you guys can do with them, and I don't want that to be done. Thank you, Brow. Do your impression of Lois Griffin. Peter. Huh. Oh gosh. What? I'll tell you what. When we get to the mimic episode, whatever that one's called, where SpongeBob mimics everyone, I'll do a bunch of I'll do whatever dumb cartoon impressions you want me to. How about that? All right. And if you guys give me just like 12 seconds here, I'm gonna add some more PyCons to the pool. I have to just take. I should have really just pre-made a ton of them, but I really didn't think we'd get we'd get this many members this fast. You guys are awesome. All right, so let's see. Is there any specific faces you want? We have angry, blank stare, bored, confused, depressed, devil. There's a lot of these. Let me put you over to the side so I can actually see you. The angry redhead. Mary Jane Watson? Angry devil confused pie. All right. Here we go. Let's go with angry. The classic emotion. Everyone loves angry. Angry is the one with the red eyes. The Rick and Morty mouth one. That was not a PyCon from the first set. I mean, I guess I could. Oh, no. Maybe it was. Fiery hair pie guy, Squidward pie, not amused, the XD lab. You guys are just listing all the PyCons. Come on, everyone. You can't have all of them. Can't have all of them. I gotta copy them. I guess I could probably allow you guys to see what I'm doing, but I feel like I'll end up messing up and showing my social security number if I just like free add screens to, add things to my to my OBS setup without properly prepping them off stream. I'm always paranoid of that because I mean you guys know like my wallpaper, it's just my social security numbers. Could you imagine like your wallpaper's your social security card? That would be kind of a funny bit for a streamer, right? You show your desktop and it's not your actual social security number, but it's just like it's just like a fake one. All right. Okay. Working on anger. I have to like properly crop it is the thing. That's really like the work that has to be done here. But boom. Save it as a JPEG or a PNG, probably. Yeah, save it as a PNG. Angry. All right, we'll add one right now, and then we'll get back to it, okay? So you guys can officially be angry. I should release Pie Guy Funko Pops. Thanks, the anonymous person. That sounds like a horrible, horrible idea. I don't know if you guys know this. I don't like Funko Pops. I've probably gotten on this soapbox before, but it's not really my thing. Some of them can look all right, but mostly they just look dead. Let's see. Angry. Okay, so there's angry. Boom. Save and publish. So soon you should be able to... Let's see. You might have to refresh the stream, but you should be able to add angry. Yeah, I don't have it. But if you refresh the stream, maybe it'll show up. Okay. What are your thoughts on U2s? That depends. Do I get one? Okay. Next episode.
A friendly game. SpongeBob and Patrick play indoor mini golf. This is an episode that just perfectly embodies the rating of meh, in that it's just not that interesting of an episode, but it's also not bad. I like some of the aspects of the indoor mini golf. I like how they transform SpongeBob's house. I like the ridiculous costumes they wear. And I like the idea of SpongeBob having a mini golf episode. But at the same time, I didn't really find anything in this episode to be funny. Maybe the butter sculpture a little bit, but that's about it. And in terms of the story, it's just not that interesting. They try to kind of play up a conflict of Patrick being competitive with SpongeBob.
I don't remember this episode, like, at all. I know I don't remember a lot of this, but I don't have any memory of a mini golf episode, really? Okay, thank you for the super chat. Ethan Lane, do an impression of Waluigi. Wah! Waluigi #1. There you go. Thank you, Pete of Dawn, for the super chat. You do not know the pain of being named Peter and having everyone say that to you. You do not know. To be fair, if your name was Jason, I'd be doing the heavy rain thing. Jason. That's an old game. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. And let's see. I read that one. Pie Guy's social security card is merch. Thank you, Bailey. Yeah, great idea.
But that doesn't really play off as very interesting. And otherwise, there's not really any other conflict. I mean, Squidward is concerned about being annoyed, but that happens in so many other episodes, and Squidward spends most of this episode sleeping, so it's not like he even really does that much. So the first 2/3 of the episode are just kind of somewhat mundane mini-golfing. There's a few jokes they throw in there, and the courses themselves are interesting and comedically designed, but it still plays pretty much just like mini-golf, and that's not really that interesting to watch, at least not on its own. And then the last third of the episode just goes back to the wreck Squidward's house trope. It's been done so much before and in so many different ways, and so many better ways, that this whole...
Are we sure this episode happened? Can we be sure? I don't remember it. I have no recollection. Thank you for the super chat, Trav. I think this is the episode where Agnew gets run over. Like the Spirou Agnew? President Nixon's vice president? Hey, we hit the goal! All right, everyone. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Thank you. So, one day this upcoming week, we will stream one of the SpongeBob games. I will schedule that stream as soon as I know what day works for me. But it'll probably be like, like 8 p.m. Or maybe like 7 p.m. Somewhere between like 6 and 8 p.m. it'll start. Somewhere between like Wednesday and Saturday, if that helps. And let's do a poll right now to see which game we should play. So we got Titans of the Tide. Again, I may eventually do the other one. This is not excluding that. It's just which one we're going to play first. Titans of the Tide and Cosmic Shake. Boom. Titanics of the Tide. Right. Yeah, so we'll just leave that up for a little while until the votes stop rolling in, and yeah. Cool. Okay.
Old SpongeBob blindfolding himself and whacking around his golf club shtick just doesn't interest me in any way. And SpongeBob and Patrick are aware that they're annoying Squidward and wrecking his house and bothering him, but they care too much about the let's play it where it lands mantra to actually, I don't know, do anything about the fact that they're wrecking his house. But it's not like it's awful. I wouldn't put it...
Okay, the let's play it where it lands thing is starting to ring a little bit of a bell. Fair warning, Cosmic Shake does use music from the show. Yeah, I have heard that, Shadik. We'll just mute the music at various points, I guess. Yeah.
With, like, Good Neighbors or Choir Boys or anything like that. There's a few neat things in there, a few things I don't like, but the majority of it is just, 155B.
I thought that review was okay. I think maybe like a B tier. Maybe it was a little long. It might also not be a little long. We just got really distracted in the middle of it. I think it's B. D for dementia. Oh, gosh. Please forgive me for what I do when I don't remember you, SpongeBob. uh, C tier. All right, yeah, well, we'll C tier it. I don't know if it's a B tiers. All right, we'll B tier. We'll B tier it. Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Sentimental Sponge. Out of misplaced sentimentality, SpongeBob starts hoarding everything. I never thought I'd watch an episode where SpongeBob becomes a hoarder. That's such a strange and yet it makes perfect sense for the character. The fact that the writers are doing
Hang on, I just changed the audio to be mono because I feel like that'll sound better than stereo. I still don't understand why I recorded these in stereo. There's no reason to.
I never thought I'd watch an episode where SpongeBob becomes a hoarder. That's such a strange and out there concept, and yet it makes perfect sense for the character. The fact that the writers are doing episodes and ideas that I would have never thought of in a million years is a really good thing, especially in Season 8 when there's a lot of types of stories on SpongeBob that have been done to death. It's nice to see something a little bit fresh and different. And I like that it is also another example of Patrick giving SpongeBob bad advice. And of course, it's not like it's really even Patrick's fault. He's just an idiot and said something stupid. It's not like Patrick is forcing him to hold on to anything, and in fact, Patrick doesn't even play a part in the episode after the beginning and a small cameo at the end. In terms of jokes, it is another episode that is kind of light on them, unfortunately. I do like the running gag.
The stream is lagging? Oh no. Alright, hang on. Let me go into studio mode. I apologize. Sorry, let me go to my settings, I mean. Oh gosh. Thank you for the super chat, Printervrow. This stream isn't about SpongeBob as much as it's about membership, PyCons, and games. Well, you're not helping by doing a super chat. I'm sorry if that bothers you guys. Now that we hit our goal and we've got our poll up and we've got our plans and we've talked about everything, once I fix the dang stream, we're gonna be tier listing from here on out. Let's see. Bitrate I will lower. Let's see. Hopefully this helps.
Of Squidward's nightshirt being confused for a dress. That was something that was just pretty funny. And aside from that, most of the other gags are SpongeBob holding on to and collecting weird things, which isn't so much funny as it is just kind of interesting. And in addition to the lack of jokes, this episode just doesn't really have much of a big hook in terms of the story. Yes, the premise of SpongeBob hoarding is interesting, and yes, the story told is okay, but it is missing just something to really draw me in. And for that reason, I think it's a meh. If it had been funnier, or if it had had just something a little bit more in the episode, then it could have definitely been good. But as it stands, it's an episode that's just okay. The first of many.
Okay. That review was maybe like a B tier. It was okay. It was okay. But I think what we're gonna do is I think we're gonna change the S tier to upper crust because I'm getting confused seeing SpongeBob S's in the chat, and I don't want to be confused. So upper crust if you think it's one of the best ones. Again, thanks to CDCP2 for that pun. But so we're renaming that. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's just it's not a very good review, C tier. I think it's just like a perfectly neutral review, personally. Anyone else think it's weird though that we all just collectively agreed like, yeah, it's fine to make fun of hoarding. Like it's a serious mental disorder that ruins people's lives. I'm not saying like let's cancel SpongeBob for doing something problematic, and maybe this won't age well when we re-review this in 10 years. But I don't know. I'm not taking it out on the episode really. I'm just kind of thinking like it's a serious problem. I don't know. It's a little weird. Thank you, Bailey. Audio balancing and lag, a staple of Pie Guy streams since 2017. All right, yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Thank you, Asher. Have you actually considered making merch? Not seriously, no, not really. I don't know why. I think I've done enough monetizing lately. I really appreciate all the money you guys are giving me. But I don't want to give you anything in return. No, I don't know. I really just I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someday.
Specials 156 Frozen Face Off. SpongeBob and friends must survive several challenges as they race through an Arctic tundra. This special right here manages to avoid all of the pitfalls that bad SpongeBob specials almost always fall into. This episode has good pacing, it has multiple conflicts, it's actually funny, and there's nothing in the episode that feels like filler. It's fun, it's funny, it's exciting, and it feels like an adventure. Because there's so many characters that are involved, and because there are so many obstacles that the characters have to avoid. There's the abominable monster, there's freezing to death, there's the race, there's Plankton stealing the formula, and these conflicts naturally flow into one another. It's not like they're just randomly pulling problems out of thin air. All of the conflicts fit together in this motif of there being this fake race, and not just that the conflicts themselves are great, but how the characters solve the problems is satisfying as well. Almost every character in this special does something. SpongeBob is the one with the sleigh, Gary is the one that pulls them, Sandy comes up with inventive ways for them to navigate through the hills, Mr. Krabs fills us in on the backstory of the abominable mollusk, even Patrick is useful in how he brings along his gummy worms, and Karen alerts the gang to Plankton's plot, and Plankton himself has a little subplot in trying to open the safe that is funny and quick and serves as a nice way to break up the main story without feeling like it's just something completely random that was thrown in. Heck, there's even multiple action sequences in trying to avoid the monster's attack and in trying to escape it. This is a true adventure. This is something that's worthy of being a special. There is so much more story fit into this 22 minutes than there is in most of the other specials, and even the TV movies that have more than double the amount of time of this episode manage to tell much less epic, less interesting, less complicated stories than this one. And I like the jokes. I like Sandy saying that Karen needs a reboot as Sandy kicks her with her boot, and I like the running gag of Squidward getting frozen. He doesn't actually get to do a lot because of that, but at least he has his own little running gag that's actually kind of funny. And of course there's the monster. Look at that thing. I can't do it justice. It manages to both be menacing and also incredibly derpy and funny at the same time.
Apparently, I'm still saying derpy in whatever this was, 2016.
And it's overall just really visually impressive. I love the inclusion of that thing. After all this gushing, of course it's a good episode. It's nice to see so many characters together and put into a story that actually feels big and epic and important. This is how you do a SpongeBob special right. 157.
Interesting. Some people are saying upper crust for this review. Let's see. Infinity Nerdy says, I've had hoarders in my life and wasn't offended. TBH. Thank you for the super chat. It's not that I think that hoarding should be like an off limits subject or anything. It is just interesting that, I don't know, I guess reality TV has kind of turned it. I don't know. It's done like it's a double-edged sword. It's raised a lot of awareness, but at the same time, it's also turned it into kind of like a punchline a little bit. I don't know. It's just interesting. And thank you, Asher, for the super chat. You probably could have put the PyCon above the highlight since it's pretty small at the top of the screen. I could have, but I probably was going to, but then I thought it was funnier to put me in the driver's seat. So, let's see. Thank you, Epic Gamer. I would probably wear a SpongeBob episode T-shirt and displaying a Pie Guy action figure with the PIEGUYRULZ comic series. Honestly, I don't even know if I could legally sell SpongeBob. I'd have to see what the font actually is. I don't remember. It's cracked, I think it's called, something like that. If it's a like a public domain font, I definitely could, but I don't know. I'd have to see. But that would kind of be funny. Luke Vaughn's favorite season 8 episode, by the way. Thank you, Prunavrow. Interesting. I don't know who that is, but interesting. I don't think this is an upper crust review, to be completely honest. I feel like me gushing about it is good. Like, it's cool that I'm very positive about it, but at the same time, I'm very repetitive in what I say. I could have said everything that I say in much more efficient word choices. It could have been quicker and just like better phrased. So I think I'll put it in B tier just because you guys like it so much. I would probably put it in C tier myself personally. I'd love to wear a SpongeBob episode T-shirt.
See so many characters together and put into a story that actually Grandma's Kisses and Patrick Smartpants got together and had a baby,
Oh, wait, hang
do a
on.
SpongeBob special right. 157A, Squidward's School for Grown-Ups. Squidward teaches Patrick how to be an adult. If Grandma's Kisses and Patrick Smartpants got together and had a baby, this episode would be that baby. And that's not really that much of a bad thing. SpongeBob and Patrick acting immaturely and being childish and trying to prove to others that they're adults has been a recurring theme throughout the series and first movie. That being said, the ending twist with the sea urchin is incredibly predictable thanks to Patrick Smartpants. So that's kind of unfortunate, though it is a twist.
Is everyone okay? Chat seems to be a little worried. Did I skip forward or back too much? No. My VLC lets me skip. It's like 5 seconds. I think we skipped too far forward and then we went back.
Series and first movie. That being said, the ending twist with the sea urchin is incredibly predictable thanks to Patrick Smartpants. So that's kind of unfortunate, though it is a twist that makes sense. I don't hate it, I'm just saying that it's incredibly predictable. Actually, I can sum up my feelings on this episode pretty succinctly. I disliked the first half of this episode, and I liked the second half of it. The episode opens on boats screaming, which is just as awful as it sounds, though the part where they scream quietly when smaller boats pass is actually kind of funny, as well as SpongeBob acting really annoying while Squidward tries to educate Patrick. But as soon as they get to the art museum, things take a turn for the better. I like SpongeBob smudging the birth of Venus, which is funnier if you know what that painting actually looks like. I like Patrick saying boring and then trying to claim that he was actually saying flooring. And I thought SpongeBob at the Opera was a really interesting, weird, and cool place for it to go. I like the operatic song that he sings. So when you get half bad and half good together, you end up with meh. And that's how I feel. 157B, Oral Report.
I think that was an okay review. I think I probably put it at B. Not anything great. To be fair, it was the season with episodes like Pet Sitter Pat, Are You Happy Now, and Demolition Doofus. C tier. B tier. Pycon tier. C for chlorine. B or C tier. Okay. All right, we'll leave it at B.
SpongeBob is nervous about giving a speech in front of his boating school class. This is another one of those episodes that actually grew on me as I watched it again. There's really only two things I don't like. The treatment of Mrs. Puff, even though that has been a long-standing running gag in the show, and even though I have liked it in the past, I feel like in this episode, it's kind of unfair, especially because Mrs. Puff pretty much didn't do anything, and she gets her boat hijacked by SpongeBob and then has to pay for it. Although it's a boating school episode, technically she's not even in most of the episode. It'd be like if she got arrested at the end of Procrastination. But that's really a minor gripe. And my other issue is with the underwear goggles malfunctioning. Patrick breaking them was a little bit and when they malfunction, it's weird. Like, I don't know how they malfunction in a way where SpongeBob can suddenly hear from these goggles. I guess there's speakers in the underwear. Why would Sandy put those in? As well as the fact that they make mouths appear on people's crotches, which is just very, very odd. Not horrible, and it's honestly a pretty small part of the episode, but I found that to be a little bit off-putting. In general, there's a lot I like in this episode. I like the opening setup where all the customers are hungry because SpongeBob's not feeding them, and then SpongeBob, looking at that crowd acting really scary, becomes afraid of giving his speech. I think that was a really clever way to set up this plotline, and similarly, I like the way it was resolved. I like how SpongeBob gives this really moving speech to the police officers. I think really that should have just been the end of the episode where they were just like, alright, the speech is too beautiful, we can't arrest you, or something like that. And in the middle there, you have some fun stuff. I was initially on the fence about Patrick's behavior, but honestly, after some thought, I'm not bothered by it at all. Partially because SpongeBob himself calls out Patrick's behavior. It's actually treated in the show as if Patrick is being a jerk here. And also partially because his antics are so fast-paced that they're actually kind of funny, especially him just randomly showing up in a Mrs. Puff costume. And in terms of jokes, yeah, this episode is a little bit light on them, but the ones that are there, like SpongeBob looking at Sandy with the underwear goggles and not seeing anything different, as well as him looking at Patrick's disgusting underwear, which thankfully we don't have to see, are decent jokes, and there's a few more like that. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a fairly low good. It's not a great episode, it certainly could have been funnier, but I wasn't bothered by Patrick's jerkiness, and I liked the story of the episode. 158.
Thank you, DDD. A deleted scene of Squidward's School for Grown-Ups resurfaced very recently where SpongeBob sings Hello, My Baby, the song the one frog sings in that Looney Tunes short. Interesting. That's strange. That's very strange, but that would be interesting. I recently have been watching Looney Tunes actually. I was feeling nostalgic, so I decided to watch some old Looney Tunes stuff. Um, Thank you for the super chat, Pranav Rao. Unpopular opinion alert. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Say A tier review, C tier. Don't rate it based upon what you think of the episode. I think people don't like don't like this episode. A tier. I thought it was a fine review. I don't think it was too wordy. I don't think it went on too long. I think I explained myself pretty well. So we could throw it in A tier. Please do a Looney Tunes video. I'm not doing a Looney Tunes video. No. Every Looney Tunes cartoon reviewed. I don't know what that voice was, but no. Nope, nope, nope. C-A-B. I think I'm happy to put that in an A tier review. This is a deleted shot of Patrick's nasty butt. I don't believe you. And okay, it looks like we can end the poll because Cosmic Shake won. So sometime this week we will be playing Cosmic Shake. I will make a note of that. Boom. Do the Cosmic Shake. Pie Guy referencing ancient memes. Okay, so we can end that poll. 59 to 41. Pretty close. Pretty close. Okay. Let's keep going.
8A, Sweet and Sour Squid. Plankton feigns appreciation for Squidward's music in an attempt to get the formula. So this episode was off to a great start. Really, it was. The idea of Plankton tricking Squidward into telling him the formula, okay, that's something that hasn't really been seen before, even though Plankton's tried to get it out of SpongeBob quite a few times. He's never really gone the direction of Squidward, so it's a new concept. And I like how Squidward is not fooled by Plankton's stupid costumes. I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but it almost feels like it's poking fun at how many times they've done the Plankton dresses up as someone to fool SpongeBob storyline. However, as soon as this episode hits the midway point, the majority of sounds coming from it are horribly played clarinet, punctuated by Plankton screaming. I have no idea why they thought this was an okay thing to do, but so much of this episode is Squidward playing the clarinet poorly. Now, they've had Squidward playing poorly in a number of episodes, but usually just as a quick little thing, not as something that lasts for minutes on end in the episode. What's ridiculous about this is that Plankton gets earplugs and he puts them in, and yet we, the audience, still have to hear Squidward's awful clarinet. It would be much better if we didn't hear it, or we heard it be muffled, or, in fact, I betcha it would even be funnier if it was silent, or had some other unfitting music playing while everyone was reacting in horror to Squid's bad music. There are certainly creative ways that you could do this story and have Squid play this bad music while not actually subjecting the viewer to listen to this bad music for so long. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Of all the ways to annoy characters on this show, doing it with audio annoyances is the worst way to do it because it's annoying to the audience too. If a character gets hit on the head with a brick repeatedly, fine, whatever, I don't have to get hit on the head with a brick. But if a character is subjected to some audio torture, then so am I, and that's not good. The concept behind this episode was a good idea, it really was. But man, did this one thing just really sink any chance this episode had of being anything other than a SpongeBob episode. On the bright side, I like Plankton's song, but even that is punctuated by Squidward's bad playing. Granted, it's a lot better in the song than anywhere else in the episode, but even still, it's annoying. Despite
I forgot that I made the rings disappear like they were stolen.
Me liking at least Plankton's part of the song. Another note on the story is that it pretty much doesn't really go anywhere in the middle. Once Plankton has decided to indulge in Squidward's music, they just kind of walk around with Plankton cheering him on. You know, nothing really happens there in the middle of the episode. 158B.
I think that's a solid B tier review. I kind of go on a little bit long, but I think I explained things pretty well. So, yeah. Also, I do kind of see why people got sick of me constantly comparing episodes to older episodes. I do agree that it can be a little bit much, and it's there's certainly not the only lens with which to view these episodes. Um, it's one of those things where if an episode is really similar, like what was it, the other Patty or whatever, like I think that's fair game. But bringing up more minor details is like, I don't know. I don't need to list every time that we've heard Squidward playing clarinet. That's kind of his thing, you know. I kind of get it. Um, Thank you for the super chat, Jemmy. Boy, I sure am feeling season 8, episode 169A. Are you happy now? I also made you fan art. I hope it was adequate and maybe slightly good. Let me actually, I guess I could check my email on stream. Yeah. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac, for the super chat. Sing a song of Patrick did this way better. Oh my gosh, you guys, you guys with these super chats, you're wonderful. Thank you, GD Syndrome. How'd you make the SpongeBob scary voice?
I just did it like this. I don't know what you're talking about. This is just how you do it.
You just lower the pitch of your voice. That's it. Another unpopular opinion. Thank you, Pronovout. Really? Do people like that episode or not like it? Or no, I guess people don't mind the clarinet stuff as much as I did. Thank you, Asher. To be fair, I remember your season 10 review getting some flack for you bringing up older episodes. If that's the reason, honestly, I get it. That's completely fair. We'll talk about the whole can of worms that is the season 10 season review when we get there. You and Mr. Enter had very different views of season 8. Thank you, David. Did Mr. Enter like season 8? He probably didn't. Thank you, Printervrow. I wasn't bothered by the bad clarinet playing. That's fair. That is totally fair. That's up to you. Oh, and you also said that before as well. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. We got some fan art. Okay. Oh, this is pretty cool. Okay. I don't have time to read this comment, but thank you, Jemmy. I will pop this up here. Let's see. Can I just do this? No, I can't. Okay. Oh, okay. If I download the picture, I can drag it into OBS. If I just dragged it from the internet, it tried to open up my Gmail on stream, which would have not been good. But let's see. Are you Pie Guy now? Amazing work. I love that. And what was the other one? Let's see. Pie Guy Sprite Sheet. I will read this email later. I have an email account on my YouTube page. I don't want to say it out loud because bots might pick it up. But fantastic stuff. Very fun. Okay. And what is Sue Kanzu? Didn't you say that you sent me something? Because if you did, I did not receive it. Perhaps send that again. Okay. Moving on.
The Googly Artiste. An art critic deems Patrick an artistic genius. I like the beginning of this episode, especially Squidward's snarky remarks, like when he sees Patrick trying to create something, he just says, hate. As well as this critic guy. I love just how snooty he is and just how kind of self-important and how he says that, oh, he's a critic, he doesn't create. I'm sure someone would be offended by that, but personally, I find it pretty funny. There's certainly been other critic characters on the show, but this guy might be my favorite. However, everything after that opening bit there is just kind of there. It feels like a very slow episode, probably because it stars Patrick, and he's just kind of a slow talker and a slow thinker, and there really isn't too much of a conflict. He gets creator's block, which is I guess the conflict, but then Squidward cures it, and then the conflict is that he's selling these Krabby Patties without Krabs' permission, but that has an easy solution. The back part of this episode just isn't very interesting and doesn't really keep my attention. But I do think the opening does help it a little bit, with that awesome critic guy and a few jokes with Squidward that actually did make me laugh, which rounds it up to about a low Meh. I should also point out that it does bear more than a passing resemblance to the episode Artist Unknown, with Patrick being declared an artistic genius and Squidward not. It's not a direct copy, but it does have some parts that seem pretty familiar, which certainly
I kind of, all right, I'm starting to get it, guys. I'm starting to get it. It's actually kind of getting annoying how much I'm comparing episodes. I mean, I've said it before. I think my brain just does that a lot. I don't know. My brain makes comparisons, but uh I don't know. It's just doing it too much is just like, yeah, of course, there's been other critics on the show. There's been other this on the show. The show's gone on for like 300 episodes at this point or whatever. You don't need to point it out every time. We might be in trouble here. If I'm already having an issue with this. So,
contributes to the episode's blandness at least a little bit.
so yeah, I kind of think maybe like a D tier on that one. I don't know. What do you guys think? D tier, maybe C tier. I don't think it's a SpongeBob review, but I do see how that's kind of getting annoying. Mr. Enter didn't like that episode. Some people thought that this episode was like roasting critics. Yeah, I don't know. People take the show too seriously, man. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't think it's a direct attack personally. I mean, I don't remember the episode, but I don't remember thinking it was. If you want to see people making the show kind of directly attack the critics online, you can watch Teen Titans Go, because there's a lot more direct roasting of specific fans or haters or whatever in shows like that. I don't think SpongeBob really does that much, but maybe the Nostalgia Critic episode. I don't know. Thank you, Trav. Highlight the critic. Now I'm just getting flashbacks to the critic crossover with The Simpsons. Upon further inspection, these are loafers. It stinks. Yeah, not a great review. Thank you, Asher. I understand bringing up how this is similar to that, but I don't think it should be brought up and extended so often. Yeah, fair enough. I think part of it too is just like, I could just say like, oh, it's similar to, or I don't know, like the show has done this before, and then just pop up the card and then leave it at that. I don't have to like thoroughly elaborate. It's honestly, it's just like, if the episode is so similar that it's bringing it down, that's worth bringing it up, I think. Or if the episode is like similar in a way that there's an interesting comparison point, that's fine to bring up. But it feels sometimes like I'm just bringing it up to bring it up. Like I don't know, my brain remembers other things in SpongeBob, and I'm like, here you go. And it's like, that doesn't add to the review, I don't think. Thank you, DDD. A lot of people back in the day thought this episode was an attack on critics because of Patrick turning down great-looking art and his simple Krabby Patty art being praised as the next big thing. All right. And thank you, Jarf Taco, for joining Pies Pals.
Number 2, a SquarePants family vacation. Patrick joins SpongeBob and his parents on a road trip that goes awry. I think there's something off about this episode. It feels incredibly random and not consistent at all in its tone. First of all, we start out with a wraparound segment where SpongeBob gathers everyone together through blatant lies to talk about his vacation photos, but this is never brought up again in the episode. There's no cutting back to the wraparound, there's no ending with the wraparound, there's no real reason to it whatsoever. And I'll talk about this more when I talk about all of the vacation episodes as a whole, but it does strike me as just very odd and 2 minutes of complete filler. And then we get a bit of the episode of SpongeBob, Patrick, and SpongeBob's parents traveling in the car. And this feels right for the episode. It's supposed to be a SquarePants family vacation, and it is the SquarePants family and Patrick going on that vacation. And I really kind of wish they had just stuck with the whole road trip aspect. But they don't, because after a little bit, the car breaks down, and then we get a bit with SpongeBob and Patrick at a playground. And I kind of like the jokes that they tell at this playground, but at the same time, them goofing off at the playground has like nothing to do with anything and just feels completely random. And then they abruptly fall into a giant drainage slide that just puts them in the middle of some sort of crazy wilderness, which really just feels out of place. And then they're in all sorts of danger, and they navigate through the jungle area, and there's these monsters chasing after them, and they're hungry, and there's all sorts of other problems, but I don't like this. This whole bit of them being trapped in this jungle area just completely feels wrong to me. Just how abruptly it happens, how it has seemingly so little to do with the whole road trip aspect that this episode was set up as, means that I just don't connect with this part of the episode. It just doesn't feel natural. I don't care what happens to SpongeBob and Patrick because it just comes so completely and utterly out of the blue. I thought that the twist was going to be that this was the Great Barrier Reef and SpongeBob and Patrick had already done the vacation, so to speak. But instead, we get SpongeBob saying that they already did all of the stuff they had planned to do on their vacation because of loosely connected things they did while trying to escape the jungle, which is connected to the vacation thing, but only very loosely. There is a gift shop, which I guess ties into the vacation thing, but it just feels so out of place. And then there's the road song. I don't hate this song, but I don't really like it. It's just kind of in the middle range for me, but I really don't think it's a song that deserved to be played 3 times in the episode. There are definitely variations, but even still, it's not that great a tune. I think it's a SpongeBob episode, but I also think that it's not that bad of a SpongeBob. It's just one of those episodes that really doesn't click. It's like whatever happened to SpongeBob, where there's just something wrong about the entire tone of the episode and how quickly it jumps from one part to the next with very little transition and very little rhyme or reason for what happens. And there's no excuse for this at all when there's blatant filler in the episode. I think the biggest selling point was getting to see a little bit more of SpongeBob's parents, who are characters that have been around since the beginning of the show, and yet we still know very little about them. This could have been a fun time to develop them a little bit and have us learn what their character traits are and what they like and how they treat SpongeBob and all that. Heck, this could have been a fun episode about SpongeBob's dynamic with his parents. But unfortunately, it wasn't. I think that in other contexts, parts of this episode could work. The idea of SpongeBob going on a road trip with his parents, that could work very well. The idea of SpongeBob and Patrick being trapped in the wilderness with these monsters, well, the first movie, To Save a Squirrel, and even Club SpongeBob, but without the monsters, have done similar things to great effect. And I quite like the part with SpongeBob and Patrick at the playground. It just feels really out of place for this episode. I just wish that they had had some sort of theme or through line or overall conflict to just tie everything together, but unfortunately, it's not there and this episode is a mess. It's really not the worst episode, and it's not the worst special, but it is jumbled up enough that I cannot call it a meh. Episode 1.
There's an episode of season 13 called Ma and Pa's Big Hurrah, where SpongeBob's parents move in with him and they want to do dangerous and fun activities. Interesting. Thank you for that comment. And thank you, Asher. The special is very weird, especially with it being a special in the first place. Thank you, Printavrow. Thank you, Asher, for that, and thank you, Printavrow. The road trip song was used on car advertisements, if I recall. Interesting. Thank you, Media Fanatic. This is the first season you made an audio commentary for. How pretentious. Yeah, I think I dropped that in the C tier. I think I have some interesting things to say. My points are make sense, like they're clear. Pointing out how it would have been a good time to develop the SquarePants family was definitely, that's a good point. But I also feel like I'm a little too wordy. I feel like if I wrote down those words and then reformatted that script, I could have said all of it better than I had said it there. It just feels like another victim of just me, the way I record and then edit and then record and then edit and just kind of record my loose thoughts instead of forming a very like solidified script. So I feel like it could have been better. But one thing I did like, actually, I like that the music stopped when the SpongeBob kicked in. Like, hang on, let's see that again.
To be played 3 times in the episode. There are definitely variations, but even still, it's not that great a tune. I think it's a SpongeBob episode, but I also...
Yeah, I like that it stops right there. Also, like, big props to, I believe it was Aaron, still doing my art at this point, for some of these pictures are like nuts. Like, they're really good. Anytime the art looks really good, it was my artist. Anytime the art looks bad, like this slide layout, I'm not gonna lie, this is like a pencil tool, just like wiggly line, and then all of these circles that are the same like shape. Ugh, they don't look good. I personally don't like it. The road sign looks good though. I've personally learned that the pen tool is my friend. The pencil tool and the brush tool, I can't do squat with, but the pen tool, anytime I make something that looks halfway decent, it's because I did it with the pen tool. So, good night, Donna.
Do all the jobs at a hotel. There's even a similar gag.
I think you said you may have done this one yourself in the commentary. The slide layout? Oh, this slide layout, 100% I made this. If it looks like Hot Garbo made in Photoshop, that was all me.
SpongeBob helps Patrick take a vacation at home. So right off the bat, the premise is similar to Krusty Towers, with SpongeBob having to do all the jobs at a hotel. There's even a similar gag where Patrick wants the things in the room rearranged, only to have him want it to go back to normal. Obviously, Krusty Towers did these things way better. But that's not really a huge problem. The huge problem in this episode is that Patrick does not care. He is incredibly apathetic to his situation. Sure, at the beginning he's moaning about how miserable his life is and how much he needs a break or whatever, but he doesn't want to go on a vacation. He tells SpongeBob this from the start. He doesn't even seem thrilled at the idea of a staycation. SpongeBob is the one that's talking him into it, and SpongeBob is the one that's doing this whole charade. If SpongeBob were to just suddenly stop helping out Patrick's staycation, what would actually happen? Probably not much of anything. Patrick would probably forget exactly what was going on and just fall asleep. Therefore, the stakes are incredibly low. SpongeBob is only doing this because he thinks Patrick wants it, but Patrick just doesn't seem to care. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but because Patrick doesn't care, I simply don't care either. And it's not a very funny or interesting episode to begin with. But then when you add on the fact that one of the characters seems bored out of his skull, it just makes this episode such a dull slog to sit through. It's a
Scumbag.
Although, one thing that was cute about the episode was at the end, when Mr. Krabs lets SpongeBob stay the night at his place. It's completely random, but it's a cute and rare sign of Mr. Krabs being like a father figure to SpongeBob. It's not very often you get to see an act of kindness from that guy. Episode 1.
I thought that review was okay. I think probably B tier. Could have maybe even explained a little better, but it's not too wordy.
60B. Walking the Plankton. Plankton takes Karen on a cruise in another attempt to get the formula. Here's something I find a little weird about this episode's premise. Why exactly does Plankton take Karen on this cruise in the first place? He's the one that suggests they go on this trip as a second honeymoon. It's not like he said he was going and she demanded to come along. Now, this would maybe make sense if Plankton wanted to both get the formula and also make his wife happy, but at least in this episode, it really doesn't seem like Plankton cares how happy Karen is. So Plankton is trying to get the formula from Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob, who remain completely oblivious to Plankton's attempts until late into the episode. It's another one of those characters don't know what's going on around them episodes. The only thing really unique is that it is set on a cruise ship, but even that really doesn't play too much into anything. I mean, yeah, Plankton hides under a shuffleboard puck and has some bad luck in the sauna room, but I don't know, you could have done this sort of story on any sort of resort. It didn't really have to be cruise specific. And while yes, the location itself does give this episode a little bit of an identity, the fact that it's just Plankton repeatedly trying to get the formula and failing miserably makes this episode kind of forgettable. There isn't really anything too funny in here. There isn't anything too interesting or unique. It's just meh.
I barely remember.
It's not bad. It's just a little
episode.
on the dull side. Could have definitely used more jokes or some more interesting plot twist in there to really spice it up. And if maybe Karen played a little bit more of an active role in the episode, that could have been the hook it needed. But unfortunately, even though it seems like she's going to, she really doesn't affect much of anything until the ending. Karen's vacation dial was an interesting bit, I guess, but that was the only thing I really found to be particularly amusing in the episode. I would have much rather an episode about Plankton and Krabs being pirates on the high seas, which was the premise that I had assumed this was going to be after seeing that title. 161.
I think that was an A tier review, to be honest. I think I reviewed that one quite nicely. I didn't go on and on about old episodes. I point out the missed opportunities and things. So yeah, just a solid one. Moving along.
A. Mooncation. SpongeBob and Sandy take a trip to the moon, but have some trouble getting home. Now this is an interesting episode. No location in this show has ever been as unique as this one. Literally outer space. And unlike in Sandy's rocket, they actually stay there. This episode has a very strong identity.
Okay, what is it with this show and the moon? Let's be real. What is going on with SpongeBob and the moon? Do they know there's other celestial bodies out there? like we could have gotten goons on Jupiter, right? Actually, Pug, Jupiter's a gas planet. You can't land on it. Gosh. uh,
And I love how they decided to visually represent it with a mixture of CGI and space photography. The characters even have shadows out on the moon. It all visually looks really good and really unique, and where they decided to go with it really fits for the location. In terms of the story, it hits a lot of the beats that space stories tend to go in. A character that wasn't meant to be on the voyage ends up on the voyage. A character has to go outside of the spaceship in order to fix something. There's a problem with the fuel, and they only have just enough to make it home. Though these are all well-established tropes, they have proven the test of time as making for an exciting space story, and seeing SpongeBob's twist on them is very enjoyable. It doesn't feel like a ripoff so much as an homage to things like Apollo 13 or even The Simpsons.
Goons on Jupiter doesn't rhyme, Pie Guy. All right. How about the episode I Can Be Stupider on Jupiter, where Patrick has always dreamed of going to Jupiter, and Sandy wants to make his wish come true. Or how about King Neptune flies to Neptune, where Neptune wants to go to Neptune and hangs out with Squidina there. I don't know. Oh gosh. SpongeBob episode where he's on the real world Artemis 2 mission. Thank you, Bailey. By the way, Apollo 13, great movie. Just throwing that out there. Save the Project Hail Mary. Thank you, Asher, for the super chat. There's a season 11 Christmas special where SpongeBob and Sandy go to the moon. Yeah, that's Goons on the Moon, isn't it? I talked about that one on the recast. Speaking of, thank you, Prince. Will I do any more recasts? Probably not. Probably not.
Simpsons episode where Homer goes to space. And this episode has some unique things like SpongeBob and Sandy basically skateboarding on the moon, and Sandy having to lasso her rocket to try and keep it from burning up on impact. It's really not a very funny episode, but the adventure just feels fun, and the characters are happy and having a good time. There is certainly a conflict in there, but in general, it is one of those just feel-good, happy episodes. Sure, SpongeBob screws up and accidentally ends up on the ship, and screws up again in destroying the fuel tank, but both of those feel like genuine accidents. And it's not like SpongeBob is a complete buffoon the entire time, those were just two isolated incidents that drive the plot forward. It's a good episode. I could have done with a few more jokes, but it is a very interesting and memorable SpongeBob episode because of its atmosphere, because of the fun the characters have, and because it's just different. Though the usual bubble transition looks incredibly odd on the moon. Also, I laughed at the way Sandy says munchie. 161.
How does Sandy say munchie? Okay. Anyway, I like that review. I think probably a B tier. It wasn't like amazing, but I just like when I accurately describe what works about an episode. Thank you, Bailey. Sandy's other rocket. It's the exact same episode as Sandy's rocket, except it's her other rocket. Ah, the old Monkey See Doggy 2 treatment. Oh gosh. Goodness. All right, guys. I will be back in 1 minute. I just have to get some water because I'm getting a little bit of a dry throat here. So let's see. There we go. Please enjoy some fan art while I'm gone. Hidely ho, neighborinos. I'm back. Boom. Was everyone well behaved? Show me show me in the chat. Give me some PyCons with how you behaved while I was gone. Oh gosh. Love the RPG markup. We can thank Jemmy for that. Okay. You were angry while I was gone? Oh no. We started to fight. How much is channel membership? I don't know. You gotta check it out yourself. I think it was $2.99, $1.99. Not sure. Where can I send fan art? I'm making some. Thank you, Epic Gamer. If you go on my channel page and you go into the description, there's an email account. I don't want to say it because I'm worried about bots picking it up through my voice or something. I don't know. But yeah. Boom. Okay, let's keep going.
1B. Mr. Krabs takes a vacation. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs take a trip to the Bikini Bottom Mint. So much like Cracked Crabs, this is another episode that takes Mr. Krabs' obsession and love of money and actually tells a good story that's heavily related to it. Of course, Mr. Krabs would go on vacation to the Mint. It makes perfect sense. So the story seems
Someone click on that annotation that doesn't exist anymore.
like a natural fit. There's actually quite a few visual gags in this episode. Things like Mr. Krabs' eyes bursting like balloons and SpongeBob replacing them like fluorescent bulbs. SpongeBob being crushed into a bunch of coins. Krabs throwing SpongeBob at the criminals and it having no effect whatsoever, which SpongeBob then says. Most episodes up to this point in Season 8 haven't had too much of a focus on the comedy, but this one actually does have quite a number of pretty good gags. So it's a good episode. Good gags, good story. What else do I need to say? So,
I don't know, man. You could say a little more than that, potentially. I think that was maybe like a B tier. It was a fine, like it was an okay for a quick review, but not. Oh gosh, but not too good. I definitely should have said a little more. Let's see. Thank you for the comment, CRM. Chiming in as an already college graduate to say you made a good chunk of my high school years, and I loved listening to your SpongeBob reviews while drawing. Glad to know you're still around. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm glad I could help in any way get you through life. And welcome to the Upper Crust Media Fanatic. Gag must be your favorite word still. Thank you, Asher. Yeah, apparently. Okay, yeah, B tier's fine.
much like the Legends of Bikini Bottom was the mini-series for Season 7, the Vacation episodes was a mini-series of themed episodes that aired in Season 8. Thematically, this works a lot better than Legends of Bikini Bottom, which had the incredibly vague theme of supernatural. This one works better because the theme of vacation is a little bit more specific, and yet at the same time there are many different kinds of vacations, and so these episodes were allowed to be very different from each other, even though they all fit with the same basic theme. I still think there's room for improvement though. It would be cool to see a themed series of episodes where something changes in Bikini Bottom and every episode is showing off how one or two characters reacts to that change. Or something like that. Something that's a little bit more interconnected, even if it is still episodic. In terms of actual episodes, as you can see, it's weirdly balanced with 2 scumbobs, a meh, and 2 goods. Perhaps the strangest thing about this series of episodes is the introduction that every one of them has. They all start with characters sitting around while one character shows a bunch of slides. Which sounds like a good way to connect all the episodes together, except it's not one of those situations where everyone's at SpongeBob's house in every single one of these introductions and it's supposed to take place in the same night. No, sometimes they're at SpongeBob's house, sometimes they're at Sandy's, sometimes they're at Patrick's. And Sandy's and Patrick's are extra bizarre because both of them feature showing slides to SpongeBob, who was there. It's especially idiotic in Patrick's staycation. Why is Patrick showing these slides to SpongeBob? And it'd be fine if it sounded like they were reminiscing about old times, but no, it sounded like Patrick wanted to show SpongeBob his vacation photos as if SpongeBob has never seen them before. And in general, these openings don't seem to really connect to the episodes themselves. Like, Sandy's scene seems irritated with SpongeBob in the opening segment of Mooncation, but at the end of the episode, she's laughing and happy and seems like she had a good vacation. So even though SpongeBob caused some havoc, it's not like he really ruined anything for her. But at least in every episode but A SquarePants Family Vacation, these intro segments are short, so even though they're baffling and kind of a waste of time, it's really not too bad. So I guess if you were to say that Legends of Bikini Bottom was a
SpongeBob
version of this mini-series idea, then this would be a meh version, because the episodes
Oh, I think the timing of that was way off.
are pretty evenly mixed,
the sound
and even
effect.
though the theme fits a little bit better, the wraparounds still don't connect together, and the theming could still be a little bit stronger and a little bit more interesting than just Vacation. Special number
Yeah, that was actually a really good analysis. I like that quite well. I feel like I've said everything very, very nicely. And it's just, man, it's frustrating when they have a good concept like the slides, and then they just kind of botch it in execution. Like, yeah, just have all the characters sitting around one night, all showing each other slides from their vacation, slides from their SpongeBob reviews. Thank you, Cosmikazi. Fun fact, the reason this episode had so many visual gags is because Mark Cercelli did the writing, and he's a driving force behind the current style. Oh, boy. That style that not a lot of people like, or not that not a lot of people like, that is very controversial, I guess I'll say. The super exaggerated style. Yeah, I mean, it goes to show you that, like, one episode having an exaggerated style in the middle of a bunch of other more normal episodes can be, like, engaging and exciting, but if all the episodes are weird, it just becomes the new normal. Thank you for the super chat, Media Fanatic. In your commentary, you mentioned this slide was the biggest problem for you because of a rendering error. Huh. I probably didn't, I probably should have made these in photo, like, I probably had each of these, like, yeah, as multiple slides in the video editing software and just having a ton of layers, but I really should have just made a Photoshop of all of these together. But live and learn. What did I rank SquarePants Family Vacation? Thank you for the super chat. I put it in C tier. Yeah, I think next time I might have to come up with like make a second tier list or something, because this is getting a little bit. There's a lot of slides on here. There's a lot of slides. If we remember at the end, I'll kind of recap. I'm not gonna read everything, but I'll make sure I like kind of zoom in on each of the tiers so we get a good sense of them.
mixed, and even though the theme fits a little bit better, the wraparound get roped into doing it still don't
Cool
connect
fools.
together, and the theming could still be a little bit stronger and a little bit more interesting than just Vacation. Special number 3, Ghoul Fools. SpongeBob and Patrick get roped into doing a chore for a ghost. This episode. I was quite on the fence of which rating to give this episode for a while, but I think I've finally made my decision. The first thing I noticed was its similarities to Shanghai, and, well, a lot of other episodes that the Flying Dutchman has appeared in. They've gone back to the whole ghost pirate well a number of times, which really just makes this episode not stand out in any way. It opens up with a gag of Patrick thinking that it's all a haunted house, which just goes on a bit too long and feels like the beginning of Shanghai, where they don't know whose ship it is. But beyond that, what I really don't like about this episode is that, much like a SquarePants Family Vacation, it feels to just be a mishmash of ideas that were thrown into one without any sort of consistency. At first, it's about SpongeBob and Patrick doing this chore for the ghost, and then it turns into Krabs trying to steal from the ghost, and right when you're scratching your head as to why on earth the Flying Dutchman isn't in this episode, he just suddenly shows up out of the blue, and oh yeah, this pirate captain just so happens to be his first mate from a long time ago that stole his treasure, and then the Flying Dutchman is after them all. It really feels like they forgot about the Flying Dutchman and then just added him into this episode at the last second because, oh yeah, you already have a ghost pirate. And speaking of ghost pirates, the one featured in this episode doesn't even get a name. He has no name. He's just the captain, which I found to be kind of lame,
no name.
especially because he doesn't really get much of a personality aside from being a ghost pirate, which, again, we already have a ghost pirate on the show. There's a moment in here that it looks like it's going to start turning into some sort of Ghostbusters parody with Sandy, but then it doesn't, which is unfortunate because I think that might have been a more interesting premise than this just mishmash of ideas. There's just a lot going on here, and I don't think it works together. And that's why I'm going to give it a light
SpongeBob.
I can see some good ideas.
Okay, great use of music in this review, by the way. The fact that the music ramps up and then it ends with the SpongeBob. Oh, good stuff. Also, This is like maybe one of the best slides so far, just in terms of like the layout of it's really nice looking. I think it represents the episode well, and it's very aesthetic.
But I don't think the execution of any of this really works. There's a few moments I laughed, but for the vast majority, I was just really bored. If the entire episode had been about this being the Flying Dutchman's first mate that was trying to escape him or something, and SpongeBob and the gang got roped into helping him, that would be one thing. You could have had some cool ghost pirate battles or something. But this episode, that's just a long bit of Patrick not knowing that he's on a ghost ship, followed by a song that's okay but not great, followed by them doing a mundane chore, followed by Mr. Krabs being greedy and stealing, followed by characters in the void, which is reminiscent of the Fly of Despair, followed by the Dutchman suddenly popping up in the episode and causing problems. I really just don't think it works altogether, and it makes for a really disjointed and uninteresting experience. You have to make sure that you give the episode more of an identity and more of a story than just, ooh, a ghost pirate showed up and is menacing people, because it's been done before. 163.
I think it's like a C tier review. Man, I'm really starting to be down on this season of reviews. Unfortunately, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I just didn't nail these. I'm too wordy on a lot of things. I just constantly bring up other episodes, even when it's not super necessary to do so. I repeat myself a lot. I don't know. I'm just not feeling these. It sucks. Thank you, Asher. Earlier, you said you wanted to include chat on stream, but IMO would clutter it, especially with how big the tiers are now. No, actually, I said I don't want to include chat on stream. I do not, because I like the fact that it's its own separate thing on YouTube, and I won't trim these videos anymore in such a way that the chat will go away. They should just be here and be fine. Maybe when we stream video games, I'll include it, but probably not. I do want to do have a way for the super chats to pop up on screen though. I got to figure that out. Thank you, Media Fanatic, who says I actually like Ghoul Fools as an episode/special. And thank you, Pernavrow, who says the ghost captain's name is in the credits. It's Lord Poltergeist. It's just funny because that's really not much of a name at all. It's just Lord Ghost. But very very well. Like I got that point wrong, I guess.
Mermaid Man begins. The origin of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy is revealed in what is likely to be the last episode to ever have Mermaid Man in the title. Anyway, I love this episode. It's a great way to send off the heroic duo, ending their saga with an origin story. And yes, I know they appear later in the season and in next season too, but this is the last episode with a real focus on them unless Nickelodeon decides to recast, which I don't think they're going to. It's cool that we
thank you, Billy. Lord Poltergeist actually appears in the season 16 episode, The Haunted Bucket. Seriously? Of course he does. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Thank you, Balthazar. I always thought the neon plaid lighting would have made for a great SpongeBob transition to fit with the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy theme of the season. Best season review. Huh. You may have a point there. Pagai, the edited version of your season 7 review no longer shows the chat replay. Yeah, I know. We talked about that at the beginning of the chat. That was I did not know that YouTube would do that, but they did. Yeah, so I am happy to say, as far as you guys tell me, but I don't think they did recast Mermaid Man or Barnacle Boy. I think they just accepted that they're only going to be a part of the show, like more tangentially by mentioning them on comic books and stuff like that. Thank you, Asher. We need a chat icon emoji. Oh gosh. Now that we have a bunch more emojis, emoji slots, I can look into making some of the weirder ones. But yeah, nope, they haven't been recast. They didn't. Good. That's wonderful. Okay, let's keep going.
Did get an origin that probably is true, with Mermaid Man almost drowning and then being rescued by mermaids, while at the same time their televised origin, it's so funny. I love that scene. That is what makes this episode for me. Everything else in it is okay. The beginning when SpongeBob and Patrick are listing off their Mermaid Man memorabilia is cute. The big storm knocking out the power and blowing away SpongeBob's house is a good setup for the episode, and it's nice to see their more serious origin, but the goofy televised origin story is what makes this this episode for me. Just the absolute insanity and how many different ways to get superpowers they worked into the story, all while the narrator is rapidly telling us every single weird thing that's happening to the duo. It's just a thing of beauty. It reminded me of a Rick and Morty TV episode skit, where it's almost like it's improv and they're making up just whatever completely random thing they can. Here's an alien spaceship, here's a crystal that's flying, here's neon plaid lightning bolts, cause why not? It's crazy and it's great, and this is a good episode. The only thing I don't like is when Mermaid Man was taking credit for things that Barnacle Boy was doing. We know that Barnacle Boy has always kind of been second fiddle, but to see Mermaid Man be that much of an egotist, I'm not crazy about that portrayal. But to be fair, this is just from memory and the two argue over it. That's entirely possible that it's just Barnacle Boy making
Old man pie guy.
things up. The only other thing to say,
A fun fact, that's actually what I look like right now. I turned into an old man. That's why I don't want to be on camera. You know, I look decrepit. Woof. Woof.
it's entirely possible that it's just Barnacle Boy making things up. The only other thing to say is that it's so weird seeing cartoon humans on this show. Outside of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, that pretty much never happens. And in fact, the surface world is almost never portrayed as animated. Usually it's portrayed with puppets or live action like in the movies, or those weird cutout things they did in rodeo days. It's not bad at all, it's just different to see that on SpongeBob. 163B.
I thought that was an A-tier review. I liked that one. It was a nice, you know, had a nice little tribute to Ernest. I think I described what I like about the episode. I described a few minor things I don't like. Yeah, no, I think it was a solid A-tier review. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, yeah, now I see. This episode had the neon plaid lighting. I kind of sort of remember, but that would have been that definitely would have been a good idea. The thing is that like I think I came up with the idea like I wanted to do the SpongeBob Christmas transition because it's explicitly about characters turning to ScumBob basically. Oh, sorry, to
ScumBob.
basically. But the thing is that the transition on the episode doesn't really look. It's just kind of weird. So recreating it was also kind of weird. I think it was one of those things where I had an idea and I wanted to stick to that idea because I liked it on paper, but it just didn't translate as well. It's funny because I'm pretty sure there's a modern episode where Patchy for some reason is animated and still live action. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. Really? You mean aside from in It's a SpongeBob Christmas? Is he actually like traditionally animated or stop motion? Because I feel like the stop motion in SpongeBob Christmas worked really well. Like it fit the motif of the special as well as I don't know. It just felt right for Patchy to be wooden like Potty. Jump scare. Gosh.
Plankton's good eye.
Traditionally animated. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like, I don't know. The longer the show goes on, the more they will strip away at, like, the unique things about it. You know?
Plankton grows another eye from SpongeBob's DNA that has a good influence on him. On paper, this episode sounds like a good idea, but actually seeing it play out is not very interesting. The sequence of
That's how I just described the ScumBob transition.
Plankton trying to grow a new eye is kind of fun, but otherwise it's just a really forgettable episode. There's a lot of setup, and then once he actually gets the eye, it's just, okay, he's acting like a nicer person, and he doesn't like it, and then of course conveniently the secret formula just falls in his lap, and he gives it back because he's now nice. And then this problem is solved by people giving him a hug which pops his new eye off? I don't know, the story just doesn't really click together. With a little more comedy, this could have been something cool, or if they had pushed the idea of Plankton accidentally being nice a little bit further, it could have been good, but otherwise, I'm just gonna have to leave it at meh. And to be completely honest, I think this is just a worse version of fun. Maybe if this episode featured some sort of scheme of his to get the secret formula that he actually did really well with now that he has binocular vision. I don't know, something that involves him walking on a tightrope or something that goes perfect for him up until the last moment when he decides to not steal it because suddenly he's a little bit good. That could have been cool, but otherwise they don't even really do too much with the idea of Plankton getting binocular vision. All that said though, I think the title is a perfect fit for what the episode is. It's a rather clever pun. Oh, and Bubble Bass is just inexplicably back in
Oh,
this
Bubble
episode.
Bass is
He
back.
doesn't really do anything other than being fat and falling out
The bass is back.
of a window, so it's just incredibly a random place to put him back into the show, but hey, it's cool to see him again. It'd be nice if they brought him back as a rival for SpongeBob, that would be pretty cool, but otherwise,
Oh, they did, Pie Guy. They did. He's back, baby.
yeah, I guess it's cool to just even see him again. Episode 160.
And when are we gonna get Bubble Bass Goes to Uranus? Oh goodness. B tier review foreshadowing. Yeah, no, I thought that was a B tier one. That was a shorter review, but I thought just kind of a solid one.
64A. Barnacle Face. SpongeBob attempts to cure Pearl of her barnacle problem. So I like the story of this episode. Pearl getting acne in the form of barnacles is something that makes sense because she's a whale and she's also a teenager, so she's gonna have acne. So that seems perfect to base an episode around. And the story actually has an interesting reason as to why Pearl has these barnacles. It's cool that they decide to explain it with a twist when I really wasn't even expecting there to be a reason that she got these barnacles other than the fact that she's just a teenager. I also like the hypnotist story. There's this weird little story SpongeBob tells about how he took a barnacle to a hypnotist, but actually it was a pelican and he's just been hypnotized into thinking it was a barnacle. It's a weird story, but I think what sells it is the little beat of silence before SpongeBob corrects himself at the end. The episode also has a cute little ending with Pearl wearing Mr. Krabs' jewels, therefore punishing him for being cheap and letting Pearl go to the dance and be happy. And that's all fine and good, but just not that funny of an episode. There are jokes here and there, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone else thought this was a funny episode, but for me, unfortunately, I don't think there was quite enough jokes. And although it's a decent story, it's not quite good enough to pull it up into the good ranks. And that's why I'm gonna have to call it a meh. This one was very close to being good for me, but after rewatching it a few times, even though I like the basic story, it isn't super interesting. It doesn't have enough of a hook to really keep my attention on multiple viewings. The twist was good, but I do think it is more on the side of meh. 160.
I thought that was an okay review. I think I'd pop that again in the B tier. I think that was completely fine. B for barnacles, absolutely. Thank you for the super chat, Wario Stash. I've been watching you since 2014, so in a way, watching you is associated with some important, memorable moments in my life. And it's crazy you're back right as I'm about to graduate college. Aw, well, thank you. I think we all have media like that. For me, it's Adventure Time. Thank you, DDD. There's a recent episode, season 16. Whoa, that's a lot of seasons. Called Near Mint Plankton, where Plankton poses as an action figure and ends up in Bubble Bass's Mermaid Man merchandise collection in his basement. Bubble Bass lives with his mother. Oh, gosh. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the Bubble Bass living with his mom thing. I've seen at least one of those episodes. It's certainly something. The idea of Plankton getting trapped in a Bubble Bass's memorabilia collection is that sounds funny. I like that. I don't know. The thing with Bubble Bass is just like it's cool that they brought it back for sure, but I think they used him too much, and also making him be just like, I don't know, every mom's basement stereotype it's certainly a choice, you know? It's certainly a choice. All right. I think you guys want me to get on with the next review. You guys have seemingly been hyping this up, I assume, just because of it's one of those infamous episodes. I don't remember how my review is. I guess we'll find out.
4B. Pet Sitter Pat. Patrick does a poor job of taking care of Gary while SpongeBob is away. And here we are again at another infamous episode. And once again, I don't think it's quite as bad as everyone says. Oh, it's certainly still a
Scumbag
episode, no doubt about that. But I'd still take this over something like Choir Boys or Atlantis Square Panis, because at least this episode does have something I like. It's all the scenes of SpongeBob at his grandmother's house. SpongeBob's grandma is such a nice, sweet, kind, genuine grandmother together, and it's just sweet to see her interactions with SpongeBob. And it's nice to see how much SpongeBob actually cares about Gary. They don't take up too much time in the episode, but they are in there just enough for me to say that this episode isn't a total failure. But yeah, when it comes to the Patrick and Gary stuff, I've said before that I don't like Patrick as a protagonist because he's a complete idiot and he's frustrating when there's no one for him to bounce off of, and I have a history of not being a fan of Gary episodes for a few reasons, but primarily because they almost always revolve around this miscommunication plot line. Well, this episode jams together the worst of both worlds. It's Patrick by himself being obnoxious while Gary is there having bad stuff happen to him that Gary can't do anything about because he can't tell Patrick what's wrong. Not that Patrick would probably even listen if Gary did point blank say what he needed, but even still, it is one of those miscommunication stories. The episode is not funny. It's so not funny because the jokes are Patrick comedically, quote unquote, doing a bad job of being a pet sitter. Seriously, there are practically no other jokes in there but that. And if you find that to be really obnoxious instead of funny, then not only is it a rather frustrating episode, but it's a very humorless one as well. All of these attempts at comedy just come off as frustrating because Patrick is so grating. He's a smug, jerky idiot.
Oh, the
But I
Patrick
think what I
jerky.
find most insulting about the episode is the ending. The implication that even though Patrick did a terrible job throughout the episode, somehow Gary is still happy with it by the end. That little part where Patrick and Gary laugh after being submerged in the water particularly strikes me as incredibly poorly written, as Gary hates taking baths. He would hate to be underwater. And what? Just because Patrick accidentally flooded the house, which led to Gary having a good time, suddenly that makes him a good pet sitter? What about Gary being hungry? He still hasn't eaten anything. The ending is just so disconnected from everything else in the episode that it doesn't feel right. The writers are trying to say, oh, well, even though Patrick screwed up, he's still a good pet sitter. But I don't buy it. I don't hate it quite as much as everyone else, but it's still pretty bad. 165A.
I don't think I need to qualify it. You know, I kind of did that a lot with One Course Meal, but I don't need to keep saying like it's not as bad as everyone says. Because now that like I don't know what the discourse is now. Like that was relevant back then, I guess, but now it's like who knows what people say about this episode. I mean, I don't think people like it, but maybe people aren't as harsh on it. But otherwise, I think that was a good review. I think that was just like very solid. What do you guys think? Thank you, Prevrow. I loathed this one. The grandma stuff didn't help. Thank you, Asher. I'm very curious what your opinion would be on Chatterbox Gary, because there he finally speaks coherent English. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, that definitely takes away one barrier of difficulty of making a Gary episode. Thank you, Ethan Lane, for the super chat. Which episode do you think is worse, A Pal for Gary or Pet Sitter Pat? I mean, it's been I don't remember. I think I didn't. From my reviews, it sounds like I didn't like. Yeah, from my reviews, it sounds like I think Pet Sitter Pat was worse. That A Pal for Gary was bad, but Pet Sitter Pat was just like really, really bad. That's what it sounds like to me, but you know. Thank you, DDD. Adding onto the Chatterbox Gary super chat. In that episode, Gary's voice from the collar lets him speak. Is guest voiced by Keith David? No way! The president from Rick and Morty? Yeah, no, Keith David's great, man. We were talking about good voice actors. Keith David is wonderful. He also was the announcer for the action shows in the Powerhouse era of Cartoon Network. You know, his hyping up of Batman, you know, Batman the animated series will be back. Like the way he did that just so seriously. Good stuff. And of course he's the president on Rick and Morty. I don't like that character. I do not like Rick and Morty president, but his voice is great. He was also on Community. Have we gotten an S tier yet? We have not, Pranavrao. I honestly, genuinely don't think there's any S tier reviews in season 8 so far. I could maybe be convinced that the Pet Sitter Pat one is S tier if people really believed that, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, sorry, not S tier. No more S tier. Upper crust. Sorry, I am seeing some people saying upper crust. I could be convinced to put it in upper crust. So hang on, I'm just trying to now picture Keith David as Gary. That's an interesting. That's right up there with what's his name? Die Hard Man as Spike the dog on Rugrats. The Rugrats Go Wild. What's his name? Bruce. I'm blanking on that dude's name, the action star. You guys know who I'm talking about. I don't need to say it. Subtlety. It's smart because I don't point blank spell everything out for you. I make you come to your own conclusions about what I was gonna say. Bruce Willis, thank you. Jeez. The Are You Happy Now review is upper crust. I guess we'll see when we get there. Hello there, Papa Bob. Keith David as Gary. Interesting. Interesting. Huh. All right, we'll keep it at A. All right. Let's keep going.
House sitting for Sandy. SpongeBob makes a mess of Sandy's tree dome while she's away. So this episode's story is perfectly passable. Nothing to write home about, but not awful either. It's a little on the slow, dull side, and it's a bit predictable with Sandy and the ray gun that she's obviously not going to shoot it at SpongeBob and Patrick, and that it's probably something to get her out of this mess. It's a relatively by-the-numbers kind of episode, which would be fine if it was funny, but unfortunately it's not. This is another episode that's just a basic definition of meh. It's not an episode that I really want to keep coming back to. I think the best part of it is the awareness that the show seems to have for SpongeBob and Patrick being able to just wreck whatever situation they're in. And it was interesting to see it be worked into an episode as a legitimate plot point. The only other thing that stands out about this episode is the fact that SpongeBob doesn't wear his water helmet for half of it, until Patrick reminds him, in fact. It's not really a good or bad thing, just a little bit interesting that they decided to do that. I've heard rumors that it was some sort of inside joke that the storyboarders forgot to put the helmet on SpongeBob and they decided to have the episode be animated that way, but I'm not sure. Maybe that was thrown in to show newer viewers why SpongeBob and Patrick have to wear the water helmets or something. I don't really know. Again, not bad or good, just kind of interesting. Episode 165B.
Honestly, I think that's a B tier review. Very short, but it sounds like this is an episode that's got nothing going on, so I'm happy to throw that in B tier.
Smooth jazz at Bikini Bottom. Squidward has a bad time at a Kelpie G concert. This episode is such a waste of a good atmosphere. I love the smooth jazz music they play in the episode. I love the vibe of the concert and all the other octopi that occupy the seats. It gives the episode
octopi that occupy the seats. Oh, Beatnik Pie Guy is great, man. Groovy. Dig on this.
a rather chill, unique feel, which I like, except for the fact that this episode is awful, thanks in part to Patrick and SpongeBob. Let's start with SpongeBob, who isn't that bad, but his behavior at the concert comes off as a bit cringy. He's loud and overeager and overexcited, and the concert venue is one of chill, calm, coolness. It's not about being stuck up, it's about the fact that there's a time and a place for that behavior, and it's really not at that kind of concert. And it's not really done in a funny way so much as it is just kind of an uncomfortable, awkward way. But like I said, that part is not too bad. What really kills this episode is Patrick. Why do they think that Patrick shoving random objects into his mouth is funny? It doesn't make any sense. Patrick's not confusing these items for food items. He's just literally shoving whatever is important to the plot down his fat gullet for no reason. Even dumb people have motivation for their action. Even if it is a stupid motivation, it's still a motivation. Patrick has none whatsoever. And what makes this just heartbreaking is the fact that Squidward does everything in his power to make sure something stupid doesn't happen to his ticket and backstage pass. And yet it happens anyway. And Squidward's not even really that much of a jerk in the episode. Sure, he shows off his big ego at the end, but at the beginning, he's not really doing much of anything other than saying, "No, SpongeBob, you can't come to the concert." All he was trying to do is go to this chill concert to be with other like-minded people and get away from the idiocy of SpongeBob and Patrick, but nope, that can't happen. And with SpongeBob tagging along, it makes sense because he got him the tickets. What's awful is that Patrick just pops back up in the middle of the episode out of complete nowhere. How did he get into the concert? How did he get into backstage? Herder for the lulz, I guess. But it's not funny.
Oh, herder for the lulz. Hello, 10 years ago.
And it just makes the story frustrating. And seeing him going up on stage and ordering food, God, it's so stupid. And then for some unexplained reason, the crowd lets Patrick crowd surf. Why? Why are they happy that Patrick just interrupted the concert with his idiotic reading of what he wants to eat? And that doesn't make sense either, because how does a stage in any way resemble a fast food restaurant? Just because Patrick is stupid does not give the writers license to just have him do literally anything. That's bad writing. And this is a
SpongeBob
episode. And as much as I love the chill music and atmosphere, it actually makes this episode worse when SpongeBob and Patrick are annoying and disruptive. It's like someone inserted nails on a chalkboard right in the middle of your smooth jazz album. This is one of the worst uses of Patrick in an episode that I've ever seen, and what makes it worse is that Squidward is aware that these bad things are going to happen to him involving Patrick, but no matter what he does, he literally cannot avoid it. Here's how you fix this story. Make it all about Squidward creating problems for himself, his own ego embarrassing himself at the concert. Have SpongeBob come along with him, but SpongeBob is acting pretty mellow and down to earth, and have Squidward acting all frantic and crazy as if he thinks SpongeBob is going to ruin his reputation at this concert, even though SpongeBob is doing nothing of the sort, and Squidward's over snobbiness is what's ruining it for him, and making other people turn away. That's how you do this sort of episode, and not make it the universe out to get Squidward, and have Patrick this magical genie that exists to do nothing but torment Squidward with no amount of punishment or self-awareness involved at all. 166.
Wow, yeah, that's an upper crust review. That was a really good one, I think. Thank you, Asher. Smooth Jazz at Pie Guy's Place. Thank you, What a G. This review is about on par with Choir Boys IMO. Honestly, I can see it. I don't think it's... I feel like the triple scumbob is the most iconic thing, but Octopi Occupy is pretty good. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac. This is my least favorite episode of the whole show. Not even from the squid torture, but because of how lazily Patrick is used to create conflict. Yeah. Thank you, CDCB. Here's another super chatty-o, daddy-o. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, gosh. I want to make sure I don't miss anything here. Thank you, Bailey. Pie Guy should release an album that's just rhythmic beatnik poetry over jazz music played on slide whistle. Oh, goodness. I mean, if I ever had a music career, which, as you guys know, I cannot sing, it is ironic that rap would probably be the only thing that I could just about maybe, possibly, maybe do. It's ironic because of the Mr. Enter joke. But yeah. Thank you, Maya, for the super chat. Patrick is not a character. He's a walking plot device. Oh, yeah. And thank you, Cottage. This is my second favorite review you've made next to Choir Boys. I agree with all of it. So what I think I'm hearing is this should be one of the next shorts I make, right? I was meaning to ask you guys, like, what review, what S tier or now upper crust tier review should I turn into a short next? And it might be this one. I think this one, if not the next one, maybe the one after it. I might do a season 7 one next. But yeah. Atlantis Square Panis rap when. Thank you, Asher. It's so funny you say that. There's definitely thoughts. If I was ever going to do another, like if I was going to do a short for the Atlantis Square Panis, it might be a remixed version of the song with rap. I don't know. I don't think I could actually pull it off, but you know, I've definitely thought about doing something like that. Just like completely remixing it into some bizarre rap. I don't know. Oh, it would probably be super cringe though, and we'd be sitting here 10 years from now watching it on live stream going, what was Pie Guy thinking? For the lulz, I guess. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
A. Bubble troubles. SpongeBob and Patrick must find oxygen for Sandy after they ruin her supply. So right
Start off with the slowest song in SpongeBob history, and it only gets worse from there. The special is not funny, and the plot is really bare. The patchy segments are strange and go on too long, but at least it... what's the rhyme there? It's like, at least it beats sitting here singing this song. It's like something like that. I don't know. Every art style they try, they severely botch. It gave my eyes a kick to the crotch. Yeah, something like that. Nick is the one to blame. I'm sure they did this to sell the video game. Not good, not good. I mean, I'd have to put a million here. Start off with the slowest song in SpongeBob history, and it only gets worse from there. There is actually a rap mode on my mixer settings or whatever, but it kind of sounds like absolutely awful, so I'm not going to attempt that. But Eminem, is that you? Yeah, let me start rapping about Venom. Oh gosh. All right, all right. If you guys are good boys and girls, I will consider doing a rap. It sounds more like an angry poem than a rap. Listen, listen. What are raps if not just angry poems? Okay. Um. But anyway, I'll consider doing something like that. I don't know. If anyone out there in my audience has any musical ability and wants to do a cover of the Atlantis song, that would be insane and would allow me to put it as a short. That would be something. Any rap artists you like? 21 Pilots is my favorite band. Just throwing that out there. I like Eminem. I do. But I also like making fun of the fact that he did the Venom song. Venom. Uh, Thank you, Bailey. I've done music production for years, and I've specifically remixed bad music for practice before. Maybe if I email you, we can work something out. Yeah, let me know. Let me know. Send me an email. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. Okay, let's continue.
Off the bat, I have to say that the introduction to this episode is just atrocious. It's incredibly slow, and the characters themselves are bored, and it just keeps going. They did it to set up the fact that Patrick is using these spicy bubbles, but they did not need this 3-minute sequence to introduce this concept. It almost feels like it's supposed to be a parody of how stupid some of these moments from newer SpongeBob episodes are, but it really feels like something that would be a fan animation making fun of SpongeBob instead of something that's actually happening on SpongeBob. That said, I enjoy the rest of this episode. It's very weird. It doesn't feel like a usual SpongeBob episode, but that's actually a good thing. I guess the biggest and most notable difference is the fact that they're actually in a life and death situation here. That happens occasionally on SpongeBob when it comes to being chased by monsters, but not too often, and it's not really made clear that the characters might die. But in this one, it is kind of explicitly said that Sandy's gonna run out of oxygen and expire. So that puts the stakes a little higher than your usual episode. And I also like it because the characters have to find different solutions to the problem. First, they try to get up to the surface, but then Sandy's craziness ruins that. Then they find some air bubbles on the top of the Krusty Krab, but that's not enough to sustain her for long. And then there's Mr. Krabs' air bubbles, and Pearl's able to help her out until finally SpongeBob finds a more permanent solution. So story-wise, the episode's pretty good. And also in terms of comedy, it is funny, but in a very weird way. It's kind of like an awkward form of comedy where you have Sandy sucking the air from various characters. It's a good episode.
That's a sentence.
It's not brilliant, and I do wish that that introduction wasn't there. And additionally, the ending of this episode is completely stupid because we see the bubble go inside Sandy's tree dome, and then at the very end, it's somehow now outside of the tree dome. That's a pretty big cheat, but it's just an ending gag, so it's not that big a deal. But other than those two things, it's a pretty enjoyable episode. Hooyah!
Hooyah! I like that review. I think that's at least an A-tier review. And also the fact that I actually remember this episode. I remember Sandy like frantically trying to get various things for air, and Mr. Krabs going is like, I believe it's called O2. Like I remember it, and the fact that I remember it in a positive way means it must be a good episode. So I think A tier. Honestly, I could be tempted to throw that in upper crust if you guys feel that way. We'll see. Thank you, Asher. Also a musician. You have plenty of people to count on for that. Well, thank you. Yes, please. Anyone reach out, and we'll see. We'll see what we can do. If someone either wants to cover Atlantis Square Panis in some way, shape, or form, or wants to help me with a rap version that I can send my audio to, and you can auto tune me, or whatever has to be done to make me not sound horrible. Oh gosh. Oh, and chat froze. Come on, computer. You can do it. You can do it. A tier, B tier, A tier, C tier, A tier. All right, we'll leave it in A tier. A few upper crusts, but we'll leave it in A tier. Thank you, DDD. I remember considering this one your hottest takes in all of SpongeBob. Most people at the time deeply despised Bubble Troubles, considering it bottom 20 material mainly for how realistic Sandy choking is shown. Huh. Well, they must not have liked Naughty Nautical Neighbors then, because that's got a choking scene. I don't know. What's the discourse on this one now? Have people come around to the episode, or is it still a pretty hot take? Not sure. The Pie Guy Orchestra album coming. Luke Vaughn and Ellis Mark also like this episode. Yeah, there is an awful lot of choking on SpongeBob. It's true. If you do a rap for Atlantic SquarePants, you got to end it with a couplet that has a rhyme with the final word of ScumBob in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, I mean, we could definitely rewrite some of the lyrics and stuff. That would be something. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I'm already I'm already getting anxious thinking about doing something like this, but we'll see. Anyway, I very much like starting this review with Hiya, so we'll
Very end,
hear
it's
it again.
somehow now outside of the tree dome. That's a pretty big cheat, but it's just an ending gag, so it's not that big a deal. But other than those two things, it's a pretty enjoyable episode. Hooyah! 166B. The Way of the Sponge. SpongeBob attempts to prove his skills to a karate master. There's honestly not too much I can say here. There's a lot of good, silly action in the episode, particularly in the ending fight scene. It's a classic underdog story, and there's nothing in it that's particularly frustrating or bad. It's a good episode, and I like the character of Fuzzy Acorns. He represents the bizarre, eccentric, old man mentor type pretty well. Really, I like this episode for the same reason I like episodes like Karate Star or Karate Island. Episode 167.
All right, so that was clearly a very short review. What do we think? Is that short? Like, is it bad because it's short, or do we think that like that episode deserved that amount of time spent on it? Like, it was a good episode, but there's nothing remarkable about it. ScumBob review, interesting. D tier, C tier. Okay, all right. I don't think I can go
ScumBob?
on it. This gets a B tier because hiya. Oh yeah. C for compact review. D tier. Could have covered it more. All right, we'll throw it in D. Yeah, overall, I'm definitely less hot on this season 8 review, man. I will say though, watching all this stuff really really gets me in the mood for reviewing some SpongeBob. I'm just gonna say.
A. The Krabby Patty that ate Bikini Bottom. A Krabby Patty attempts to eat Bikini Bottom. Well, that's redundant. Anyway, this episode is an obvious take on a cult classic horror movie, The Blob. And the episode has a lot of fun with this giant Krabby Patty. There's a whole sequence in the middle where it's just a bunch of civilians reacting as it eats up houses and boatmobiles and all sorts of weird stuff. It's a simple story of a greedy man, Mr. Krabs, taking advantage of a scientist, Sandy, whose experiment grows into an uncontrollable monster. Then it's a lot of characters freaking out and running away from the thing before Sandy comes back and has a plan to defeat it that of course involves SpongeBob absorbing it, which seems to be the solution to a lot of this show's problems. But I can't really blame it for that because it's a solution that always just makes sense. It's a fun little story that's exactly as simple as it sounds. It's a good episode, but what makes this fantastic is the casual comedic dialogue in it. If you pay attention, there are a number of lines that are just mundane observational humor in the middle of this giant monster attack. Things like Squidward wondering if SpongeBob has always only worn one shoe, Patrick being freaked out by giant croutons, and Mr. Krabs noticing that the tree dome is bigger on the inside like pretty much everything is in the SpongeBob world. The episode is just bursting to the brim with that casual, witty dialogue that really makes this episode great. It's a self-awareness that you don't often see on the show. And it's great to have it juxtaposed with this giant monster attack and everyone freaking out and panicking. It's a fun, simple story that works with a ton of little comedic moments peppered in. Episode 1.
I think that's an A tier. I don't quite think it's upper crust, but I think that was an A tier review. Very solid. I said what I really liked about it. I said what worked. Made some interesting observation about SpongeBob absorbing things. Yeah, I think A tier. Just very solid. Thank you, Asher. It's a shame you never did re-reviews on those episodes where you barely said anything about them. Yeah, I was so in order to prepare for the stream, I made sure I had the video files for all the old Spongy bits because I didn't know which one you guys are gonna pick for us to watch. And some of them I have like pretty extensive archives of everything I've ever done, but it's across a few hard drives, so I kind of had to go looking for it. For the final exports, I have like all the other file stuff, but the final exports were across multiple drives. And when I was, I had to go on YouTube to just download a few because I'm like, this is easier than hunting. And when I did that, I realized like, wow, I stopped doing Spongy Bits like 10 years ago. I really thought I did more than that. I know it's a series a lot of people liked. I don't know why I stopped. I honestly have no idea. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that was an episode that would be worthy of a Spongy Bits for sure. Like an episode review, I mean. Thank you, Pokemon Maniac. Final lyric. This is the highest insult that I can lob by calling this episode a scum. Oh, wait.
Scum Bob.
Oh, gosh. Here, like me, I archive all my Let's Plays. Yeah. I mean, I still have, like, the Animal Crossing abridged stuff, like video files. I don't know why. I'm glad I invested in so many hard drives back in the day because hard drives are expensive now. But that's a good rhyme, Pokemon Maniac. Thank you, Asher. The worst offender was definitely Gift of Gum from season 4. Yep. And thank you, Shadow Girl. Welcome to Pie's Pals. All right.
67B, Bubble Buddy returns. SpongeBob babysits Bubble Buddy's delinquent son. Of all the pre-movie episodes that they could have made a sequel to, they have to pick one of the few that I'm not crazy about. I was never a huge fan of Bubble Buddy's shtick of annoying people and then almost getting popped, and I have to say that now, years later, I'm also not a fan of Bubble Buddy's son doing the exact same shtick. That's all this episode is. SpongeBob runs around with Bubble Buddy's son, who constantly causes trouble and almost gets popped. That's it. Those are the exact 2 jokes they like to tell with this character. At first, they try to set up these situations in which it seems natural that Bubble Buddy's son would almost get popped, like around Squidward's sharp knickknacks or Mr. Krabs' claws, but then towards the end of the episode, they just give up entirely and have him float into these dangerous factories again and again and again, to the point where even SpongeBob is just sick of this shtick. And for an episode called Bubble Buddy Returns, Bubble Buddy sure doesn't return that much in this episode. He gets like 3 lines.
Oh, the troll face pie guy. Oh boy. Man. Pie guy of 10 years ago really thought he was pie guy of 15 years ago.
It's silly too, because you could have just done this episode with Bubble Buddy instead of trying to make it about his son. If you're gonna try to play on nostalgia factor, you might as well go full force with it instead of giving us this Bubble Buddy light experience. And what's even more frustrating is that most of the episode tries to act like Bubble Buddy's son also isn't sentient. But that was the whole big twist of the original Bubble Buddy episode, that he was sentient. Why would you try to pull that twist again when we already know Bubble Buddy is sentient, therefore his son most likely is also sentient? It's a SpongeBob episode. It's just a dumb, blatant rehash that tries to cash in on nostalgia without actually having much to be nostalgic about. The core character of Bubble Buddy is hardly here, and otherwise it's just replaying through an episode that we already have seen years ago. And this doesn't have the benefit of having the charm that the first 3 seasons had. It's lame, and it's pretty much one note. As cool an idea as it may seem to do a sequel episode on SpongeBob, unfortunately this one just doesn't pull it off right, and it ends up feeling less like a sequel and a lot more like they're trying to just retread the original. 168.
Okay, maybe this is a hot take. I think this is an upper crust review. I know I go on and on about referencing old episodes and saying things are too similar, but this one deserves it. That episode genuinely deserves to be compared because it is very much like Member Berries. You know, like even just looking at this line here, remember Bubble Buddy? Well, I'm taking care of his son. Remember Bubble Buddy? He's back in son form. Like just hearing that line out of SpongeBob's mouth is such like a, you know, remember when I had a sailor mouth? Remember when I gave you the gift of gum? Remember when I took a day off and I took a squid day off? Y'all remember when I went to Texas? Like, you know, it's just so on the nose. I don't know. And I know that, like, now, apparently, this is, like, half the episodes is just, remember this from the pre-movie era? Oh, my goodness. Okay, thank you, Infinity Nerdy. I think you could pull off a Linkin Park style rap flow. Let's layer some guitars on that Kevin MacLeod instrumental. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh yeah, gotta get Kevin MacLeod involved. Oh gosh. Thank you, Bailey. They were gonna call this episode "Bubble Buddy Makes a Small Cameo," but it didn't have the same ring to it. You guys are real funny. You guys are real funny. Thank yous for the super chat, Salami. Finally caught one of these live. Glad you're back. Binge your reviews in middle/high school. Good times, good times. Upper crust. Okay, I'm glad a lot of you guys think so. Upper crust for troll face pie guy. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the super chat, Shattuck. I mean, Bubble Buddy returns in season 11. Yeah, doesn't he? I'm trying to remember what that. I did see one of those in season 11. I don't remember what happens in it. Oh god. What's like the dumbest title for a character to say coming out of their mouth? Like, remember when I SB129'd? Oh gosh. Oh, Bubble Town. Yep, we gotta raise those stakes. Remember when I was a teenage Gary? Oh gosh. Okay, all right. I'm probably wearing the joke thin. So that's it, huh? What are we, some kind of band geeks? Okay, all right. Let's keep going here.
8A. Restraining SpongeBob. Squidward gets a restraining order against SpongeBob. Wow, they actually did this episode. You watch SpongeBob long enough and you're just kind of like, why doesn't Squidward get a restraining order? But here he actually does. Which makes sense, but does it make for a good story? Nope. This episode is boring. And just another one at the Krusty Krab that feels like it really doesn't have much of an identity. There's not much humor.
I still can't believe we got to a point in SpongeBob where Squidward taking out a restraining order on SpongeBob is a legitimate plot. Oh gosh. It's also funny because something I was working on involving Fiona and Cake today, restraining order is also a plot point in that show as well. Thank you for the super chat, Bailey. I think we had the same idea with Squidward going, remember episode SB129? Thank you, Dorothy, for the super chat. I dare you to watch that sinking feeling again. Remember when we had that sinking feeling, SpongeBob? Oh, goodness. Okay. We need a laughing pie guy emoji. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I got to get some more emojis on my stream deck as well. I only have the mini, so I only have 6 slots here. So I only have 3 PyCons on it, but I should add a few more, you know? I should figure out a way to do that with folders or whatever. SB129 got a sequel in season 14. Of course it did. I think you skipped over my super chat. Uh-oh, let me go back. Let me go back. Sorry about that. Oh, thank you, Loon. Remember when I had an accident? I can't do SpongeBob. I mean, I can't do any impression very well, but I really can't do SpongeBob. Remember when I had round pants or whatever? Remember when I to square pants or not to square pants? Okay, all right.
Though there is a bit of slapstick, I didn't really find that to be funny. And Patrick is pretty annoying here. And I get that that's part of the point, but man, they just made him really stupid. Like, annoyingly stupid. It's a SpongeBob episode. On the upside, I did like the weird lawyers, and it's not the worst episode in the world, but there isn't much good that I can say about it. It's just really boring, with a little bit of frustrating thrown in when it comes to Patrick's behavior. And also, I found the bit of Squidward getting fried to be more disturbing than funny. And maybe that was the point, but they could have done that better. It is relatively close to meh, but it does still fall on the SpongeBob side of that line. 168.
I don't think I should have said that. This episode does just sound boring. I don't think it deserves meh. You can tell I'm still trying to figure out what to do with these boring episodes. I think this is a B tier review. I think it was fine. That laugh was something. Oh gosh. Did you move your Adam's apple like Tom Kenny? I don't think I did. Did I? No, I didn't. Thank you, Printer Out. I first learned about restraining orders here. You know, I don't think restraining orders really work like how cartoons think they work. I think it requires like I don't know, like a little bit more to it than just being like, yeah, I want a restraining order on that person. There's like a whole legal thing behind it, but whatever. I guess it makes for a convenient plot point. First we Pie Guy, then we rules. Let's Pie Guy rules. Thank you, Asher. Oh yeah, you know what? Someone mentioned Choir Boys. Not to derail us here, but I want to talk about Choir Boys for a second. Something that like was really stupid, but took me just until like the other day to realize this. Choir boy, okay, it's a term that can be used to describe like a do-gooder, right? In the same way that you say Boy Scout. Ironically, in one of my favorite shows of all time, The Punisher says this to Daredevil, right? And in the comics as well, he calls him a Boy Scout or a choir boy. And it's just kind of ironic. I guess maybe it's intentional. Maybe I missed this like stealth pun, but the concept of basically the title is like, sarcastically calling them good boys, like they're well behaved when I mean Squidward's fine in it, but SpongeBob is certainly not exhibiting good behavior. So, I don't know, maybe I missed something there. I feel like an idiot for not really picking up on that until now. I guess just because the literal version of choir boys being just, guys that sing is so prevalent in the episode. But yeah. Okay. Thank you, Maya, for the super chat. I missed Frozen Face Off, aka my favorite special. My review was a little wordy. I think we put it in C tier. No, we did not put it in C tier. Where did we put it? Did we put it in D tier? Where did we put it? I guess we put it in B tier. You guys liked it enough to bump it up. You guys get the bump vote. You can bump things up or down. Thank you, Asher. Maybe you secretly love choir boys since you keep bringing it up. Oh, you want the troll face PyCon so badly, don't you? Thank you, Lazy Bones, for the super chat. Hey, Pie Guy. Didn't expect or know of your return until a few weeks ago after looking up your channel again while I was bored. Good to have you back. Well, thank you. Thank you. Good to have you back as well. Remember when I was happy now? Thank you, Prenifrow. Oh, gosh. Okay. Anyway.
8B. Fiasco! Plankton accidentally steals a piece of art made from Krabby Patties. When I heard the title of this episode, I had literally no idea what to think. Maybe an episode where horrible things keep happening to SpongeBob or something? What I find weird about this episode is that it didn't need to be a piece of art that Plankton stole. Why couldn't it just be Plankton stealing a Krabby Patty that led to a police chase? The fact that it's a piece of art that he stole is kind of irrelevant. A thief's a thief. So it feels like the whole first half of the episode where they set up the fiasco and everything was ultimately kind of meaningless. And furthermore, with Plankton, it's just kind of a bland police chase. And the episode itself isn't really that funny in any regard, and on top of that, we get stupid Patrick just stupidly shoving random things into his mouth. I guess in this case it technically was food, but he just shows up and eats something that's crucial to the plot because Patrick's gonna be Patrick. And to top it all off, Squidward gets treated completely unfairly for just no reason whatsoever. I get that it was supposed to be a gag, but the way they handle it just isn't funny. The police are just like, well, alright, we better arrest everyone, because why not? And then Squidward doesn't get out because, I don't know, because he's Squidward. I'm gonna say it. It's a
SpongeBob.
The story is all over the place. Maybe instead of Plankton stealing the art, it could have been an actual art thief, and they could have done something interesting with that. Or maybe we could have just had some other story involving this fiasco. But this episode just does not work. And heck, we already had an episode about making an art installation at the Krusty Krab called The Masterpiece. Not the same exact episode, but at least a little bit similar in concept. Obligatory, it's not that bad of an episode. We're not talking Choir Boys or Truth or Square.
Hey, there it is,
flavor
Choir
of
Boys.
bad here, but I do think it is a SpongeBob. The piece of art itself is pretty cool, but that's pretty much the only thing I liked here. 169A.
Oh boy. Before we get to there. Thank you, DDD. I guess you could call this episode a fiasco. Sunglasses PyCon. I thought that review D tier, C tier. Really, you guys didn't like that review, or do you guys just like you just like fiasco? A tier. We're not here yet. Don't look at. Don't no. We're at fiasco. We gotta rank fiasco, or we're never gonna get here. C tier. All right, I'm happy with C tier. I think it could be a middle tier. What is the ScumBob version of a Pie Guy review? I think also just a ScumBob. All right. Are you ready now? Oh, watch it from the beginning.
Choir boys are truth or square flavor of bad here, but I do think it is a ScumBob. The piece of art itself is pretty cool, but that's pretty much the only thing I liked here. 169A. Are you happy now? Because I'm sure not. Squidward becomes depressed after realizing he has no happiest memory. I don't think I've ever felt this uncomfortable watching a SpongeBob episode. This episode bothered me in a way that One Course Meal just doesn't. The problem with this episode is that basically it turns Squidward into a legitimately depressed, borderline suicidal who doesn't leave his house for 2 weeks. And then it has the nerve to pull a stupid SpongeBob comedy ending by saying that Squidward got happy because he ripped up a bunch of SpongeBob paper mache. If you haven't seen the episode, you might think that I'm over-exaggerating, that I'm making something up, that I'm drawing from connections that aren't quite there. Kind of like how One Course Meal left things up to interpretation, and unfortunately just kind of had a bunch of unfortunate implications. But no, Squidward is legitimately borderline suicidally depressed in this episode. And I don't mean depressed as in the adjective where he's just kind of sad. I mean depressed as in like clinically depressed. The show actually tries to portray that. He shuffles around his house, unshaven, in his bathrobe, mumbling to himself things like, "Wake me up when I'm dead," and "I'll never be happy." That's not cartoonish sadness, that's a realistic portrayal of depression. To see SpongeBob, of all things, have a character have a legitimate mental illness and play it relatively straight is just so wrong. And I'm not saying cartoons can't do this sort of thing. I love BoJack Horseman, which could be accurately described as Depression, the animated series. The problem...
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt this. Depression, the animated series is great.
Is that SpongeBob does not treat it with respect. All the while Squidward is miserable, we get SpongeBob wackily trying to cheer him up, which would be fine in any other episode, but not here. The big problem is that they made Squidward clinically depressed instead of just kind of sad. They over-exaggerated it too much to the point where you feel so bad for Squidward. All the while this zany wackiness is going on with SpongeBob. And then the ending just really singes it for me, saying, "Oh, well, it's okay, he beat his depression because he ripped up a bunch of SpongeBob paper mache figurines." Again, in another kind of episode where they don't make Squidward this depressingly sad, that could have been a funny or weird or whatever ending. But here, it's such a mood whiplash that it doesn't work. What I'm saying is that if they wanted to do an episode with Squidward being legitimately depressed, then they shouldn't have the stupid comedy ending or the wacky SpongeBob bits. And if they wanted to just do a silly episode, they should not have made Squidward this legitimately depressed. Instead, they should have just made him just kind of sad. A show like BoJack knows how to depict depression and include wacky elements as well respectfully in a way that works and flows with the episode, but SpongeBob absolutely does not know how to do that, which leaves you stuck tonally not sure whether you should be taking this seriously or not. This episode actually disrespects the mental illness, and that seriously frustrates me. Trust me, I'm not one to get offended easily, nor am I one to ever call for the banning of an episode. But seriously, this episode is offensively bad. Obviously, a
ScumBob.
What a miserable, sad episode. You do not want to invoke real-world sadness into a show where Squidward is supposed to be cartoonishly grumpy. That just opens up a whole can of worms that makes me feel uncomfortable in other episodes because apparently depression can exist in this world. Oh, and I didn't even get into the reason he's depressed. He's depressed because apparently he's never had a happy memory. Yeah. That's right. If you thought he was depressed for some sort of weird cartoonish reason, nope. His depression comes on from realizing that he is eternally miserable. Seriously. The fact that we've seen Squidward happy in other episodes is the least troublesome part of this. Everything else in the episode is just fine. SpongeBob's attempts to cheer Squidward up go exactly as you think. It's not bad, but it's definitely not good enough to pull up the rest of this episode. There are a lot of Season 8 ScumbBobs that aren't that bad, but this one is that bad. 169.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's an upper crust review. What do you guys think? Upper crust. Okay. Thank you, Pernafrau. I remember you intentionally didn't mention the suicide jokes in lieu of the square theory you made on dark humor and SpongeBob. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't know that I had to mention the suicide jokes because it's kind of just, it's just a part of it, really. Like it's so tough. I'm sure that it was the sort of thing where they wanted to do an episode where Squidward was really sad, right? And they wanted to pick like an over the top reason, he doesn't have a happy memory and all that stuff. And when you work in cartoons, you just kind of end up pushing the envelope more and more with like if you're trying to portray something as sad, you want to go over the top sad. So ridiculously over the top that it's just like funny. But if you push it too far or you don't push it far in the right way, you just end up with something that's just tonally so wrong for SpongeBob. Um, it's just yeah. Uh, Thank you for the super chat, Infinity Nerdy. Were you aware of the shape of the rope? Yeah, it's a noose. No, this shape, I don't really know what you mean, and I don't think I want to. Anyway. Thank you, Dorothy. Sad background music would be fitting for this. Yeah, I kind of actually see this as like the inverse of my No Hat for Pat review, where I kind of like talk through the episode, but I describe it in a way that's like what it really makes you feel like. It's not just like a recap. It's a kind of a recap with some emotion behind it. So I feel like it's kind of that. I also don't know what the discourse on Are You Happy Now still is. Did it think that people were like overreacting, or like do some people like this? Like what's the general vibe? Oh, and apparently chat is frozen for me. That's not great. Okay. I guess too many of you guys chatted at one time and my computer said no, too much. Thank you, Salami, for the super chat. Never had a happy memory. Watches Band Geeks. Gosh. I'm late to it, but upper crust. Okay, yeah, upper crust for sure. Yeah. It's uncomfortable. Yeah, it's just a lot of people see it as salvageable. Apparently from my review, it sounds like there's other things in the episode that are just like fine. But let's see. I think calling for this episode is a bit much. I don't think any episode is bad enough to be censored like that, but this review is still great. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. The episode is bad. It's still quite disliked, but it's pretty old and been talked to death. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's just bad in a way that's just like obvious. Like everyone knows why that sort of thing is bad. It's not something a joke heavy episode where the jokes don't land. Like I guess I could see if someone liked the jokes in Choir Boys that they like the episode, right? I just don't. But it is a highly subjective thing. Whereas I think most people are gonna think that Squidward being legitimately suicidal or just like this far depressed is just clearly just a bridge too far for the show. Thank you, Pelican, for the super chat. Are You Happy Now actually remained unaired for around 5 years. It stopped airing after 2019 before finally airing again in 2024. That actually, that reminds me. I did have this idea. I don't know how you guys would like this, but an idea of doing a stream where we try to figure out which episodes of SpongeBob Nickelodeon considers the best episodes, right? If we look at which episodes got re-released on DVD and were in like multiple DVD compilations, if any of them. We can look at which episodes potentially aired on Nick if I don't know, if there's someone out there that has logs of Nickelodeon schedules. I don't really know anyone like that, but maybe someone does that. It could actually be kind of fun, or it could be really boring. I'm not sure. I have to kind of think about it. I think that might be fun to kind of sit around and just like look at marketing materials and stuff like that and try to figure it out. I don't know. It's one of those ideas that I had for what we're gonna do after we're done with the season reviews. That's a square theory. Did I do that already? Or just it's a good idea for a square theory? Rip Pants got released on DVD a number of times. Interesting. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. Even if you ignore the fact that Squidward had numerous happy moments, they still portrayed depression badly. Yeah. And thank you, Bailey. Bad comedy is almost entirely subjective. Bad story is almost entirely objective. I don't know if I could say that it's still what people like about stories can certainly be different. Some people want stories to be very like vague and mysterious. They like it when their stories leave a lot of room for imagination, and other people would call that bad writing and just say like you can't just skip over the important parts and let me make up the story. Like there's a lot of subjectivity, but I do agree that with comedy it's like you either find it funny or you don't. There's not a ton of like you can't really talk through it, you can't say like, well, it was funny because of this reason. Oh, actually it is. Ha ha ha. But with story elements, if there's something you don't like and you talk about it with someone that did like it, they could potentially convince you that the story element is actually good and right. If it's based on something you misremembered or forgot, or there's some subtle detail that you didn't catch, or you weren't thinking about it in the right framing. Anyway, that's how I see it. Thank you for the super chat, GD Syndrome. Interesting to see no mess episodes in the upper crust. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. It looks like the highest meh we've got, have you seen the snail? It's the specials. And I guess what episode is this one? This is, yeah, look real closely here. The chaperone. But yeah, a lot of the specials, because I guess I just gave them extra attention because they were special, even though they were meh. But there's not a ton of mehs in the A tier, none in the upper crust. It's just hard. It's just hard to make meh reviews be super, super interesting. I guess there could certainly be some where there's strong positives and strong negatives, and I talk about them in theory. Or in theory, in detail. Oh gosh. Okay, people are interested. Maybe we'll see about doing that. We'll see. All right, we'll move on in 1 second here. There's a collection on iTunes of Tom Kenny's top 20 favorite SpongeBob episodes. Oh yeah, I do know about that. Most of the typical fan favorites are on there, but he also has the card and Slide Whistle Stooges. Interesting. Thank you, Asher. Do you wonder if Red Mist was inspired by this episode? Maybe it's just me. Maybe. I feel like creepypastas about SpongeBob are common because SpongeBob is just popular.
Depression can exist in this world. Oh, and I didn't even get into the reason he's depressed. He's depressed because apparently he's never had a happy memory. Yeah, that's right. If you thought he was depressed for some sort of weird cartoonish reason, nope. His depression comes on from realizing that he is eternally miserable. Seriously. The fact that we've seen Squidward happy in other episodes is the least troublesome part of this. Everything else in the episode is just fine.
I think as like a comparison point, thinking about like Doofenshmirtz and Phineas and Ferb, right? There's plenty of times where he talks about how horrible and sad his backstory is, but it's always so over the top, and it's also, he's just such a hammy character that, like him moping around his lab and being depressed because he, I don't know, he doesn't have a happy memory or something, like that feels like it's appropriate. I just feel like the way they did it with Squidward just didn't work. Anyway, I don't need to keep going.
SpongeBob's attempts to cheer Squidward up go exactly as you think. It's not bad, but it's definitely not good enough to pull up the rest of this episode. There are a lot of Season 8 ScumbBobs that aren't that bad, but this one is that bad. 169B, Planet of the Jellyfish.
Wow, look at that bespoke Pycon there.
SpongeBob must defeat a monster that is cloning Bikini Bottom residents. So this episode, much like the Krabby Patty that ate Bikini Bottom, is based upon a B movie. In this case, it would be Invasion of the Body Snatchers. However, unlike that episode, this episode actually plays it a little bit more seriously. The monster itself here isn't funny in the slightest, and the characters don't really make too many funny remarks. And throughout this entire episode, there is this eerie science fiction-y music playing. And you know what? I like it. I think it's a good episode. This is one of those cases where there is just a solid story. It is backed up by a few jokes. I particularly like Jellian Squidward's random sound that he makes, as well as the one Jellian saying that he likes mustard. But for the most part, this is just a really well-told story, where everything from the music to the atmosphere to the characters' dialogue to how they defeat the monster is played consistently, relatively seriously. It's not like it's without humor or SpongeBob touches, like the fact that the monster monsters weak to mayonnaise of all things is very SpongeBob-esque. But because they have a good tone going on that's not really that goofy or silly, you're able to take the story more seriously than most. It's still weird, it's still fun, and it's not that serious, but it has a tone that really works. The only thing that really bugs me is the fact that they keep calling this monster a Jellian, like it's some sort of alien, when they really have no idea whether it's an alien or not. We don't get to see its origins. It starts out in jellyfish fields, so for all we know, it could just be a creature native to Bikini Bottom. But that's a pretty minor thing. In general, it's a really enjoyable episode. SpongeBob seems to do pretty well when it goes into B-movie territory. Episode 178.
I think that was a B tier review. I think I repeated myself a little bit there when I'm like, oh, it's not that funny, but it's a more serious story, but it's still got jokes. I think I say that twice. But otherwise, I like that review. It's kind of funny, isn't it, that like in the earlier seasons, my best reviews were the SpongeBob ones. Because they were so few and far between, and now I feel like we're at the point where my best reviews are when I can describe a good episode really well and talk about what I like about it. Thank you, Madeline. I am back just in time for my favorite episode, spelled with a U, like a Canadian. Just kidding, we love Canadians. Will Arnett is a Canadian, or was a Canadian, I guess. All right.
Free samples. After Plankton distributes gross Krabby Patty samples, SpongeBob must fix their bad reputation. So this is one of Plankton's more clever schemes, and it doesn't have anything to do with the formula, and giving away nasty free samples in the name of the Krusty Krab. That's a really underhanded and clever way to ruin the Krusty Krab's reputation. Unfortunately, though, as clever as that scheme is, the story of this episode is way, way too simple. Plankton gives away bad Krabby Patty samples, then SpongeBob gives away good Krabby Patty samples, marked as new. Seriously, that's pretty much all that happens in the entire episode. The rest of it is filled with a bunch of gags of the random fish people cheering or being disgusted, and other stuff like SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs doing money angels. As an episode, it's really just kind of boring and forgettable. Good concept, but man, is the problem solved way too easily. And the episode just inflated with fluff. The sequence of the fish enjoying Krabby Patties is okay, like I kind of like it, but I think it went on for a bit too long. And it's by no means great. It's a
SpongeBob
episode. A pretty light one, to be fair, but I do think that it is just really, really boring and basic in the worst possible way. It doesn't keep my attention because the story is just that simple. And outside of gags of the fish people freaking out or loving something, there's not much in the way of humor. There was a good idea in here, but the way they executed in this episode is just a snore fest. 170B.
Hey, I'm glad your exam went well, anonymous person. Thank you for the super chat, Dorothy. I like how you said
SpongeBob
in the review. How'd I say it? Let's see.
Home sweet for loving something boring. It's by no means great. It's a
SpongeBob
because I said it really slowly.
SpongeBob.
I think this is a D tier review. Honestly, it might even be a SpongeBob review. Oh, sorry.
SpongeBob
Review. I gotta remember to do that. I don't know. I just keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's not interesting. It's boring. It's filled with fluff. There's not much to it. It's boring. Blah 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 blah. Did I slow down the
SpongeBob
in that review? No, I think I just said it slowly and then pitched it down. I think. C tier? Nah, it's worse. It's a D tier at the highest. D tier because of the slow SpongeBob. Me saying it slowly, does that really bring it up? Is that really? Oh gosh. Huh. D tier. All right, fine. D tier it is. You make us laugh. D tier. Oh gosh. What else are you supposed to say when the season is just full of boring episodes? I guess that's fair.
in here, but the way they execute it in this episode is just a snore fest. 170B, Home Sweet Rubble. SpongeBob's friends help him rebuild his rotting house. Alright, let's start with the pineapple in the room. Yes, this episode is very similar to Season 1's Home Sweet Pineapple. Of course, it's not a direct remake of the episode. The focus is a little bit different in that it's on his friends rebuilding the house in a way that SpongeBob doesn't like, but it definitely does bear more than a passing resemblance, so I do have to knock a few points off there. Additionally, and I know this is a bit of a weird note for me, but this episode keeps reusing the same music over and over again. It's on the title card and at the ending of the episode and somewhere in the middle too. It's really distracting. And rounding out my complaints is that the episode isn't that funny. To be fair, it does have a few moments I found funny, like the mustard going in SpongeBob's eyes in slow motion, and Patrick having his exit pencils crisis, but I just must obligatorily point out that it's not a very funny episode. And for these reasons, I'm
Yes, Pi, I am sick of you hearing that, past guy. Come on.
gonna have to call this episode a meh. I like that SpongeBob's friends come together to help him out, but once again, SpongeBob is a pushover. I like Squidward being used to support the building against his will. That was actually a pretty funny physical gag about Squidward getting hurt. And in general, it's just a very pleasant episode. Outside of Patrick's behavior at a few points, there's nothing in here that's really frustrating or anything, but unfortunately, it being a rehash of a previous episode does drag it down. If it had a little bit more of originality in it, or perhaps if there were a lot of really good jokes, it could be called a good, but I do think it's just meh. 170.
I think that's maybe like a B tier review. That was fine. Also, hang on, I did want to just say, like, SpongeBob did it again in this quote. Like, well, it isn't exact. Oh man, that's like a flapjack voice. Yikes! It isn't exactly home sweet pineapple, but I suppose it could be much worse. Well, it isn't exactly one course meal. Oh gosh. Goodness. Thank you for super chat, Asher. Hot take: I prefer this episode over Home Sweet Pineapple. I never cared for that episode. Inspector Gadget voice. Minecraft. I can't do SpongeBob. I know. What? How do I impersonate him? It isn't exactly a pizza delivery. I don't know. I'm just imagining every time, like, they just do this, you know, like, well, we're not exactly eating chocolate with nuts. It isn't exactly a super evil aquatic team up as Go, but I suppose it could be much worse. This is my favorite joke of the stream, guys, by the way. This has been pretty great. Okay. I apologize for the bad impressions.
Drag it down. If it had a little bit more of original.
Try a Mr. Krabs voice. Arr. It isn't exactly arg, but me boyo. Oh, gosh. Remember one crab's trash.
Originality in it, or perhaps if there were a lot of really good jokes, it could be called a good, but I do think it's just meh. 171A. Karen 2.0. Plankton replaces Karen with a new model. I think my favorite part.
I was clearly a big fan of doing voices back then for these things, but I don't think it's as annoying as like the early season reviews where I'd make puns out of like everything or try to make jokes out of everything. I think every so often doing a little voice or an inflection or a hi-ya, I think adds a little nice garnish to this.
Of this episode is all of the computer puns they make, saying things like homepage wrecker and jokes about.
Did I use a filter for the voice? The Mr. Krabs voice? No, that was just me. Unless you're joking about how bad it is. Let's see if I can do Plankton. I went to college. Eugene. Nah. Eugene H. Nah, I can't.
about dial-up. It's a kind of different area of humor for SpongeBob. They don't usually make jokes about that sort of thing. So it's different and new and kind of funny. It makes this episode not gut-bustingly hilarious, but still decently funny. You know, there's a consistent amount of these kinds of jokes spread throughout the episode.
I am looking respectfully at Karen 2.0. All right, guys, hang on. Do I have to take Karen 2.0 away from you? Can you guys behave? Let's just like, there we go. Stay focused, chat.
Episode, which meant I chuckled in more than a few places. And in terms of the story, it is borderline schmaltzy and melodramatic, but even though it comes close, I think it is still a pretty good story, and is genuinely sweet. Unlike other episodes, you do really get the feeling that by the end of the episode, Plankton did learn his lesson. And even though the formula is mentioned, the episode primarily isn't really about that. Heck, it's not even really about Plankton so much as it is about...
Also, I think I'm just now realizing I should probably put... Let's do this over here so it looks like the PyCon's actually looking at it. Yeah, there we go.
Karen. And it's pretty rare to see an episode from Karen's point of view. Plus, the robot fight at the end was pretty cool. I think it's a good episode. It's not fantastic. There are some things I would tweak. I'm not crazy about Plankton letting Karen forget about the whole ordeal, and the way that Plankton puts her out on the street in a cardboard box seems a little bit too cruel. But in general, it is just a nice story with some decent jokes sprinkled in. And really, that's all I ask for in a good episode. 171.
I got really distracted. I think this is a B tier review, probably, right? not distracted by Karen 2.0, obviously. Just distracted with the shenanigans. Oh gosh. Thank you, Asher. You should do voices with the SpongeBob filter. I don't. What would that even sound like? And if I do it, I can't even hear what it sounds like.
Are you happy now? It's official. I hate everyone.
There you go. Thank you, DDD. A future episode from the later seasons had Karen in a red dress that had this fish in fitness clothes that people really liked, if you know what I mean. Oh, gosh. Yikes. Thank you, Media Fanatic. Do you remember the flack people gave you for Karen 2.0's body? Wait, what? Did people really give me flack for it? What do you mean? Hang on. Is this real? Is this real, chat? Gosh. I don't remember. I really don't remember that. I mean, again, my artist drew it. I don't know. It's based off the episode. I don't know what to tell you. Let's move on.
B. In Sponge-Yak. SpongeBob has trouble sleeping. In premise alone, this sounds a little bit like procrastination, except instead of trying to force himself to write an essay, he's trying to force himself to go to sleep. Not that the episode plays out in any way like procrastination, but I do think this is a story idea that is pretty perfect for SpongeBob. It's simple, and yet there's a lot of places they can take it. Structurally speaking, this episode is very similar to Oral Report, in which SpongeBob has a problem that starts at the Krusty Krab that he can't solve himself, so he goes for Patrick for help, who makes things worse, and then there's a sequence where something weird happens, followed by SpongeBob fixing the original problem in a very weird way. And while I'm at it, let me break each part of this episode down. Starting off with the introduction. I like it because Mr. Krabs is creating a problem for himself. SpongeBob obviously didn't have a sleeping problem until Mr. Krabs pointed out that he has insomnia. That's a nice ironic way to set up the plot. Then, the scene where SpongeBob is trying to get himself to go to sleep, but just can't, I can definitely relate to. As someone who's had sleeping problems, that's exactly what it's like. You want to just do something to get yourself to sleep, but the problem is to sleep, you need to not be doing something. Then, the bit with Patrick. Much like with Oral Report, I'm sure this is a controversial opinion, but I actually like Patrick here. Yes, he's doing a very bad job at helping SpongeBob, but I think he's doing it in a funny way. His story of the land of perpetual excitement, his dance number, giving SpongeBob coffee, he is screwing up, but he's doing it in a very interesting way. Not just randomly eating whatever he wants or popping in to cause problems, and I think what also makes this work is that SpongeBob is actively calling Patrick out for not helping, and and is actively not amused with Patrick's antics. Next, there's SpongeBob running through town, which is pretty neat. I like the effect of SpongeBob's legs running, and you can kind of see his deteriorating mental state, and then you get the freakout sequence. Now, what I like about this is that it was brought on for good reason. SpongeBob is having sleeping problems, so that's a good setup for a freakout sequence, because obviously he's hallucinating or dreaming or whatever you want to call it. And everything in this freakout sequence relates to either SpongeBob's predicament or Patrick's story. It's all very bizarre and abstract, but it still does relate to what was going on in the episode, and that's why I think it's a better freakout sequence than the one in Squidward and Clarinet Land, because it is justified and earned and does have parallels with what was going on in the story. And then there's the weird ending where SpongeBob didn't get much sleep, but apparently this is okay because his tears can accurately spray the correct amount of mustard onto the Krabby Patty. Yeah, if there's one thing I don't like in this episode, it's definitely that. It doesn't make any sort of sense. SpongeBob is getting mustard all over the place, and his inability to sleep really doesn't affect that at all. It's just him crying. It's a very odd way to have a happy ending, even though it's technically not really happy for SpongeBob. It's weird, but it is only the very ending of the episode. So when you put it all together, I think it is a good episode. Unfortunately,
still
it
going
doesn't
on.
have a lot of comedy, but what is there I do think works. Some of the stuff with Patrick is funny, the milk falling out of SpongeBob is funny, but what really makes the episode shine is just that the story works and flows in a very relatable and fun and interesting way. Heck, I think the story is comparable to what they were doing in the first 3 seasons, and if this episode had been a bit funnier, it could theoretically fit right in there. Episode 1.
I think that might be a D tier review. I go on and reference so many other episodes. I don't know, man. I did not think that was very good. Should I get the face freeze spike on as as an emote? It probably wouldn't look like anything if we shrunk it down. Thank you for the super chat, Dave Jackson. Are there any Gravity Falls episodes that are meh or SpongeBob? None that are SpongeBob, I don't think. I would maybe consider Weirdmageddon 2 probably meh. But it's been a while since I've seen it. But no, for the most part, it's hard to find things in Gravity Falls that aren't good. It's just such a good show. The few issues that it has are minor in the grand scheme of how good a show it is. Thank you, Levi, for the super chat. I sent you art. I hope I sent it to you correctly. I'm looking at my email right now. I don't see it. Here, I'll tell you. I'll tell you my email. Hang on one sec. My email is my name, my full name, PGR, but like the full thing, 123@gmail.com. All right. So, yeah. I mean, I can double check to make sure it's not getting caught in a spam filter later. But thank you for the fan art either way. B tier, D tier, A tier review. I disagree with it. C tier. Wow, there's a lot of opinions on this review. Thank you, GD player. This was Nathaniel Bandy's least favorite episode of season 8. Honestly, not that surprising. I did not see Bandy's review of SpongeBob. Yeah, I don't know. I think it belongs in D tier. People saying C tier at least, E tier, C tier. I'm surprised you liked Gentle Mammalian Hands. And Mr. Enter hated it. I think you'll find that me and Mr. Enter are very different people. But man, it is still just funny that even after all these years, people still bring up Mr. Enter all the time. It really goes to show the impact that guy had. For better or worse, Mr. Enter is just a very, very iconic person. So the review is pretty mediocre. All right, I'm fine with throwing it in C. You guys are just happy because I'm like, it's a good episode, I guess. I don't know. All right, are we ready to move on?
72A. Face freeze. SpongeBob and Patrick make silly faces. So I did a rant on this episode a long time ago, and although I do say a few stupid things in that video, what I have to say about face freeze is pretty accurate. This episode is just stupid faces. That's all it is. There's exactly one joke I like, and that's about Sandy's gentle mammalian hands. The faces themselves are all ugly. Like, intentionally ugly, and although I can definitely respect some of the artistic qualities that go into these faces, they're not exactly pleasant to look at, and the faces that SpongeBob and Patrick decide to stick with for the longest in the episode are the two faces that I find to be the least interesting to look at. Patrick just looks like discount Goofy, and SpongeBob just has his eyes sticking out of his head. Oh, and special credit goes to the one scene in the middle of this episode that is just literally nothing but stupid faces. Like, I say that this episode is pretty much nothing but stupid faces, and that might be a slight exaggeration, but there is actually an entire scene where it is just stupid faces. There's not even a background, they're just in Nowhere's Land while they're doing this. It's obviously a
SpongeBob
episode. It's the same exact story as Hooky and The Main Drain and Sailor Mouth and Karate Choppers to an extent, which is fine if you're gonna do something with it, but they don't. They use this basic story type of Mr. Krabs telling SpongeBob and Patrick not to do something that they do anyway, to just dangle a bunch of stupid faces in our face. It's another one of those episodes that maybe could have been salvaged if it was one of those season 5 shorts, but even then, I'm just not so sure. Even if these faces amused me, there isn't much variety here. You know what's worse than watching this episode? Having to watch it a second and third time. It just gets more and more dull the more times you watch it because there's no subtlety to it. There's no layers. There's no witty dialogue peppered in. There's just nothing but these stupid faces. Something tells me the writers just didn't have much time to work on this episode. Either that or they found their own doodles to be so funny that they decided that that was going to be the entire episode. Let me just say, it's certainly no Frozen face-off. 170.
I thought that was a pretty good review. I could be convinced that that's upper crust. I think that's either A tier or upper crust. Again, it's hard with episodes that don't have a lot going on to really describe it in a way that's not repetitive. I like the joke I make about Frozen Face Off at the end, especially that I don't drag it out. I just make a little wink about it, you know? Upper crust? A tier? What do we got, guys? What do we got? A tier. Upper crust. All right, very, very mixed. You know what? I'm happy to throw it in upper crust. Ba. Oop. I don't know if you guys can hear my water bottle. Keep bumping it on things. All right, let's get back to it.
72B. Glove World, R.I.P. SpongeBob.
Oh, and I do also like that in that review, I do mention how, just like episodes that rely on just like a very visual sense of humor really do not hold up that well in rewatch. You know, episodes that tend to do well over and over again are ones that utilize a lot of witty dialogue, I'd say. Good jokes that are dialogue based, but also like a mix. A mix is good. Not all visual jokes like fail the second time or third time you see them, but the fact that the joke of the phrases already got old within one viewing, right? Midway through that viewing, you're just sick of it. It just is not, it doesn't do great for a second or third watch.
Patrick try to fix Glove World to prevent it from closing. First of all, I do have to say that I was spoiled on this twist ending long before I ever even saw the episode. Somewhere along the lines I heard about it, so I don't really have an initial reaction to that twist at the end, but I can say that knowing in advance does kind of make the episode feel a little on the pointless side. It also feels like one of those things where they wanted to make some sort of big change. I mean, heck, they call the episode Glove World R.I.P., and yet they don't actually change anything because there's still a Glove World, it's just called something different. As far as the rest of the episode, I'm gonna be honest, I was bored. Most of it is just SpongeBob and Patrick riding these lame rides that break down on them while they're riding, or trying to fix rides that break down, which means they don't really actually do too much, and a lot of it is just the joke of a ride breaking down, which personally I didn't find any of the ones they made in this episode to be funny. Heck, even the part that I did like, the glove puns, was something that started out kind of amusing and then got really bad and then only got funny again because they kept going with the glove puns. I think it's a
SpongeBob
episode. It's certainly not face freeze levels of boring, but I really wasn't entertained by this at all. The structure of the story is just kind of too repetitive, and most of it I don't think is very funny. I don't really have much else to say other than that I just find it boring. 173A. Squid Eye.
All right. Yeah, I mean, you guys could tell, like, it's getting rough for me. Like, the concept of every episode reviewed, I think, was really tested in season 8 here, because I can withstand 2 seasons of just like awful things happening, but season 8 is just so boring. It's just so light on everything, you know, it's like I'm clearly just so desperate for anything to say about these episodes, man. Goodness. Levi, I did receive your art, and I will show it on screen now. Actually, in 1 second. Oh gosh. I will accidentally attempt to open it in Photoshop, and then have to close that window, and it's not quitting, and I hope my computer doesn't melt because I have too many things open. I might have to start streaming from my MacBook. Oh gosh. Okay. Although I don't know what streaming from Mac is like, but here we go. Very big picture here. This is big thanks to Levi for this. Boom. Dying for PIEGUYRULZ. Very nice. It says Truth or Square on the VHS tape. And what's that? Oh, it's a Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy card next to me. I think so. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Yep. If you want to send me any fan art or anything really, start a conversation. It's my username 123, my full username 123@gmail.com. But yes, sorry. So thank you for that. Maybe we'll have to do like a fan art contest or something. I don't know. You guys are really talented. Way more talented than I am. Thank you for the super chat. Taz in Boar. Have you seen 20 Fudhill? He has all these 10-hour vids. No, I have not. Thank you, Asher. I mostly don't like this episode for the fact that it becomes pointless from Glove World coming back in future episodes. I mean, SpongeBob doesn't do continuity unless it really wants to.
Love puns was something that started out kind of amusing and then got really bad and then only got funny again because they kept going with the glove puns. I think it's a
SpongeBob
episode.
And that fun fact is wrong because it's not the last appearance.
It's certainly not face freeze levels of boring, but I really wasn't entertained by this at all. The structure of the story is just kind of too repetitive, and most of it I don't think is very funny. I don't really have much else to say other than that I just find it boring. 173A. Squiditis.
Yeah. That review. I don't know. C. D. I'm just out of things to say clearly about some of these episodes. It's unfortunate. I think I'm okay throwing it in D tier. I don't know. The glove is dead. Long live the glove. SpongeBob? Oh, sorry.
SpongeBob?
I think D is fine. My least favorite is next. Squiditis? Is your least favorite, or you mean the one after this? Yes, the one after this is probably what you're referring to.
Squidward fakes being sick to get out of work. I actually noticed 2 animation errors. One right after the title card, right before the credits, where the screen fades in from black where it shouldn't, and another when SpongeBob bursts into Mr. Krabs' office, it appears he's not there for a frame or 2. Not a huge deal, just thought I'd point them out. Anyway, the episode itself is meh. Like, that's the perfect way I would describe this episode. On the one hand, it's another one of those episodes that primarily takes place at the Krusty Krab and doesn't really have too much of an identity and seems to drag on a little bit and just not be very interesting in general. But on the other hand, there are some things I like. I like the little bit of SpongeBob trying to remember what the correct remedy was, the customers being concerned, and Mr. Krabs saying the same thing again and again to get Squidward to go away. I didn't love any of these bits, but they're all at least decent bits. Meh is just how I would pretty much describe everything in the episode. The jokes are meh, the story is meh, and so obviously the whole thing is just meh. 173B. Demolition.
I don't say like anything about it. That's another D tier. If not
SpongeBob
tier. Thank you, Asher. April Fool's stream where you have to speak in the SpongeBob filter the entire time. That'd be pretty funny. Actually, no, it wouldn't. It would not be funny. Come on, let's be real. Let's be real. Um, Someone saying Squiditis is great. I don't remember anything about it. It's definitely a D tier at the highest. I don't know. Part of me wants to go a little easier on myself because it's like, what do you say about boring episodes? But another part of me is like, I should come up with something, right? This is bordering on
SpongeBob.
It felt like one of your early reviews. Thank you, DDD. Season 13 has an episode called Squidward's Sick Days. That's almost a carbon copy of this episode. I'm gonna be honest. I I misread that for a second. I put the D in front of instead of the S in sick, and that that makes something completely different. D tier because there isn't that much to say. All right, I'll just throw it. D tier is fine with me.
Doofus. After SpongeBob mutilates her, Mrs. Puff signs him up for a monster truck rally, hoping he'll get killed. And if that description sounds exaggerated, oh boy do I wish that it was. So let's start with the actual demolition portion of this episode, which really doesn't start until about halfway in. It's okay. It's nothing to write home about, but it's not awful either. It's one of those situations where SpongeBob gets by doing just these random things that magically make him immune to getting hurt from all the giant monster trucks and stuff. There's not really any tension in it because you know SpongeBob's going to just be fine the whole time, so you're not on the edge of your seat or anything like that. But at the same time, there is a little bit of fun to be had and all this random stuff that happens to SpongeBob while he's out on the demolition derby field. That part of it's a meh, but the episode in general, oh, it's a
SpongeBob.
Why would they make Mrs. Puff literally want to kill SpongeBob? Now, I'll admit, Mrs. Puff has had a pretty mean streak in some episodes, but wanting to kill SpongeBob? That's just way too far and way over the line for her character. It's frustrating because the episode actually goes out of its way to say Mrs. Puff does want to kill him. She means it in the worst possible way. They could have just left it up to interpretation saying, oh, she wants him to get hurt at the monster truck rally, but nope, they needed to make sure you know that she wants him to die a grisly death. Although, to be fair, she's not the only one in this episode whose character is derailed. SpongeBob is such an annoying little twit here. He makes these stupid little comments at Mrs. Puff being mutilated. She is physically disfigured because of his actions, and he's still cracking little stupid jokes, having a stupid smile on his face, as if he doesn't care. Now, obviously, he's doing things for Mrs. Puff, and obviously the character is supposed to care, but his body language doesn't show it at all. And if Mrs. Puff had a broken leg, then okay, I could understand SpongeBob cracking jokes, trying to make the situation better, but the doctor says she's deformed for life. It's like as soon as Mrs. Puff finds out about the severity of her condition, the next thing she hears is SpongeBob making a stupid joke. It's just so insensitive for the character to do that. SpongeBob might be a moron, and sometimes, yeah, he's terrible at reading situations, but come on, that's pretty bad. And of course, there's the other thing that bugs me, the cop-out ending. The doctor tells us Mrs. Puff will never be the same again, and then of course, at the end of the episode, she's back to normal. And I'd be okay with that if the reason weren't completely stupid. She crashes her monster truck and then she puffs up again. That's it. That's all you get. There's no, like, medical procedure that fixes her. There's no real rhyme or reason for it. I guess the doctor just lied or something. Between that, the horrible out-of-character moments for both Mrs. Puff and SpongeBob, and the overall mediocrity of the demolition segments, yeah, it's clear this is a pretty bad episode. 174A.
Well, what do we think about that one? I thought that was actually a pretty good review. I think I'd maybe put that in A tier. I don't quite know if it's upper crust material, but I think it's A tier. Let's see. What do people think? I know Demolition Doofus is another one of those like talked about episodes. In a way, it's kind of like the choir boys for Mrs. Puff, just in how SpongeBob kind of acknowledges just how like awful he's being. I remember there's a book based on this episode. They changed it so that Mrs. Puff only wants to scare SpongeBob out of driving forever. Yeah, I mean, see, that makes sense. That makes sense. This episode actually came out before Face Freeze. Oh, I guess, did I get that wrong? Thank you for the super chat, David. Yeah, A tier? All right, A tier's good.
Treats. Gary pesters SpongeBob to find more discontinued snail treats. This episode is not very funny, but it does have some pretty interesting sequences, like the part with Gary doing a bunch of tricks to get some treats, the whole treats commercial, which is just so weird you have to love it, and the part where SpongeBob and Gary travel around the world looking for more treats. Additionally, I like the story on this one. It's a Gary episode that doesn't involve a misunderstanding, and doesn't feature SpongeBob or anyone being mean to Gary or pushing him too far. It's just a case of Gary wanting something that unfortunately he can't have, and SpongeBob learning that as a pet owner, sometimes you have to say no. That said, it's a meh episode. Like I mentioned, it's not particularly funny, and the thing that really keeps this episode down is Gary's constant meowing. I know that it's there for story reasons, and I'm okay with that. I just don't think they needed to push it as far as they did. Gary meows through a decent portion of this episode. Even at the end, when SpongeBob and Patrick are talking, they felt the need to play him meowing quietly during their dialogue. It's just really irritating. But yeah, that's about all I have to say. There's some good sequences in here. It's not particularly funny, but it's a good story that unfortunately does get dragged down due to one annoying feature. It's not bad. It's just meh. 174.
Yeah, I think that could maybe be a B tier review. It's okay. It's okay. Just like the episode, it's eh. Meow, 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 meow,
For
meow,
B,
meow.
for here or to go? Wait, there's no comma or question mark, so I guess it'd be for here or to go. Plankton wins a contest to get a free Krabby Patty, so Mr. Krabs must stall him. So this is a weird concept for an episode, but although the idea is interesting, unfortunately the episode really isn't that memorable.
How many times do I say some variation of this, right? I feel like season 8, it's either the idea is either just like a rip-off of a previous episode, or like a genuinely really interesting and inspired idea that they then ruin in some fashion or another.
It's not very funny at all. I like the joke with Mr. Krabs putting the buns in the toilet and it's sounding like farts. But other than that, there really isn't much comedy in this. And it does suffer from a little bit of that samey feel that the Krusty Krab episodes have. I think it's a meh episode. Interesting idea, nice story, but it's not anything brilliant. And the comedy, unfortunately, just isn't there. Also, the title is pretty weird because it's not like the episode's about it being for here or to go. No, that's actually the solution to the problem in the episode. So I don't know why they titled it that. But that's not a big deal, and I'm kind of stretching for topics because there's not really much else to talk about with the episode. Outside of the fact that the ending is really gross, but I mean, it makes sense. There's really nothing else to say. 170.
Yeah, I think that was a D tier. I don't think that was a very good review. I think if I were gonna do it again, right? I think what I might do is develop some sort of shorthand for episodes that fall in that there's not much going on here category. I don't know what, but like come up with some sort of like phrase or something like, oh, this is a nothing going on episode. But you know, something catchy. Something that's like SpongeBob, but you know, more in line with meh. I think I'd come up with a shorthand and then just say that shorthand and then find something to talk about the episode, really. At least in that, I do say, people saying C tier, I mean, okay, I could throw it in C tier. At least I do talk about the title, which is not much, but it's something. It's something to talk about. I don't ever want to be one of those channels that just is just like, you know, yeah, we review every episode, but for a third of the episodes, we just say like, it's entertaining, it's good. And like, that's the whole review. Like, I don't like that. I know some people do that, and I fall into that from time to time for sure, but I always strive to be better than that. The fun fact for It's a SpongeBob Christmas sucks. Oh, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. I apologize for that. Yeah, definitely got to get better with the fun facts here. Also the title, I mean, this slide we have to talk about for sure. But the header here, great idea, but very, very hard to read, unfortunately. The text should have been brighter. You know, I've learned I've learned one thing, and it's that readability is the most important thing. Obviously, you want to be artistic. Obviously, you want to create something that is like appealing design wise. But if you can't read it, then it's useless, basically. So, these clay models were made by Erin. I guess, yeah, we were still, she was still my artist at the time. But, yeah, she genuinely made these, and it's like, yeah. Or at least, wait, did she make the models? Or did she just make she might have just made the picture? I don't remember. I think she made the models. I don't want to be telling fibs outside of school here, but, I think, I think she made them. Part of me is like, these are way too good. So I don't know. She was very talented. But anyway, great slide. uh,
5B, SpongeBob. It's a SpongeBob Christmas. Plankton turns everyone into a jerk to make himself look better to Santa. There are so many things to love about this episode. There's the phenomenal songs, great story, wonderful guest appearance by John Goodman, a handful of funny gags, and nailing the overall spirit of Christmas. But my favorite thing about this episode is the stop motion. I absolutely adore it. And while
if I say in the commentary she made them, then she made them. Yeah. I'm just kind of in disbelief now. The thing is, I had like nothing to do with it. Like I was just like, yeah, this is what it needs to look like. So I didn't really. It was just all her, and yeah, goodness, I'm just like astounded at this art.
Well, yes, all of those other things I listed are truly, truly fantastic. It's the stop motion animation that keeps me coming back to this episode again and again and again. Every time I watch it again, I notice something different. A different texture on a character, or something happening in the background, the pattern they use for the sky. Just all sorts of little details are in the visual style of this episode that you will not notice on your first watch through, but if you pay attention, you can see all of the craftsmanship that went into it. I love what they did with the character models. They have SpongeBob be an actual sponge, and Plankton looks like he's made of styrofoam, giving him a rough edge. It's definitely not a standard design that I would have expected. It's something different and unusual, and that's why I really like it. But enough gushing about the stop motion. Let's talk about the comedy in the episode. Now, I don't think it is one of those really funny episodes, but the jokes that make me laugh pretty hard. It's a lot of little things, like during the sequence of de-jerkification, Squidward just looks at the camera because he never ate the fruitcake and just maintains his perpetual frown. The little gag with SpongeBob's taste buds and the fruitcake flowing over them. And my favorite is when SpongeBob's being analyzed by Sandy's machine and he is shown as Jell-O. Most of this stuff is tied to the visual style of the episode, which is pretty awesome because you couldn't tell those kind of jokes in other episodes. They have a lot of fun with the medium that they've chosen here. And the songs, oh man, the songs. Don't Be a Jerk, It's Christmas is one of my favorite Christmas songs of all time, and I fell in love with it before I even saw this episode.
It's
in fact,
true.
The episode was based on that song, which was written by Tom Kenny, even though the episode itself is written by other people. It's such a great, weird message. Instead of saying, hey everyone, be happy, it's saying, hey, don't do these jerky things come Christmas time. But I also really like the two other songs in the episode, Santa's Eyes and the song about the fruitcake. They're not quite as good as Don't Be a Jerk, It's Christmas, but they're still catchy, fun little tunes that really get you in the mood to think about Christmas. Also, John Goodman makes a really good Santa Claus. And I also like how this episode keeps with the tradition of making SpongeBob's version of
I think a better fun fact would be the fact that John Goodman played Santa Claus on Futurama in the original Xmas episode. That's a much better fun fact. It's not an amazing fun fact, but you know, it's a little better.
Santa be really creepy and weird. Obviously, I think that this is a very, very good episode. But now onto the
This review gets you in the Christmas mood in May. No, upper crust for sure. I know we're not done technically. I gotta delete the hang on, let me real quick. I gotta delete a slide off of here. I did not mean to add that. Let me throw that up and edit this real quick. The patchy slide doesn't need to be here, so I'm gonna get rid of it. How do I get rid of hide images in the template? There we go. Boom. Whew. For a split second, the window loaded, and I thought that my entire tier list was gone because I went into the editor and then I left it. For a second, I was like, "Oh no." But yeah, no, I think this was a great review. The music is really good too. The music we picked, the music I picked was really good. The art, obviously, like this is undoubtedly the best art that's ever been in on any of my channel. Like amazing clay work, genuine clay work. This is not like some sort of weird CG model or 2D thing. These were real physical objects.
Patchy stuff, because yeah, there's actually patchy stuff in this. Patchy and Potty journey to the North Pole. And it's okay. He really doesn't take up that much screen time, and in fact, when this episode was originally aired, they cut Patchy altogether. And before I made this video, I don't even remember watching the Patchy segments. I'm sure I must have, because I did have this DVD which has him on there, but either I skipped through them or completely forgot. Anyway, he's okay in this. It's kind of interesting because you have those classic stop-motion animated Christmas specials that have those narrators at the beginning, so having Patchy here is kind of natural for this sort of format. Not much about it is actually funny, and it's really too brief to actually even tell much of a story, but it's not bad, it's just kind of there. It serves as a decent introduction to the episode and breaks things up just a little bit. If I had to rate it, I'd probably call it meh, but that's not bad, and the mehness of Patchy definitely doesn't bring down how great the episode is. 176A. Super.
Yeah, I think that's an upper crust review, to be honest. That might be made into a short soon. Just really good stuff. And yeah, I thought my review was solid as well. I think I highlighted what works. Like I said, the only thing I don't like about this slide is I wish I had brightened up the text just a little bit. Like that's the only thing. It's certainly not unreadable when it's full screen, but it's good design practice to make something that's readable even if it's not like on a big giant screen, you know? Let's see. Do I still have the models from the review? Thank you, Dorothy. No, I don't. I have no idea what happened to them. I probably have some behind the scene pictures of it somewhere, but no, I don't actually have the objects. Thank you, Trey Weaver. This review gets you in the Christmas mood in May.
A little bit. If I had to rate it, I'd probably call it meh, but that's not bad, and the mehness of Patchy definitely doesn't bring down how great the episode is. 176A. Super evil aquatic villain team up is go. Plankton teams up with Man Ray to steal the formula. I really like the idea of Plankton and Man Ray teaming up. That's an idea with so much potential. Unfortunately, however, this one just completely lets it go to waste. For starters, the introduction part is about 3 minutes long. Now, I think that it's the best part in the episode, where SpongeBob sings the Going to Work song and starts chatting with Plankton, but while the sequence itself isn't bad, it takes up too much time in the episode, because ultimately we don't get to see that much of Plankton and Man Ray actually teaming up, which really sucks. The other thing in this episode that takes up its time is SpongeBob looking for Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy and trying.
Is there streaming issues going on? Stream is lagging, skipping, lagging. Okay, hang on. I will work on this. I gotta figure out how to like permanently solve this problem. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe I'll get better internet. I don't know. I keep kind of like lowering my bit rate. But there's probably some other thing I could do. Very laggy. It keeps lagging and skipping. All right, guys, I get it. I'm gonna play this. We'll go back a little bit, and I'll play it, and you let me know if it's still lagging.
Completely lets it go to waste. For starters, the introduction part is about 3 minutes long. Now, I think that it's the best part in the episode, where SpongeBob sings the Going to Work song and starts chatting with Plankton, but while the sequence itself isn't bad, it takes up too much time in the episode.
Ah, come on, stream, don't die. We got 17 minutes left. We got 5 reviews to get through. Lag is bad, huh? the YouTube said, "All right, you did it to SpongeBob Christmas. It's done. You're done. Get out of here." Let me see if there's anything else I can do. Let's see. Audio stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended. Okay. Viewers will experience buffering. Huh. Is it? Guys, are we still here? It's robot mode? I think it's good now. Okay, well, we'll hang on. I will try changing some settings. I don't know if you guys can hear me at this point. Oh boy. Man, over 4 hours of streaming, no issues, and here we are. Well, mostly no issues. Maybe might be my computer. It's got like too many things open. Seems fine now. Think we're back? Oh dear, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I might need to stream off of my MacBook next time. I don't know. I'll see what I can do here. I think it might have to do with my computer. I don't know. It's honestly fine. All right, let's keep plowing through then.
Really to really call is go. Plankton teams up with Man Ray to steal the formula. I really like the idea of Plankton and Man Ray teaming up. That's an idea with so much potential. Unfortunately, however, this one just completely lets it go to waste. For starters, the introduction part is about 3 minutes long. Now, I think that it's the best part in the episode, where SpongeBob sings the Going to Work song and starts chatting with Plankton, but while the sequence itself isn't bad, it takes up too much time in the episode, because ultimately we don't get to see that much of Plankton and Man Ray actually teaming up, which really sucks. The other thing in this episode that takes up its time is SpongeBob looking for Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy and trying to get them to come help him, which is irritating because I'd rather be watching Plankton and Man Ray. And that whole sequence turns out to be for nothing because Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are basically like, solve the problem yourself, SpongeBob. Which I would be fine with if they didn't spend so long of SpongeBob trying to get Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy to help. You could have probably made a whole episode about SpongeBob needing Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy's help, but not being able to get to them. That could have been an interesting concept on its own, but interspliced in this episode, it just doesn't work. And the way they actually do it here is just really slow and tedious. SpongeBob gets stopped because old ladies want to dance with him. My other issue is the fact that we get lame Man Ray here. I was expecting Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3 Man Ray, where he was super evil and super hammy. I was expecting him to cackle with Plankton and to have some sort of grand scheme and just be out hamming each other. But no, in this one, Man Ray's kinda lame. He's working restocking vending machines, and then when he's with Plankton, all he really wants to do is stuff his face full of Krabby Patties. They could have done so much more with this episode. Maybe Man Ray gives Plankton some gadgets to use and turns him into a real supervillain. Maybe the two of them get the formula, but then fight over who gets to keep it in some sort of elaborate supervillain on supervillain battle. Maybe the whole episode is about the two of them planning some sort of elaborate plan, but not being able to get along well enough to see it through. I don't know, there's a million things they could have done with this, but this is just boring. It's a
SpongeBob
episode. Really, I wanted to see more of Man Ray and Plankton interacting. I did not need to see SpongeBob trying to get to Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy for so long. It's a slow, boring waste of an episode. Episode 176B, Chum Free.
I think that was an A tier review. If everyone's still experiencing issues, try refreshing. Let's see, lower than the recommended bitrate. Okay, yeah, try refreshing it. I think it's fixed. Tough to say. I think it's fixed. But yeah, what did you guys think about that one? I thought it was an A tier review. I feel like I said kind of what needed to be said, and I said it pretty succinctly. They made an episode with the plot again in season 13 called Captain Pipsqueak. This time with all the Mermaid and Barnacle Boy villains. Interesting. Thank you for that, DDD. Thank you for all the facts you've provided us. Yeah, it looks like my CPU is getting pretty full. I don't know why. Let me close some tabs on Chrome, I guess. I don't know what's causing this. I really hope I don't need a better PC because I just got a MacBook. I don't think I could buy another computer. I can't get a Karen 2.0, you know? Oh gosh. I disagree. C tier? What? Why would it be a C tier? The video is slightly better. Yeah, my computer seems to be like freezing up here. Oh gosh, come on. Come on. Not at the finish line. A tier, A tier. Okay, cool. Let's just keep going.
Fish. Chum fricassee. Squidward brings his design skill and grandmother's recipe to the chum bucket. Hot off the heels of a pretty disastrous Plankton team-up episode comes another Plankton team-up episode, but this time one that's really good. I love the story of this episode. Giving Squidward some success through him having a family recipe that conveniently cooks chum in a way that's delicious. And seeing Squidward ruin it for himself by letting his ego get so big that he stops following the recipe. It's nice to see Squidward get some success, and it's cool to see the chum bucket get some success too. It's also nice that it wasn't Plankton that screwed up this time. He does exactly what he's supposed to, and it's not his stupidity or anything else that messes him up as much as Squidward's ego. There are also a few funny gags, like Mr. Krabs running by saying he doesn't value Squidward at all, and the fact that the food program is called Flavors of the Bottom. But really, what makes this a good episode is just the well-told story, which includes elements we very rarely get to see on SpongeBob, like Squidward having any modicum of success. It could certainly stand to be a little funnier, and maybe have just a little bit more going on, but as is, it's definitely a good episode. Episode 177.
I thought that was a solid review, like a solid B tier. I don't think it was anything amazing, but I think it's worthy of B tier. Maybe the tier list has gotten too big and my computer can't handle it. Oh gosh. Come on, computer, what are you doing? I need to read chat. Gosh. Yeah. Sorry, I'm very sorry about this, everyone. We're gonna close this out very soon. We've got this. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. Take our money so you can buy a new PC. Honestly, I might. I appreciate all the super chats. It might have to go towards a new PC. I don't know. I've gotta after the stream. I'm gonna do some troubleshooting and see if the issue is my internet connection, my computer, settings in OBS. You know, it could be a number of things. It's just very strange that we've had these streams. We've had so many of these streams, and everything was fine for the most part, and now it's not. Thanks, Cosmikazi, for the super chat. There's a setting to dynamically change the bitrate in OBS. I'll look into that after this. Let's do the next one. If you guys can still hear me.
7A, the good Krabby name. SpongeBob and Patrick start an ad campaign to attract new customers to the Krusty Krab. This is one of those episodes that just didn't grab me. There were a few things that I got mild amusement out of, like the patty falling on Plankton or the sky.
No, I'm actually on Windows 10 still. Everybody knows Windows bit off Apple. Triple the profits on a PC. I love that epic rap battles of history.
Writer, but in general, well, it's a season 8 episode, and you're probably sick of hearing me say this, but it's not very funny. At least to me, anyway. One of the bits that I didn't really like was Patrick obsessing over the Krabby Patty costume. It's not that I strongly hate this. Patrick is doing what he believes to be a good, kind, life-saving act, but it's a little bit tedious and goes on just a bit too long for my liking. And the story, I don't really have anything bad to say about. It's just that it didn't really seem too interesting to me. Maybe because the stakes are so low, because honestly, who cares if Krabs gets 2% more people to go to the Krusty Krab? Or maybe it's just the way the story is told. There really isn't much to it. It's just basically a setup for SpongeBob and Patrick to go out and spam a bunch of Krusty Krab ads. I don't really have anything good to say about the episode, but I really don't have much bad to say about it either. Meh is the correct answer here. But it's one of those mehs that I could very easily see other people enjoying, and I would definitely not argue that it's a bad episode. Just one that doesn't do a great job of standing out or having a story that's interesting or jokes that really click. Also, this episode just so happens to have a superhighway in it that's somewhere above the Krusty Krab. So much for the time that SpongeBob heavily protested that. Not really a criticism of the episode, just one of those inconsistencies that's interesting to point out. Also interesting is that Patrick is afraid of a giant Krabby Patty eating his friend, which is weird because the opposite kinda happens in that other episode. 177B, Move It or Lose It.
I think that was a pretty bad review, to be honest. I feel like I say, just so many of the same dumb platitudes about like, oh, there's not much to say, it's not very good, blah 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 blah. I feel like honestly, it's a D tier, if not a
SpongeBob.
tier. What do you guys think? Like, there's definitely more I should have said there. Thank you for the super chat, Asher. If the tier list is a problem, may I suggest you make a new one for season 9 and 10? Season 9 has a lot of episodes anyway. We'll see. I don't actually think it was the tier list. I was mostly joking. I guess it could be an issue. It seems like the issue was actually Chrome. Weird. Yeah, I just what I might yeah, cuz Chrome crashed and I booted it back up and now everything seems fine. You guys tell me, but everything seems fine. What I might actually do is next stream, I'll just get my MacBook out and use it for monitoring stream. That way I can kind of close those Chrome windows that have chat. I can just have chat on my MacBook. I don't know. We'll see. Did I miss any other super chats? No. Okay, good. D tier, C tier. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good with it in D tier. I don't think it was a good review. Okay.
Happens in that other episode. 177B, Move It or Lose It. A city ordinance demands the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket to be further apart. The story of this episode is okay. It's a bit unusual, and it's not great, but there really isn't much wrong with it. The ending is pretty much what you'd expect from a SpongeBob episode, a kind of obvious twist. But what I do like about it is the fact that it is a different kind of competition for plankton and crabs that has nothing to do with the formula or heck, even anything to do with their food so much as just their popularity. And I kind of wish that they had played up that angle a little bit more, because the idea of plankton and crabs campaigning against each other, that's one that I could see going far. But what they do in this episode is basically just a little bit of a rehash of free samples where Plankton slanders the Krusty Krab, and Plankton just buys the votes in the end, which does make sense, but isn't particularly interesting. And the comedy, well, I do like the joke about Plankton throwing in the napkin, but I wasn't really keen on much else. It's pretty obvious from the way I'm talking that this is another meh episode. The story idea is there, it's just that they tell it in a way that isn't flashy or has memorable sequences in it. I feel pretty much the same way about this episode as I do the Good Krabby Name, so to save some time, I'm just gonna leave it at that. 178. Hello,
Oh, good. Another meh episode. Another review. I don't know. C tier. It's funny. I'm falling into the same trap reviewing my reviews. I have nothing to say. What can I say about it? It's a review where I barely say anything. I just say that it's boring. It's a good idea, but it's boring. Man, like what do I do? I don't know. I need to find something in these episodes to talk about. That's ultimately the answer. It's not that what I'm saying is wrong or bad. It's just that that's not a good review to just repeat it. C or D? Yep. Okay. I'm good putting it in C. All right. Here we go. Hello, Bikini Bottom. This is another slide layout that I like. It's obviously not very fancy, but yeah, I like the simplicity of it.
Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob and Squidward go on tour as a musical duo. I actually had to double, triple, and quadruple check that fun fact there. Even though it says Andy Samberg is the one playing Colonel Carper, I cannot hear his voice at all in the character, which on the one
I think Andy Samberg is actually a sneaky, really good voice actor because he also plays Party Pat in Adventure Time, and I cannot hear his voice at all in that. He does not sound like Andy Samberg.
On one hand is a sign of a really good actor, but on the other hand, I'm not quite sure what the point of a celebrity voice is if you can't tell it's them. But at any rate, Colonel Carper is a very fun character with a very fun accent. The beginning song and the ending song of this episode are both really fantastic sequences. Not necessarily because the songs themselves are brilliant, but the songs mixed with the visuals, mixed with the emotions, mixed with the fun of it all, really makes both of those sequences a joy to watch. The first one because of how psychedelic and weird and how it gets out all this exposition and sets up the episode and keeps going on, but in the best way possible because you just don't want it to end. And the ending song because it's actually really beautiful. At first, when SpongeBob starts singing, I had a feeling it was going to be one of those corny SpongeBob songs where he sings in a goofy way and it's supposed to be funny, but by the time they get to Squid's verse, the singing and the lyrics really pick up and get more interesting and more serious, and from there it becomes something that is really nice. The message of the song is overwhelmingly positive and happy. So happy, in fact, that it's able to sway Squidward. Also, side note, I loved Squidward's tentacle singing. That was really funny and unexpected just in the middle of this pretty touching song. And when Squidward and SpongeBob are singing the duet at the end, you can't help but just feel happy for the characters. But what I think is the best part of the song is actually the background as it gets darker and darker. It's these really beautiful shades of orange and red and then later purple and blue. It's just such a nice, beautiful, interesting background, and the perfect backdrop for the song. As far as the rest of the episode, well, I'm not going to lie, it does get dragged down a little bit by the same problem that most SpongeBob specials have, in that the middle part does feel a little bit slow. That's not to say I hate it, because I do like the old man joke, and I do like the sequence of SpongeBob and Squidward playing at the grocery store, and the part where Squidward gets a tail pinned on him is pretty funny. But something about the middle part of the episode is just a little bit too slow for my liking. And maybe a part of it is just that they keep playing the same song again and again. And even though I think the middle is a little bit slow, it's nowhere near as bad as it gets in certain other specials. And it is important that that middle section is there because you do need something to build up to the ending song. Thanks to the middle, you do feel like Squidward and SpongeBob have been through a lot of unfortunate circumstances. This is a really good episode, and I could easily see it fitting in season 3. Because
Wait, was that a VLC issue or was that
middle, you do feel like Squidward and
sound effect of
SpongeBob
the
have been through a
visual
lot
didn't
of
show up at the same time?
unfortunate circumstances. This is a really good episode, and
Yeah, wow, the sound effect is way off of it.
I could easily
I
see
guess
it
the visual's actually way off.
fitting in season 3. Because really, it has absolutely none of the problems that befall later SpongeBob. Patrick is tolerable here and even a little funny. Mr. Krabs is greedy, but he totally gets his comeuppance. Squidward is a grouch and bad things do happen to him, but as a part of the story and not just because of some random force of nature. SpongeBob isn't annoying as a character and he doesn't treat Squidward badly. Sure, he definitely gets on Squidward's nerves, but it's not in the unpleasant fashion that a lot of season 6 and 7 episodes have. More in just a naive goofball kind of way. I've heard people praising this episode before, and I have to say it lived up to all my expectations. And it's a story that actually fits the 22-minute time. And it's funny. Not super funny, but I did note a couple of gags that I do really like in the episode. Keeping that in mind, it's one of the funnier episodes of season 8, which is actually kind of sad. And that
which is actually kind of sad. Yeah, no, I think that's an upper crust tier review. Oh man, whew. Long stream. Thank you, Dorothy. The second season without a
SpongeBob
review. Yeah, you know, for as much as I think season 8 reviews have not been the best, I also don't. It's just hard for me to really give it an awful rating, the bottom rating. Oh, excuse me. It's hard for me to give it the bottom rating if the worst thing is that I just don't say a whole lot, you know? Like, especially when these episodes aren't giving me much to work with. I think if an episode deserves a really, like, in-depth review and I don't give it one, that's when it ends up in that
SpongeBob
tier right there. But if it's an episode that's just kind of forgettable anyway, and I don't give it much of a review, I think I should probably give it a better review than that. Like ideally, it'd be nice if I did, but it's also not as big a crime, you know. And thank you, Pranavrao. Didn't mention Ned and the Needlefish. Oh, I did not even remember they're in that episode. 7 upper crusts. There it is. Your voice changed again. Yeah, it's when I say
SpongeBob.
my voice changes. Yours doesn't? Doesn't everyone have that? Um. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
Is every episode of Season 8 reviewed? Alright, let's look at the stats, which honestly I could not believe were real. 16 good episodes, 16 scumbobs, and 15 meh episodes. I promise I did not interfere with these stats and only even counted these ratings up after I was done reviewing and rating every episode.
It's true. This is some of the last things that I do. Basically, the last thing I do is like all the ending bits. Just because everything is kind of in flux during a lot of it. That like, I don't want to make a slide chart and then be like, oh, actually, this episode's good, so I have to change it, and then I have to change the thing. Like, no, it's better to just do it at the end. I was actually really surprised by this.
Cannot believe that they lined up that perfectly even. Before I go on with comparing charts though, I want to give this season a rating. So, Season 8. What can I say about it that this chart doesn't already say about it? If you've been paying attention, I think it's very clear this season is meh. Not only is the amount of episodes per rating perfectly evenly split, but for the most part, everything in this season tends to lean towards the middle. Though a third of these episodes are good, a lot of those good episodes were relatively close to being meh, and very few of them are very good episodes. Similarly, of the SpongeBob episodes, though there are definitely a few that are really bad, most of them are relatively close to meh as well. So you have a season that is just in the middle in so many ways. Even in terms of the stories themselves, I would categorize this season as meh. Why? Because so many episodes this season have really good ideas for premises. Like, the basic synopsis sounds like the making of a great SpongeBob.
See, here's the thing. Here's what I really needed to learn, and I am actually working on a similar sort of thing with the Fiona and Cake video. There's no reason to be so repetitive in what I say, right? The truth is that yes, this is a thing, is that so many of these episodes have good ideas, bad execution. But I should just say that and then talk about other things in the episode and then let this ending bit kind of fully describe what I mean by that. It's kind of like making a keyword. Like if you've ever played Magic the Gathering or other card games, like you keyword an effect. So I keyword this concept of good idea, bad execution, and then at the end of it, I can actually give the full explanation and the full feeling of like, this is why it feels like this, and et cetera, et cetera. I make an asterisk, right? Like I say, see later part in the video for full description. I feel like that's kind of what I need to do. And that's what I've been working on with the Fiona and Cake video, is that like, because it's season-long story arcs, I don't want to, in episode 3, talk about the story arc and how it's been bad up to this point. It's much better for me to just talk about what happens in episode 3, review that, and then at the end, review the storyline as a whole. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Prenavow. How is season 8 worse/better than season 13 now? Oh gosh, I don't know. Or season 13 to now? I have not seen season 13 to now. I'm worried if this is better than that. What is the target, Mr. Pieman? Thank you, Hanoko-kun. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the target in the upper left-hand corner, the goal that we reached? If you're talking about that, we are going to do a stream featuring... Wait, hang on, which one won? Let's see, let's get it right. Cosmic Shake, the SpongeBob game. People raised enough money that sometime this coming week, we're going to stream the first part of that video game. If that's what you're talking about.
Episode, but in a lot of these, the execution just stinks. So you have a good setup, but a bad follow-through. And in terms of the comedy, yeah, that's meh as well. Even the funnier episodes of this season still aren't that funny. There's a lot of episodes that aren't quite humorless, but are definitely not what I would call funny either. A lot of stuff that has like a few decent jokes, but that's about it. Nothing gut-bustingly hilarious, and not a lot of jokes either. Now, comparing it to season 6 and 7, I definitely think that season 8 is a big improvement. Even though it's still not something I'd call good, this season was definitely easier to sit through than those two. And really, thinking about it, it makes sense why there are so many mixed opinions on this season. If you want a SpongeBob episode that's inoffensive and just kind of an okay story with these characters, then yeah, you know what? You'll probably consider a lot of this season to be good. But if you expect a little bit more from the comedy and the stories, you could easily see this season as meh or bad. This season is definitely the closest to seasons 4 and 5. Although, if I had to rank it, I would probably put it under 4 and 5. I might change my mind if I rewatch all of season 4 and all of season 5 and all of season 8 back to back to back, but I would say that compared to 4 and 5, 8 does not take that many risks. The ones it takes definitely pay off, like It's a SpongeBob Christmas, Frozen Face Off, and the Krabby Patty that ate Bikini Bottom, but otherwise it's just not that adventurous compared to 4 and 5 that do take a lot more risks, even though some of them backfire a lot harder than most of the season 8 episodes. But because of those risks, 4 and 5 are able to reach higher highs more often than season 8, and are ultimately more memorable for it. Also note that statistically, it's gonna be a little bit weird because season 8 just has a lot more episodes than 1 through 5. And of course, when you compare it to the first 3 seasons, well, there's not even really a point in doing so. Obviously, it's not up to that standard. Alright, now let's get to the top.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. I think my analysis of season 8 here is really good, but unfortunately, I have to say the season 8 video is not good, or it's not great at least. It's I think the worst one since season 3. I think seasons 4 and 5 reviews definitely have some issues, but overall the reviews are better than this. And I don't know. You could either chalk it up to the episodes just not being that interesting to talk about, or me just getting fatigued with it all. I'm not really sure, but it's unfortunate. I'm sorry. I wish I did better with you guys, for you guys, really. But I mean, I don't know. But there was still standouts, as we could see. There are still a solid number of A tier reviews, and we did still end up with a few upper crust, actually. Wow, that's a lot of upper crust. Huh. I think it's just that the average is just low. Like, I don't know. All those meh episodes, they're just not great reviews. That's kind of how it is. You guys can disagree. I don't mean to. I'm genuinely not trying to like just diss my own videos just for the sake of dissing it. I'm just like, you know, I don't know. I just feel that way. I feel like I should have done better. And the referencing other episodes is just it is grating. I am so sorry for that.
5. Number 5. Planet of the Jellyfish. There's really nothing to dislike here. It's just a fun monster story. Number 4. Hello, Bikini Bottom. This is one of the funnier episodes of the season, and it has those 2 great music numbers. Number 3, the Krabby Patty that ate Bikini Bottom. Just like number 5, it's a fun monster story, but it has the added benefit of being actually pretty dang funny. Number 2, Frozen Face Off. I think this is the whole package. It's got the action, it's got the story, it's got the comedy, it's got the adventure. It's got so many different nice things working in its favor. I was very pleasantly surprised with this one. And number 1 is It's a SpongeBob Christmas. I keep going back to this episode, and for very good reason. It has most of the good things that Frozen Face Off has, plus it has that awesome out-of-genre experience. And as for
I don't know. I mean, maybe you guys are right. Maybe I am being a little too harsh. It's not that this is overall awful. I think it's just you know, it's got some glaring issues with the reviews. I think the reviews that shine really do still shine. Thank you for the super chat, ZJM. Thank you, Printavow. Calling it now, Patrick the Game and SpongeBob Longpants from Season 9B will be upper crust meh reviews. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting to hear. I hope so.
the bottom 5, number 5, Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom. Nothing like pure wasted potential. Patrick here is just horrible. And how they make him just so stupid and random, and that he gets away with everything. It's just really irritating. Number 4, Demolition Doofus. Just a really stupid and unnecessarily mean episode. SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff are just beyond unlikable here. Number 3, Face Freeze. This pretty much has no redeeming factors in my eyes. And once you've seen all of the faces, it's just boring. That's all I can really use to describe it. It's just got nothing else going on for it, and its key selling factor is really not good in the first place. Number 2, Pet Sitter Pat. Yes, I think this episode has one redeeming quality.
There's an audio quality change, which means I changed my opinion on that last minute. Maybe not last minute, but after the rest of it.
And yes, I think it is at least a little bit overhated, but yeah, it's a very bad episode. Another one that brings out the worst in Patrick. And number one, of course, Are You Happy Now? An episode that does make me genuinely feel uncomfortable. I knew it was coming, and I was still stunned because I refused to believe it was as bad as everyone made it out to be. After watching the episode, all I could really say was, wow, they actually did that. And now, onto notes. I did
Gotta love the way you say horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Thank you, Asher.
cover a lot of the big things I wanted to say about Season 8 already, so these are just a lot of smaller observations. Firstly, there's a lot of punctuation marks in the titles. What does that mean? Pretty much nothing, just thought I'd point it out. Secondly, a lot of characters don't
Good
wear
job, Pi.
air or water helmets in these episodes. Again, what does it mean? Pretty much nothing, just a weird observation. There were
I think it means that they were tired of drawing the water helmets, that they could make the characters look more expressive and better if they just stopped. I think that's what they were thinking.
5 specials, and 3 of them just so happen to make it into my top 5 list. To be fair, the other 2 were scumbobs, but they were very light scumbobs, so maybe they are getting better at making specials. This is a more critical note. The music
Okay, actually, I had an idea. How would you guys feel, like in a hypothetical situation, hypothetically, if I was gonna review SpongeBob again? Hypothetically, if I was gonna make an every episode of some season of SpongeBob again, how would you feel if what I said during an episode review, if I basically just said like, okay, this episode we're gonna talk about later, and then I basically made a review of like 3 or 4 episodes at the same time? If all of those episodes I had the same thing to say about them, right? If they were all the good idea, bad execution, or just like purely boring, or felt like they rip off another episode, maybe I would say like 1 or 2 things about the episode and then be like, more on that later. And then after I've gotten to all the episodes in the cluster of that review, I could do like a bulk review. Would that be stupid, or would that be a good idea? I don't know. Because I'd still be reviewing the episodes. It's just that, like, if I had the same thing to say, maybe that would be a good way to do it. Go out of order and then group the episodes. Interesting. Thank you, Hanako-kun. Is the rope a reference to Squidward's suicide? It's a reference to the episode Are You Happy Now, in which Squidward has a noose that he uses to, I don't know, hang his clam or something. It wouldn't be repeating it over and over. It'd be a good idea. Yeah, I think there'd be some way to do that, right? Where I could say during the actual slide, when we get there, I say something about the episode. I do give it like a little bit of a review, but then I maybe hold off on part of it and then do a bulk. I'm kind of torn on that idea. I think in a world in which I reviewed more SpongeBob, I think I would see if that worked. Edit it that way and see if that worked and made sense. It was entertaining. But I mean, maybe that happens in some other world.
music is relatively repetitive in this season. Now, this is something that's hard to entirely quantify, but I really feel like the music was really off in Season 8. Like, they kept playing the same tracks over and over again, and like they played tracks at really unfitting times. Like, they'd play the wacky music when not much was going on. I guess they're trying to make the episode more interesting in post, but when you already have a kind of not interesting thing going on the screen, trying to put wacky music over top of it really kind of has the opposite effect and ends up being a little bit jarring and noticeable. Next up, Karen shines again. She doesn't appear in a lot, but especially in Karen 2.0 and Frozen Face Off, she does get to play a pretty decent role, and I think that's cool. She's definitely one of the better characters on the show, despite being one that's more in the background. And on a similar note, Sandy gets to play at least a little bit bigger of a role this season. Not only does she appear in quite a number of episodes, but she ends up saving the day on multiple occasions. It's pretty awesome and a good use of her character. Special thanks, as usual, goes
Thank you for the super chat, Spangello. If you did a season 11 review, which character would be used for the slide template? I think it would either be Pearl or Larry, right? Like, who's left? Who's left? I guess I could do Bubble Bass, right? I mean, it would depend on what season Bubble Bass is the most featured in. If it's season 11 or season 12 or 13, we do that.
To Encyclopedia SpongeBobia for having a lot of information, even if some of it is false. The Sponge Buddy Mania forums for
Oh,
being
the shade.
supportive. Andrew for the awesome Tomfoolery remix, and Incompetech for the rest of the music. And of course, my wonderful girlfriend/artist, Erin, for drawing everything. And thanks to all of you, everyone
It's a crime that I didn't give a special thanks to for the clay models.
who is watching this, and the Patreon people who have supported.
Hey, tag yourself. Let me know right now. Hit me with a PyCon, or if you're not a member, just hit me with a like me. If you are one of these people, there's a lot of people here. Make it PyCon themed. To be fair, they've had the same music editor all along. I think season 8 suffers a lot from the increased episode order, and also the amount of special episodes that they were producing in season 8. I think they were just stretched too thin. Like, honestly, you know, when you don't have time, I mean, as you can see from these reviews, if you don't have as much time as you once did, things start to fall through the cracks, right? You start to reuse music tracks. You don't put extra flourishes in. You don't spend the long hours pitching extra jokes for an episode, you know? I'm just saying someone said me. Wait, no, never mind. Oh gosh. Bubble Buddy theme slide. Oh dear. Hey, I got a PyCon for Pokemaniac. Brandon Chan. We got Mr. Enter, I guess. I don't know if it's really him or not, but yeah, you're David T. Nice. Zach S. All right. Good to see you guys still here.
Supported me. You guys rock. Thank you so much for being so generous. And an extra special thank you to Sukanzu, the DS Guy,
All right.
Vidya Bros, and Joseph C, as well as those who have donated large sums in the past, Bash Fluff, Mr. Tortellini, and Houston
Yay.
Blaine W. Thank you all so extra very much. And with that, Pie Guy Rules out. Ario.
No ending stinger. Wow. Like I was saying, things fall through the cracks. Things fall through the cracks, all right? They do. Yeah. So, thank you guys for being here. Oh, hey, Halston Blaine W. Nice to see you still here. No stinger this time. Too meh of a season for one. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't be too down on it, because at the end of the day, there's still I think a lot of fun parts in the season 8 review, but it's definitely I needed to figure out a way to cover these meh episodes, and I think really just the monotony of SpongeBob repeating itself and just consistently wasting good ideas. It just got to me, man. Season 9, as you all know, is definitely like its own thing. Both A and B are interesting, I think, and I don't remember my reviews, but I think that they are better than this. I think that the episodes are just much more interesting. So, yeah. The Are You Pie Guy Now title card is the epilogue. All right. So anyway, thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you guys so much. Remember, memberships are a thing now. There's no pressure at all. If you want to join. If you don't. But you will get your name in the credits of new videos. You will get to use PyCons in the chat and in comments. I better see some PyCons out in the comments section. I think you can use it there. Next week, it is Mother's Day, so we will not be here on Sunday, but we will be here probably Friday or Saturday night. I will schedule it as soon as I know to play the Cosmic Shake. Probably still around like 6:37 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for the super chat, Prenovow. You should do 9A and B in separate streams so you don't get burnt out. Like I said, we are going to do the full season 9 video in one stream, or we are at least going to start it. And if by the end of 9A I'm feeling exhausted and burnt out, then I will stop. We will stop, and then we will do 9B the next week. But I think I should be able to get through it all, especially if we stream a little earlier in the day, which we might. I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see. You should consider doing streams on days other than Sunday. I I mean, I just said we might be streaming on Friday, but again, I have a very busy life. I just don't know if I can do that, to be completely honest. And the other thing is I don't want to burn the streams out. I don't mind taking our time with all this. So, yeah, I hope everyone has a happy Mother's Day out there. Please, please, please be kind to the women that have taken care of you or are taking care of someone that you care about. So, yeah, with all that said, thank you all for being here. Pie Guy rules.